Chapter 293 Chapter 293, I Hate You. Chapter 293, I Hate You. Jiang Hao observed the two people. The man was slightly plump, and he held his hand in a manner that suggested he could release spells at any moment. The hand gestures indicated that he used standard offensive spells. The woman was dressed in a robe with patterns for defensive powers and speed. At the moment, she seemed fully prepared to deal with any danger. I don't think there's anything wrong with mining here, Jiang Hao said. I'm fine here. In that case, I must attack you. It's a pity. We lack a partner like you, said the man, Ding Yu, as he prepared to attack. Boom! A fireball fell in front of Ding Yu. Shortly after, 3 people arrived flying on their sword. It was Gu Wen and the others. We don't have any ill intentions. Ding Yu and the woman stepped back. I believe you. Why don't you leave now? Gu Wen smiled. We'll take our leave then. Ding Yu and the woman quickly left. Everyone here was strong, and they were all in the same cultivation realm. They were cautious about engaging in a fight, as no one knew how it would turn out. Therefore, it was unnecessary, and everyone exercised restraint. However, no one was willing to give up easily. Jiang Hao was still in a daze. He had intended to launch a counterattack so that the one attacking him would know that he wasn't really a Foundation establishment realm cultivator. That way, they wouldn't have returned to attack him again. Then, he could inquire about the newly discovered mine and resolve things easily. The corpse realm would only remain open for another half a year or a year, at most. No one knew if this mine would remain available till then. Moreover, it was better to avoid the territory of the charm goddess. Disciple Jiang, are you all right? Gu Wen asked. I'm fine, Jiang Hao said. With so many things on display, it's easy to attract attention here. Murong Qingqing pointed to the pile of ores. Jiang Hao knew that. However, he had done that so that his 3 companions would be at ease. How about this? We'll sell them and divide the spirit stones equally among the 4 of us. The same goes for the spirit herbs. Gu Wen looked at Jiang Hao. What do you think? Jiang Hao looked at the spirit herbs and nodded. All right. Not every mine was valuable, but the spirit herbs here were indeed worth a lot. Besides, with these 3 helping to sell them, it was much better than him doing it himself. The best course of action was to sell them for spirit stones. Otherwise, he would have to wait until he returned to sell them, which would expose the fact that he had earned a large sum of money. That might bring another set of troubles. It was better to deal with it here. They took out the spirit herbs. At present, there were more than 20 spirit herbs. Jiang Hao recognized some of them. Their value should be high, especially because they gave off bubbles. If a particular spirit herb could consistently produce blue bubbles, it would undoubtedly be incredibly valuable. In front of another cave, Ding Yu frowned. If we leave the spirit herbs here unattended, they might wither. Moreover, there's no one mining in the mine here. Even if they found someone at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, the person might run away after they left. They needed someone to mine in the cave. What should we do then? That person won't come with us, and the other 3 are at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, Xiaodong said. Let's find a way to cooperate. I think it's possible, said Ding Yu. Xiaodong frowned. How do we cooperate? We hand over all the spirit herbs to that person, and then we divide the profits equally. The same goes for the ores, Ding Yu said. Will they agree to that? We aren't sure how they distribute their profits, said Xiaodong. Ding Yu thought for a moment. It's highly likely that they'll agree to an equal split. We attempted to recruit them, so it means that we've increased our value. If those 3 aren't fools, they won't have any intention to refuse us. Also, we didn't suffer any losses. After all, we brought spirit herbs and a new mine into the equation. Having more people will be beneficial for the future. Golden Core Realm cultivators might be arriving in this area soon. The only thing I'm worried about is the mine. I heard it's not an ordinary one, and someone might keep an eye on it. What's special about that mine? Xia Dong asked curiously. It's hard to say, but one of my senior sisters went in before. 10 days later, she left and didn't dare to get close again. She warned me not to enter. Even if I do enter, she told me not to linger there. If your mental strength isn't firm enough, you might fall into the trap, Ding Yu said. But that person has been mining there for a long time, Xia Dong was puzzled. His mind may be very firm, but it's also possible that he has already fallen into the trap. I asked him if he wanted to leave as a way to test him. Ding Yu sighed. Unfortunately, I couldn't get an answer. However, he does seem to have been mining there for a long time. If we go over and join them, it won't be a bad thing. 3 days later, Jiang Hao noticed that there were suddenly many more spirit herbs. He realized that there were 2 additional partners in their group. Those were the 2 people from before. Gu Wen explained to him that they wanted to join their group and share the profits equally. Jiang Hao didn't refuse this arrangement. The more spirit herbs, the better. During these 2 days, he hadn't seen the charm goddess anywhere. Everything was relatively quiet. On the 7th day, she appeared again. It seems if I don't look for you, you won't look for me at all, said a resentful voice. Jiang Hao sensed magic in those words, as though they were trying to persuade him to care about her. Is this a charm technique? Fortunately, he didn't feel anything even after hearing those words. Do you think my clothes are too revealing? I'll wear more clothes next time, the charm goddess said in a soft voice when she noticed Jiang Hao's indifference. What is the danger in this cave? Jiang Hao asked. I don't know, but before the charm goddess could continue, her head was sliced off by a single sword strike. She glared angrily at Jiang Hao. Can't you let me finish speaking? I don't know, but if you're curious I can find out for you. I hate you. After that, the charm goddess disappeared from the spot. Jiang Hao paid no attention to her and continued mining. At the myriad stone forest, the heavenly steel mountain stood tall. A man who appeared to be in his late 20s was contemplating a stone tablet. After a while, he opened his eyes and looked into the distance. It's almost time. It's almost time. After preparing for so many years, I've finally returned to this place. Little May, wait for me to find you. This time, I'll take you out of here. You belong to me. His desire was clear in his eyes. Unfortunately, this body is too weak. Even with all my strength, it's only at the peak of the primordial spirit realm. I need more power. If I successfully comprehend the divine ability from this stone tablet, I'll have more hope. Many people want to get to you, but nobody is quicker than I am. Taking you out of here is difficult, but I have thought of a way. This time, I'll have you completely. Ah. Chapter 294 Chapter 294 Getting Rich. Chapter 294 Getting Rich. 1 month after entering the corpse realm, Jiang Hao felt that the bubbles were appearing slower than usual in the mines. By now, there were a total of 9 bubbles. On average, he was only adding 4 or 5 points each time to his cultivation. At this rate, it would take him a year to advance. But stability was valuable. Besides, being able to advance in just over a year wasn't such a bad thing. He could sell the ores mined in exchange for spirit stones. With those spirit stones, he could find a way to buy a special spirit herb that would give him more bubbles. He could talk to Lien Daoji about it. If he had any high-quality seeds, Jiang Hao could help him cultivate those. If he had enough spirit stones, he had endless opportunities. He could even activate the bloodline of the spirit beast once again, and it might cough another golden bubble. Clang! Clang! As Jiang Hao was mining in the cave, he unearthed a large ore. As the ore hit the ground, a bubble appeared. Just as it emerged, a purple light flashed. Huh? A purple bubble? The sudden appearance of a purple bubble surprised him. He looked at the ore. The ore was as thick as a person's arm and of knee length. Is this just a random drop or a special ore? He cleared the area around the ore to examine it more carefully. As he cleared the debris away, he noticed that the actual ore was only half the size. The color of the ore changed. It was bright green. As he continued to clean it, it turned into a translucent emerald green chunk of rock. A green light could be seen inside the ore. The light was full of vitality. What kind of ore is this? Jiang didn't recognize the ore, but he knew it must be incredibly valuable. It's a pity it can't be used on a saber. Otherwise, it would have been useful to me. Maybe I can sell it. He couldn't take this or back with him. He had to sell it here. However, there was a problem. Did the disciples here have that many spirit stones? Jiang didn't think they would have many spirit stones. Perhaps they would have only a few thousand spirit stones or even less. Should he find a Golden Core Realm Cultivator or a Primordial Spirit Realm Cultivator? Golden Core Realm Cultivators wouldn't have too many spirit stones. As for Primordial Spirit Realm Cultivators, it was hard to say. If everyone is as poor as I am, then even Primordial Spirit Realm Cultivators probably might not have much either. Jiang put away the ore inside. He continued to mine. He mostly got white bubbles. Jiang was quite satisfied with it. He could clearly feel his strength and spirit getting stronger. He wouldn't mind mining for 100 years if necessary. Whenever he felt a sense of danger, he retreated with the ores. He was very curious about the danger in the mines, but he didn't dare to explore it. He could only follow the rules. When he left the mine, he saw Gu waiting for him. Fellow disciple, we sold a lot of things and earned a lot. How much did we get? Jiang saw that the ores were fewer than before. We divided everything equally among us. This is your share. Gu handed him some spirit stones. There were a total of 3,676 spirit stones. So many. Their gains had to be split among 6 people, which meant they had earned about 20,000 spirit stones. How was that possible? It couldn't be right. Ores were cheap. Gu seemed to have seen through Jiang's doubts. Actually, ores are quite cheap, but there's one that's relatively rare called Green Surging Heart. Those are quite expensive. Jiang nodded. He remembered the green ore he just obtained. I actually just found a greenish-looking ore. Jiang wasn't worried about the others cheating him off of spirit stones. He believed that they wouldn't be too stingy. Oh! Gu was surprised. What did it look like? At this moment, the others walked over, seemingly interested in the new ore. Jiang took out the ore. Everyone was astonished to see it. Zhuge Jing's eyes widened. Can I buy this or from you? He looked at the others, as if wary that someone might try to snatch it from him. An innate trace of sword intent. Gu was also amazed. Although a trace of sword intent isn't much, for certain people, it's a rare find. No price is too high for it, but we have a relatively low cultivation level, and if we set a high price, no one will buy it. Instead, others will try to snatch it away. So, I think you should set a reasonable price. How about 36,000 spirit stones? 36,000? Zhuge Jing frowned. Jiang was also surprised. 36,000 isn't too high, right? Besides, if we split it evenly, you only need to pay 30,000, Ding Yu said. I don't have that many spirit stones. 7. H11 of Jing said, I can magic treasures as collateral. If I get more spirit stones later, I can redeem them. Jiang was speechless. He had just earned almost 4,000 spirit stones. Were disciples of major sects really poor like him? He thought having more than 2,000 spirit stones was not bad. Then just pay what you have, Jiang said. He didn't want the magical treasures. It would be hard to sell them. Finally, Jiang brought out 4 magical treasures as collateral. Jiang Hao received 5,000 spirit stones and a jade pendant. This is my sect's jade pendant. If I don't pay you the remaining spirit stones, you can take the pendant to my sect to exchange it for 1,000 spirit stones, or even more. In short, you won't suffer a loss, Jiang said. Sword. Jiang Hao looked at the word sword written on the jade pendant. This pendant was indeed extraordinary. Even as a late-stage primordial spirit realm cultivator, he felt its weight. The Northern Immortal Sect, the Mountain Sea Sword Sect, where the sword gives birth to one lifeblood and millions of sword immortals illuminate the mountains and seas. Guwen admired him. Jiang Hao felt helpless. Of all the places in the world, the sect had to be in the north. He wouldn't set foot in the northern region because the Divine Corpse sect hated him. He could only wait for an opportunity in the future. He was more willing to go to the east instead. The Clear Sky School and the Bright Moon sect were in the east. He had only seen the mention of the Mountain Sea Sword sect in the Mountain and Sea Chronicles. Is the Mountain Sea Sword sect really formidable? Murong Qingqing asked. Jiang Hao had also wanted to ask that. Formidable. Dingyu smiled. All the sects are. The Mountain Sea Sword sect is on par with the Clear Sky School, although its ranking is not as high as the Clear Sky School. Jiang Hao was stunned. Jiang Hao, who had planned to go check on the spirit herbs, felt strange. He looked into the distance. Here it comes. The summons. Chapter 295. Chapter 295. Faster and Stronger Than Me. Chapter 295. Faster and Stronger Than Me. Here it comes again. It came once a month now. Jiang Hao sensed that this time it was just the summoning, and it didn't show him a path. But he could feel that the location seemed to be somewhere other than the myriad stone forest. It should be somewhere else this time. I wonder if it's the same thing that is summoning me from before. He looked at the people around him. They all looked calm. Is it that they didn't hear the summons, or are they just good at pretending? Jiang Hao shook his head and didn't pay any attention to the summons. He continued to tend to the spirit herbs. It was a good way to improve his cultivation and earn spirit stones at the same time. Myriad Stone Forest. Heavenly Steel Mountain. Yunqi looked at the stone tablet in confusion. Is the time? Yes, it's almost time. We should leave. Lan Qian nodded. We'll wait for the next appearance. We don't know where it will be exactly, but it should reappear within the next month. It will appear at least 6 times within a year. What can you comprehend in just 1 month? Yunqi asked. That's just how it is with the Heavenly Steel Mountain. If you can't comprehend it within a month, you can abandon the current stone tablet. If you don't, it will be replaced by something else, Lan Qian said. What if I don't leave? Yunqi asked. I don't know. Fairy Lan Qian shook her head. All I know is that those who didn't leave have never appeared again after Heavenly Steel Mountain disappeared for half a month. No one knows where they went. Whoosh! Suddenly, the stone tablet emitted a faint light. It's happening again, Yunqi said and looked at the woman beside him. It's another summoning. Lan Qian frowned. The fact that it's summoning again after such a long time means that the person it's calling for hasn't arrived yet. And the fact that it summoned the person before it disappeared means the next location has already been determined. The person who received the summoning most likely knows the location already. If such a person enters Heavenly Steel Mountain, will it cause any unusual phenomena? Yunqi asked. In theory, it shouldn't, Lan Qian thought for a moment. Only if they comprehend something extraordinary will it attract the attention of the Heavenly Steel Mountain. But it's just that such people are more likely to comprehend things more easily. The two then walked out of Heavenly Steel Mountain. As they descended, a man who looked about 27 or 28 years old passed by them without even glancing at them. Yunqi turned to look in surprise. That person looks very strange. Lan Qian turned to glance at him. His peak primordial spirit realm fluctuate. What's strange about that? The body isn't his. He has taken possession of it and his soul is extremely strong, Yunqi said. Lan Qian furrowed her brows but didn't speak. Let's go, senior sister. Let's go elsewhere and then look for Heavenly Steel Mountain. In case that genius appears, we can witness their greatness together, Yunqi said. The two left Heavenly Steel Mountain. After a little while, Heavenly Steel Mountain gradually disappeared, as if it had never existed in the first place. At this moment, the man smiled and looked into the distance. With one step, he leaped far ahead. He had the power to shrink space. With this magical power, I find little May even faster and take her away from here. Blood-Tide Forest, here I come. No one can stop me. He disappeared from where he stood. It wouldn't be long before he arrived at the Blood-Tide Forest. Have you ever thought that the person you don't want to bother with might be the most beautiful person in the world? Jiang Hao paused and looked behind at the charm goddess. Did you finally notice my beauty? But I'm mad at you now. If you don't persuade me, I won't forgive you. Clang. Jiang Hao had already drawn his half-moon blade. Moonlight flashed. The blade beheaded the charm goddess. If it weren't for the occasional rare ores, he would have gone somewhere else to mine. There were indeed ores in the cave ding you had mentioned, but the situation there seemed uncertain, and the quality of the ores there was just average. No one cares about you except me, but you treat me this way. The charm goddess was furious. She disappeared from sight. Jiang Hao was unaffected by her antics. Sometimes he couldn't tell whether his indifference was actually caused by the heaven extinction goo poison or if he had always been like this. However, one thing was certain. Mining was more important to him than the charm goddess. 7 days later, Jiang Hao found that all the ores had been successfully sold. Unfortunately, this time he only received 1,500 spirit stones. So far, he had a total of over 11,000 spirit stones. In just over a month, he had made a fortune. If it continued like this, he could earn more than what he could earn in several years outside. However, he noticed that Gu Wen and the others had started fighting with others. It seemed that everyone had gained some opportunities. Zhuge Zheng seemed to have obtained the opportunity in advance, and was currently absorbing the wisp of sword intent. The others were not too happy about that. Because once absorbed, Zhuge Zheng might advance to the Gold Core realm. They were all at the Foundation Establishment realm, but he would soon advance to Golden Core realm. It didn't sit well with them. So, the other four decided to do something to stop him. Jiang Hao didn't care. He had his spirit stones. That's all that mattered to him. But soon, there was bad news. It's not so easy now. Gu Wen sighed. Everyone who enters either doesn't bring many spirit stones or doesn't have enough to begin with. Unless we exchange items or treasures with the ores and spirit herbs, we won't earn much. Or we might need to find more people. What do you all think? Gu Wen asked. Spirit stones or item exchanges are fine. As time goes on, Gold Core realm cultivators will definitely come here. We should avoid them, Dingyu said. We will be targeted for our spirit stones. We should hide. They will mostly give up on Heavenly Steel Mountain in half a year. We still have some time, Zhuge Zheng said. Can't we find seniors from our own sects? Xia Dong asked. I think we can. I'll look for a senior above the Golden Core realm. Do you all agree to that? Asked Gu Wen. Xia Dong was silent. The seniors would be formidably strong. Something might go wrong. Jiang Hao suddenly frowned and looked into the distance. Someone was coming. Something terrifyingly strong. Judging from the fluctuation of spiritual energy, probably something at the peak of the primordial spirit realm. Something stronger than me. Jiang Hao felt uneasy. Wasn't it supposed to be a Gold Core realm cultivator? How did someone in the peak of the primordial spirit realm appear all of a sudden? Jiang Hao was shocked. That was definitely not an ordinary body technique. Even his light and dust technique might be inferior in comparison. It seemed that he still had to comprehend the light and dust technique further if he wanted to have an advantage. As soon as he appeared, his cultivation and technique were suppressed. As expected, there was no place safer than his sect. Chapter 296, Chapter 296. Beat him up for me. Chapter 296. Beat him up for me. Jiang Hao looked at the person warily. The person showed no concern for the people around him and didn't pay any attention to them at all. Although his aura wasn't unleashed fully, it was still too much to bear for those at the Foundation establishment realm. Gu-Wen and the others looked at the newcomer with worry. "Greetings, Senior," Gu-Wen said. "Is there anything we can do for you? Is he looking at the mine?" Jiang Hao noticed that the person had been staring at the mine with obvious desire. Jiang Hao guessed that he might have come for the charm goddess. He used the daily appraisal ability on him. Jiang Hao discovered that although the person was at the peak of the primordial spirit realm, there was something strange about him. Jiang Hao was speechless. As expected, the person was here for the charm goddess. Jiang Hao couldn't understand. Was it really necessary to go this far for a woman? There were many beautiful women in this world, each with different personalities and traits. Why must he fixate on the charm goddess to this extent? Was a charm technique affecting his sanity? Maybe I'll never understand the feeling, Jiang Hao sighed. Firstly, because of the heaven extinction goo poison, he wasn't affected by charm technique. Secondly, he was solely focused on improving his cultivation. He didn't want to get involved in romantic affairs, let alone find a partner. These things would only become a burden in the long run. "Are you mining here?" Shang asked as he glanced at the ores. "Yes. Do you need some ores, Senior?" asked Gu-Wen politely. "We can give them all to you." The others didn't speak. The person seemed to be at the peak of the primordial spirit realm, but his spiritual energy far exceeded that level. No one wanted to offend him. The person had specifically come for the charm goddess. He wouldn't waste time chasing Jiang Hao. "Who entered the mine?" Shang asked. Gu-Wen fell silent. "Me," Jiang Hao said. Shang looked at him. "Did you see anything inside?" "Yes." Jiang Hao nodded. "What did you see?" "A woman," Jiang Hao said truthfully. Gu-Wen and the others were surprised. They didn't know about this. "All right. Stop talking." Shang looked excited. Jiang Hao didn't understand why he was behaving that way. After a while, Shang said, "When do you enter the mine?" "At night," Jiang Hao said. "I'll go in with you tonight," Shang said. After that, he sat down on the ground and waited. His gaze was fixed on the entrance of the cave. Jiang Hao looked at the others. They didn't say anything else. As for the woman Jiang Hao had mentioned, they didn't ask about it further. But they did remember their seniors warning them about entering the mine. Perhaps it was because of this. In the evening, the danger in the mine began to dissipate. Jiang Hao stood at the entrance. "It's safe to enter now," Shang said. Jiang Hao nodded and walked inside. Shang followed him. The others exchanged curious glances and began to retreat. After a while, they gathered together. "What do you all think?" Gu-Wen asked. "Who is the woman?" Murong Qingqing asked. "This powerful cultivator came for her. Could it be that Jiang Hao is also mining because of her?" Xiaodong asked. "My senior sister once said that it's easy to fall into temptation once inside. Have they all fallen for her?" Dingyu was puzzled. "It seems that my senior brother broke through after half a year of mining. It's highly possible that he achieved enlightenment through his state of mind. However, we still don't know who the woman is and how many people will come for her. If we think about it carefully, this place is very dangerous." Gu Wen expressed his concern. Should we leave? Zhuge Jing asked. We should see how the senior handles it. But we might become hostages. Now is the best opportunity to leave, Ding Yu said. Are you all going to leave? Gu Wen asked the others. There was no response. I think it's best to have the freedom to come and go, but let's agree in advance that we won't take anything with us. You're not leaving? Zhuge Jing asked. Of course not. With any luck, I can make a fortune here and return to the sect with plenty of spirit stones. It will be much more convenient, Gu Wen said with a smile. This statement left everyone stunned. They couldn't even refute it. Indeed, in just a month, they had obtained 10,000 spirit stones. What does 10,000 spirit stones a month mean? Even if they continuously perform tasks, it would have taken them so long to collect that many spirit stones. Zhuge Jing also understood that his magical treasures were provided by his family, but spirit stones were always scarce. Even with 5,000 spirit stones per month, they could have everything they ever wanted. I'll stay too, Ding Yu said. He wasn't enticed by the spirit stones but had his own reasons. I'm leaving, Zhuge Jing said. The others understood that Zhuge Jing was about to ascend to the gold core realm. There was no need to take the risk. Murong Qingqing was drawing something with a branch, but it broke. I'll stay too, she said. I'll stay as well, Xiaodong said. Inside the mine, Jiang Hao walked ahead. Senior, have you been here before? I have. Shang nodded. At a three-way intersection, Jiang Hao went left. To the left. Shang frowned. Shouldn't you be mining on the right side? Why should I mine on the right side? Jiang Hao asked. Didn't you see little Mei? Shang didn't understand. Didn't she ask you to mine on the right side? I just came here to mine, Jiang Hao said. It didn't matter where I do the mining. That puzzled Shang. You don't like little Mei? Why should I like her? Jiang Hao asked. Little Mei is so good. There are more beautiful people in this world, and there are people with better personalities. Why should I like her? Jiang Hao asked. Because none of those people like you, Shang said. Jiang Hao was speechless. He didn't understand Shang at all. I came here to take little Mei out of here and keep her by my side forever, Shang said. Senior, have you ever thought that she might go to find other powerful cultivators? Jiang Hao asked. Shang fell silent. After a while, Jiang Hao arrived at the spot and began to mine. In the middle of the night, the familiar fragrance appeared, and Shang became alert. Little Mei appeared out of thin air. She was dressed in robes today. It covered her entire body, which pleased Shang. Little Mei, he called out in surprise. The charm goddess looked at Shang in confusion. It's me. Shang. The charm goddess approached Shang and touched his face. How did you become like this? I didn't even recognize you. Is it really you? The charm goddess grabbed Shang-An's hand and pressed it against her chest. Shang-An blushed. There is someone else here. Oh, he doesn't like me at all. I like him so much, but he doesn't pay attention to me. Shang-An, can you beat him up for me? The charm goddess asked miserably. Chapter 297 Chapter 297 Humble. Chapter 297 Humble. Jiang Hao froze and looked warily at Shang-An. He started to communicate with the golden ring. The other person wouldn't really give him enough time to escape. Why? Shang-An looked a bit hesitant. I feel that this fellow disciple is quite decent. All right. I'll listen to you and spare him, said the charm goddess. Shang-An, why did you come here? Do you miss me? I came to rescue you. This time, I am well prepared and can take you out of here, Shang-An said. But if I go out, I will definitely find other men. Will you be jealous if I do that? I might also fall in love with them, but I will definitely like you more than anyone else, Shang-An, said the charm goddess. So, Maybe you shouldn't rescue me. Just come and visit me whenever you want to. It's hard for me to come here, said Shang, and I will save you, and then you can do whatever you want. I really like you, Shang. The charm goddess hugged Shang, and after we get out of here, I will give birth to a son for you, and then a daughter. If it's not yours, I don't want it. Jiang Hao was speechless. He was surprised by Shang-An's reaction. He didn't listen to the charm goddess and avoided a fight with him. What surprised him was that Shang-An acted so humbly. Did he need to stoop so low? With his cultivation, he could find anyone he wanted. It made Jiang Hao frustrated. He couldn't bear to see Shang-An being treated that way. He sighed and continued to mine. He couldn't get involved in other people's affairs. Later, they left that place and went in different directions. Jiang Hao was happy to have some peace and quiet. He felt the familiar sense of danger and stopped mining. The time passed so quickly that I didn't even notice it. Jiang Hao walked out with the ores. At the fork in the road, he met Shang-An. Shang-An looked overjoyed. Senior. Jiang Hao respectfully greeted him. Just call me Shang-An. Shang-An smiled. I'm Jiang Hao. Then the two walked outside the cave together. When they came out, they noticed that one person was missing. According to Gu Wen, Zhuge Zheng had left to focus on breaking through to the Gold Core realm. How about I join your group? I can help with mining, said Shang-An. I am okay with however you are distributing your gains. Gu Wen was pleasantly surprised. How could that be? Senior, your aura protects us from the nearby riffraff. Your share should be more. What do you all think? The others had no objections, but Jiang Hao was a little unhappy. However, when he saw that Shang-An had brought out more ores than him, he readily agreed. With the charm goddess' help, perhaps he could dig up something valuable. For the next month, they continued mining. At first, the charm goddess didn't appear before them, but she started showing up in the second half of the night. This made Jiang Hao frown. Do you feel neglected? I can accompany you to mine now. Would you like to praise me a little? Clang. The charm goddess head flew off. If Shang-An was present, Jiang Hao couldn't make a move. How dare she come to disturb him again? Jiang Hao continued mining. His gains had been quite good. In the past 3 weeks, he had already obtained 8 blue bubbles. He might have a chance to obtain 2 more blue bubbles. In the early morning, he felt the danger and retreated. At this moment, he saw Shang-An sitting in front of the spirit field. He had come out of the cave early. Senior, why did you come out so early? Jiang Hao asked. When little Mei went to find you, I came out, Shang-An said. Why did you agree to it? Jiang Hao was puzzled. Shang-An fell silent. Do you look down on me? Do you think I'm so infatuated with her that I would agree to anything, no matter how low it might be? No. Jiang Hao shook his head. He didn't want to quarrel with Shang-An. You might not understand. She is the only person in my life who truly cares for me, Shang-An said sadly. My current appearance is not my true self. The real me was very ugly. I was born in a mountainous village. I was bitten by venomous creatures, and my body exuded a foul odor. My appearance was unbearable. Later, I was taken away by the 10,000 Poison Sect, and that was when I began my cultivation path. Jiang Hao was surprised to hear that. Shang-An took a deep breath. Because I was born close to venomous creatures, my cultivation progress was rapid. But my appearance and body had already been corroded by poison, and it was difficult to reverse the effect. Even if I achieved great progress in cultivation, I still looked hideous. I sought other women. They didn't refuse me, but I could see that they were disgusted by me. Even if they concealed it well, I could still sense it. For so many years, I didn't dare to get close to women at all. I was afraid my twisted character would make me harm them. I have this tendency in my character that I don't want to be that person anymore. Then I met little May. She wasn't disgusted by me. She only held curiosity and affection toward me. You can't understand that feeling. It's the feeling of being loved for the first time in this life. I couldn't forget her. I wanted little May to be mine. My desires drive me. I want to be ahead of others and have her forever for myself, even if it means I have to make sacrifices. You might not understand it. Jiang Hao fell silent. He sat down next to Shang, and indeed, I can't understand. I'm wholeheartedly focused on becoming stronger. I don't want to be influenced by such emotions. Shang smiled. Cultivation is also about satisfying one's desires. Every cultivator desires longevity and strength. It's just that my desires are a bit different from theirs. If little May dies, what will you do? Jiang Hao asked. He recalled another Golden Core Realm cultivator who had died to avenge senior sister Yunru. Shang shook his head. Jiang Hao didn't say anything more. He thought that there might definitely be someone who might want to kill the charm goddess. She didn't know how to restrain her desires at all. After that, Jiang Hao began to take care of the spirit herbs. There were more spirit herbs than before. If they could sell all of them, they might earn thousands of spirit stones. He wondered how much profit he would make this month. Boom! Suddenly, there was a rumble from ahead. Soon, Guwen and Dingyu returned. They were returned. What happened? Shang asked. A Gold Core Realm cultivator appeared and tried to take our ores, Guwen said. Soon, the Gold Core Realm cultivator caught up with them. He saw Shang and hesitated. Then, he fled. Shang reached out, and the opponent activated a defensive treasure. In an instant, a powerful defense emerged, and the space started to distort. He wanted to teleport away. Bang! After Shang shattered the defense, the opponent was shaken by the aftermath. He spat out blood and disappeared on the spot. Jiang Hao frowned. Shang had held back. It seemed he didn't want to engage with the other party. Jiang Hao didn't mind. As far as anyone knew, he was only at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. He didn't want to get into trouble. What he cared about was how much profit he would make this time. However, before anyone else could speak, he felt the summons once again. It just wouldn't end. Soon after, he saw a passage. If he responded, he could instantly take the path. Jiang Hao was speechless. Chapter 298 Chapter 298 Will Heavenly Steel Mountain appear here? Chapter 298 Will Heavenly Steel Mountain appear here? At the edge of the blood-tide forest, a man in robes appeared from a spatial vortex. He was coughing up blood and his face was pale. The aftermath of the attack from someone in the peak of the primordial spirit realm had injured him severely. Yi Dong? How could he be here? Bu Haiqing leaned against a tree. He quickly took out a spiritual pill and swallowed it. If he didn't act fast after suffering such a blow, he might be stuck here forever. Bu Haiqing knew well that he would undoubtedly die if Yi Dong found him. He had just advanced to the Golden Core Realm, and he didn't expect to encounter someone in the peak of the primordial spirit realm. Why would he be here? What is he doing here? Is it also for that mine? Does he know what's inside? Bu Haiqing found it hard to believe that. Why would Yi Dong come here alone? At that moment, a ray of light flashed from his waist. Without hesitation, Bu Haiqing activated the jade pendant hanging from his waist. How is it going on your side, junior brother Bu? A voice came from the jade pendant. Bu Haiqing coughed painfully. I should have found the mine. There's the green surging heart or vein inside. Green surging heart or? Then it's probably true. We're almost there. We'll be able to get there in a few days, said the voice from the jade pendant. But there's a problem, said Bu Haiqing weakly. After advancing to the Golden Core Realm, I planned to go there and investigate, but I found Yi Dong there. It seems like he's also interested in that mine. Yi Dong? How did he come here? Did you manage to escape? Said the voice from the jade pendant. By luck, Bu Haiqing said. All right, I'll arrange for someone to assist you. Although dealing with Yi Dong may be troublesome, he's not a concern as long as there are no other primordial spirit realm experts nearby. We need to act quickly to avoid any complications. Yi Dong's sudden appearance in the Foundation establishment region indicates that there's something important drawing him away from Heavenly Steel Mountain. There must be something we don't know, and we need to derast. Sarah Tianyi voice from Tianyi J. Painant. By the way, I heard some rumors before coming in, Bu Haiqing said. They say someone wants to trap Yi Dong in the corpse realm. Now that he's here, he will undoubtedly attract even stronger opponents. That's indeed troublesome. It seems we need to find some more people, but first we should know who's there. Maybe we can gather some information from their side, said the voice from the jade pendant. That's easy, I heard about it before entering the corpse realm. They're selling ores, so we can inquire about the situation, Bu Haiqing said. All right, wait for 2 days and I'll send some people over to join you, the voice from the jade pendant said. The light from the pendant dimmed. Bu Haiqing leaned against the tree and gazed up at the sky as if pondering something. Suddenly, he became excited. I remember when I was scanning the area, I saw someone in the later Foundation establishment realm. Let's see if we can ascertain their origin, and perhaps try to communicate with them. In the place where Yi Dong is, the other weaker cultivators are like prisoners, so we might be able to use them. If not, we'll have to think carefully before taking any action, as we might scare away the snake before catching it. Jiang Hao looked into the distance, where the 3 elements array of the corpse realm seemed to be. If he took a step forward, he would arrive at the summoning location. However, it made him feel like he was walking into a trap. So, he ignored it once again. No matter what it was, he didn't think it would be any good. Even if it was a great opportunity, he couldn't risk it. He had the Hong Meng Heart Sutra for his cultivation technique, the primordial heavenly sword for his magical treasure, along with the 9 golden rings and his divine abilities. He also had sealing techniques like the universe in a palm and the 7-star sealing technique. Moreover, he had a movement technique like the light and dust technique. He knew a total of 3 forms from the 7 forms of Heavenly Blade. He knew how to be stealthy from the Nameless Manual. Jiang Hao didn't lack anything. If he needed something else, he could still obtain it in the future. The Hong Meng Heart Sutra had follow-up techniques, and divine abilities and magical treasures can be added after. It wasn't necessary for him to seek dangerous adventures right now. He was doing fine in the Foundation establishment region. He was becoming stronger and earning spirit stones. One could say that this was his greatest opportunity. Afterward, he stopped thinking and began tending to the spirit herbs. 2 people had left, so he was roughly certain about this month's earnings. In the evening, Xia Dong and Murong Qingqing returned. They sat together to calculate the total earnings. In the end, Jiang Hao received 2,160 spirit stones, which was a bit less compared to what he had gotten before. Mainly because there weren't many buyers. We sold at a very low price, but they still ran out of spirit stones. We need to find more people, Gu Wen said helplessly. Indeed, there aren't many spirit stones in the Foundation establishment region. If many Golden Core Realm cultivators enter the Corpse Realm, it will be easier. If they aren't here to seize the Foundation establishment region's opportunities, we can try to trade with them, Ding Yu said. But why would Golden Core Realm cultivators come here? Murong Qingqing asked. If there's something extraordinary here, it might attract them, Xia Dong said. Something extraordinary? Gu Wen suddenly thought of something. There is one thing extraordinary here. What is it? Jiang Hao asked. Heavenly Steel Mountain, Gu Wen said jokingly. Heavenly Steel Mountain can move, so if it comes to the Blood-Tide Forest, nearby Gold Core Realm cultivators will definitely come here. Then we can easily sell things. Why don't we go up to Heavenly Steel Mountain ourselves? Murong Qingqing asked. We can go there and extract ores at the same time, Dingyu said. Don't daydream. Let's be realistic. I've never heard of Heavenly Steel Mountain appearing at the Blood-Tide Forest, Xiaodong said. They all smiled. It was just a casual remark. Everyone knew it was impossible. Jiang Hao sighed. This was getting troublesome. It was indeed possible to take the ores with them and sell them, but it might attract unnecessary attention. If some seniors asked for the spirit stones to borrow, would they be able to refuse? Jiang Hao realized that mining in the corpse realm was very profitable. He didn't know if he would have the chance to come here again. Take your time. There's no rush, Shang said. If it doesn't work, we can just sell the ores here slowly. Jiang Hao looked at Shang. Yuanshan cultivators should have plenty of spiritual stones. If he could give Shang and Daoist the batch of mines he was allocated, would that work? Is that possible? Sure, Shang said. But we might need to lower the price. Of course, we might not sell them all in the end. I don't have many spirit stones either. Guwen was speechless. He's really easy to talk to. Jiang Hao was also surprised. With the earnings secured, he felt relieved. He could continue mining. After dark, he went inside the mine with Shang. Do you have any knowledge about the dangers here, senior? Jiang Hao asked. Aside from him, there was one person whose speed of advancement was astonishing. That was Lu Xingqian. When he first met Lu Xingqian, he was at the peak of the Golden Core Realm. 6 years later, he was already in the middle stage of the Primordial Spirit Realm. It was simply unbelievable. If he continued to consume souls in this manner, he would probably reach the peak stage of the Primordial Spirit Realm in just a few years. He was truly worthy of being called a true disciple. 25 years old and at the late stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm? The first time I saw you, you were already at that stage. Does that mean you reached the Foundation Establishment Realm a year or two ago? Are you really that talented? Asked Zhuang Yuzhen curiously. Jiang Hao shook his head. It's just because of some opportunities that I encountered. The only way is to voluntarily fall into decline, said Hai Luo with a sneer. If you have poor talent, you work hard and try to strive for success. And for what? Most things aren't changeable. You will remain where you always are. We strive to change our weak and short-lived selves. It's useless. Just submit to the heavens. Jiang Hao looked at him. Senior, have you ever thought that becoming stronger in cultivation might also be a means of hope given by the heaven you talk about? Hai Luo was momentarily stunned. He felt like Jiang Hao was mocking him. Zhuang Yuzhen looked at Jiang Hao. He felt that it wasn't just a coincidence that Jiang Hao was chosen to raise the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. Hai Luo recovered from his shock and glared at Jiang Hao. What a joke! You think a simple sentence can shake my determination? What does someone in the late stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm understand about life? Even if my cultivation has dropped to this level, I can still suppress you with one hand. If you dare, release me and I'll crush you. Jiang Hao just stared at him without a word. That seemed to annoy Hai Luo. Why don't you come to consult with me? Do you look down on me? Do you know who I am? You should understand that I have a noble background and know many powerful individuals. I have connections. And who are you, senior? Jiang Hao asked. I come from the Heavenly River Sea region. I am one of the 12 Heavenly Kings of the Sea region, and I command many powerful individuals. You can either call me Hai Luo or the Heavenly King. I'm fine with both. Trash! Zhuang Yuzhen sneered. You bastard! Try saying that again, shouted Hai Luo. You, a mere primordial spirit realm cultivator, dare to challenge me? Release me, and I'll beat this old bee asterisk starred to death. Ha ha ha, said Zhuang mockingly. Just wait a while. When you reach the Golden Core realm, I'll still be at the early stage of the primordial spirit realm. Just tell me if you can match me in a fight right now. Jiang Hao sighed. He was curious about the 12 heavenly kings. However, he had to prioritize learning about formations for now. Senior, can you be quiet for a while? I need to study formations, Jiang Hao said to Hai Luo. Huh! Hai Luo sneered. Kid, who do you think you are? Do you think you have the authority to ask me to be quiet? Are you even worthy? Jiang Hao was speechless. However, Hai Luo was right. After all, he was one of the 12 heavenly kings of the Heavenly River Sea region, while he was just an inner sect disciple of the Heavenly Note sect. He had no authority. He got up, smiled, and walked to the second cell. He beckoned to Hai Luo. Zhuang Yuzhen's face instantly turned pale. He knew that gesture. Every time Jiang Hao beckoned to him, he would drop a truth bomb. He was curious whether Hai Luo would feel the same. Is this extraordinary genius intentionally avoiding us? An extraordinary genius avoiding us? Yunqi was quite surprised. Isn't Heavenly Steel Mountain said to be the core of all opportunities? How could someone avoid that? I don't know. Maybe something has delayed him, Lan Qian said. They proceeded forward. They didn't stop at the first stone tablet they encountered, nor did they stop at the second. How many stone tablets do you want to see? Lan Qian asked. Yunqi thought for a moment. The sixth one. What do you think about it? Senior sister? It's nothing special. The sixth stone monument doesn't have anything extraordinary. Lan Qian shook her head. In that case, we should go there. Sometimes, the lack of something extraordinary might be the most extraordinary thing, Yunqi said seriously. When they arrived at the sixth stone tablet, they stopped and stood before it. Is this the sixth stone tablet? Yunqi asked, looking at the plain-looking monument. The size and style of the stone tablet were ordinary. However, it didn't dampen Yunqi's interest. As he looked at the stone tablet, he saw an ordinary phrase written on it. Calm your mind and spirit and you will see heaven and earth. Give it a try. They say this stone tablet is relatively easy to comprehend something from, Lan Qian said calmly. Yunqi nodded. He closed his eyes and began to comprehend it. In an instant, he seemed to resonate with the stone tablet. Soon, he saw heaven and earth. He felt as if he were standing within the universe. And then, Yunqi waited for a long time. It might have been a day or a week. He couldn't tell. But that was all. He couldn't get anything more. Truly calm your mind and spirit, and you will see heaven and earth. Finally, he woke up. When he looked at the person beside him, he felt a special aura emanating from them. Then, Lan Qian opened her eyes. Her eyes had some text flowing within them. Senior sister, did you comprehend it too? Yunqi was astonished. Almost. By refining it here for a while, I should be able to fully comprehend its contents, Lan Qian said calmly. How? Yunqi asked curiously. It's a technique, Lan Qian said. Please teach me, senior sister. Teach you? Lan Qian was silent for a while. What do I get in return? What do you want? If there's something you want to learn or if there's someone you don't like, I can help, Yunqi said earnestly. It seemed like he could handle anything. Then let's wait a while. If I need something, I'll let you know, Lan Qian said. No problem. Where do we go now? Yunqi asked. Refine for a few more days, then let's go take a look at 36 heavenly stars. They say that if we get close, we can see some extraordinary things. The more comprehension we have, the faster our cultivation will progress, Lan Qian said. Chapter 300 Capturing the Late Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator. Chapter 300 capturing the late Foundation establishment realm Cultivator. In Blood-Tide Forest, after half a month of recuperation, Bu Haicheng's body had finally healed. He had made rapid progress since coming here 2 months ago. If it weren't for his unfortunate encounter with Yi Dong, he wouldn't be in this situation. At this moment, Bu Haicheng was waiting under a giant tree. Someone should be coming to assist him. Sure enough, a woman approached from a distance, and her divine aura spread out. Bu Haicheng quickly stepped forward to greet her. "Greetings, Shuiyu." The woman was dressed in a blue and white gown. She looked at him icily. It seemed she didn't want to be here. "Is Yi Dong really here?" Shuiyu asked. "Yes, I saw him with my own eyes," Bu Haicheng said. "Have you found out about their situation?" Shuiyu asked. "I can confirm that there are 6 of them. One is Yi Dong, and 4 others are in the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. One is in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. The 4 people are a bit laid back, but there is one person who doesn't venture out. He only goes to the cave to mine at night and takes care of the spirit herbs," said Bu Haicheng. "I still don't know which sect they belong to, but most of the people in the corpse realm come from the northern region. Don't worry about where they come from. The people here have no lack of background and power. It's better not to know so that we don't become overly cautious," Shuiyu said coldly. Bu Haicheng nodded. The people here, regardless of their sect or strength, were formidable. "What should we do now?" Bu Haicheng asked. Shuiyu looked into the distance. "First, we need to figure out Yi Dong's intentions. Among those people, who is the closest to him? It should be the one who goes in to mine in the cave. They always enter the cave together." "Is there any other information about that mine?" Shuiyu asked. "In theory, no one should have discovered that mine. They had deduced that it was related to the Green Surging Heart based on information from many sources. If the mine hadn't appeared, they might still be searching for it. So how did these people know about it?" "I've heard some rumors. Some say that entering that mine can cause people to lose themselves, but the details aren't clear," Bu Haicheng said. "There may be something hidden there that we are unaware of. Find someone who has recently entered the mine and try to lure him out so we can inquire about it," Shuiyu said. Bu Haicheng agreed. There should be no issues in luring that person to them. Dealing with a Foundation establishment realm cultivator wasn't difficult. The main concern was whether the opponent possessed life-saving treasures. They had to be cautious and approach him discreetly before making a move. Another 7 days passed. Jiang realized that he had been in the corpse realm for 2.5 months now. He had accumulated 26 blue bubbles through mining. He felt that the mines of the Heavenly Note sect yielded definitely more than near. After returning, he would have to figure out a way to go to the mines. As for profits, there hadn't been much progress. Currently, he had only 15,000 spirit stones, mostly obtained during the early period. There was still a large portion of the mined ores in the warehouse, and many spirit herbs as well. However, the spirit herbs were difficult to sell, so he could only wait. But could they hold on until the end? Sometimes, when senior brother Shang was not around, he felt like someone was watching him. He didn't know what they were planning. Mining in the cave was going smoothly. As soon as the charm goddess appeared, he drew his saber and sent her away. He then could mine uninterrupted throughout the night. "I'm about to dig up little May's body. Something might happen then, so I must go out and prepare. Friend Jiang, be careful. There are many ores and spirit herbs here." "Someone will undoubtedly be watching," Shang said. Jiang nodded. After that, Shang briefly set up a defensive formation and then went about his own business. Once he left, Jiang looked toward the mine. He frowned. The charm goddess is about to come out of the mine. In truth, he didn't want to encounter her. Her strength far surpassed his own. If she came out of the cave with a body, he might be in danger. Moreover, an existence like hers could easily bring various dangers. It was clear that Shang had no intention of restraining her. He couldn't bet on the hope that she would change her mind. That was simply impossible. The charm goddess had never lied to Shang. She had already made it clear that she might pursue other powerful individuals if she was set free. Should I stop her from escaping? Jiang frowned. Stopping her would mean becoming an enemy of Shang. His strength was formidable, and the difference between their cultivation levels was vast. A direct confrontation might be dangerous. On the other hand, escaping from here was safer. Jiang could conceal his aura and hide by using his technique. It shouldn't be easy for these people to find him. Two figures suddenly appeared in front of the defensive formation. Early stage of the Golden Core Realm, and early stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Jiang was surprised when he looked at them. Another Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator had come to the Foundation Establishment region. What was the reason for so many Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivators gathering here? He remembered the person at the Golden Core Realm. Would you like to talk here or step out for a minute? Buhaiqing politely asked. Anything is fine with me, Jiang said. He wanted to know the intentions of these people. Even if he needed to act, he didn't need to worry much. This wasn't the Heavenly Note sect, and he didn't need to be cautious about fighting here. If it didn't attract the attention of Heavenly Steel Mountain, it should be fine. He didn't know how much killing would attract attention in the corpse realm. In any case, normal fights should be fine. Buhaiqing was ready to persuade him but was taken aback when Jiang agreed readily. It was unexpected. Jiang walked out of the defensive formation. Shall we talk here or take a step further? Let's go further, Buhaiqing said. The situation was proceeding too smoothly, which made him feel uneasy. Once they moved a bit farther, Jiang asked, What do you want to know? We are well aware of Yidong. If you help us, we can help you escape his clutches, Buhaiqing said. At first, Jiang was puzzled, but then he understood. Yidong wasn't a good person, and it seemed that they believed he was being held against his will. Jiang thought for a while. What do you want me to do? What is inside the mine? Shuiyu asked. There are ores and an entity waiting to be resurrected. I don't know the details, Jiang said. Is it a man or a woman? Shuiyu asked again. It's a woman, Jiang said. The news surprised the two, but they couldn't believe Yidong had come here for a woman. It was unlikely that he would come here for just one woman. There must be something special about her. Is she strong? Shuiyu asked. Not very strong. Jiang shook his head. At least, not strong at the moment. Are you also keeping an eye on the mine? Asked Jiang. Some things aren't for you to know. Don't ask, Shuiyu responded coldly. Jiang frowned. I've answered many of your questions. You should answer some of mine too. I can answer them, said Buhaiqing. But if you know too much, it'll be difficult for you to leave. I'll answer your first question. We are keeping an eye on the mine, but not because of the woman. We are after a treasure hidden in the mine. Chapter 301 Chapter 301 Appraisal. Chapter 301 Appraisal. Treasure. Jiang was puzzled. What kind of treasure could be in the mine? He had been inside the cave and hadn't noticed anything special. Yes, it's an object that can give birth to special things, just like the green, surging heart or that you previously sold. It's the product of that treasure. Once you obtain it, you can have anything you desire, Buhaiqing said with a smile. Is that your purpose? Jiang asked. Yes. If you join us, you can also profit from it. Considering your cultivation level, under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for you to cooperate with us. But right now, since you are in the mine, you can work with us. If you possess that treasure, breaking through to the Golden Core realm will be within reach, Bu Haiqing said earnestly. Join you? Jiang Hao frowned. Is it a temporary cooperation, or long-term arrangement? When you achieve merit this time, I will naturally tell you which sect we belong to, Bu Haiqing said with a mysterious smile. By then, you will know that the sect is nothing special to us. Jiang Hao appraised him. He considered whether to stop them. However, he realized that he, an ordinary cultivator, couldn't possibly stop such a powerful force. He needed to find a way to let someone else handle it. Since you are after the treasure, the people coming must be very strong, right? Jiang Hao asked. Far beyond your imagination. In any case, they are not existences you can confront, Bu Haiqing said with a smile. Jiang Hao fell silent. He wondered if he should ask these two people directly about the organization. However, if they attacked him, he might not be able to handle it. He also wouldn't be able to find out what they were planning. If he let them go, he could avoid confrontation. He could catch some of their Foundation establishment realm cultivators later for inquiries. What do you need me to do? Jiang Hao asked. Just follow our orders. When the time comes, we'll tell you what to do, and you shouldn't ask too many questions, Shuiyu said coldly. Jiang Hao nodded. There was no rush. In the myriad stone forest, 3 black-robed men sat under a huge boulder. The leader was lost in thought. Most things are ready. Bu Haiqing has also contacted the person who mines in the cave. It seems there is a woman inside. But is Yi Dong the kind of person who would be swayed by a woman? He probably has his own motives. We can still use this situation to our advantage, a woman next to him said. Can we trust that Foundation establishment realm cultivator? Asked the leader. It's hard to say. Currently, we only know that his name is Jiang Hao. We can't confirm which sect he comes from, but Shuiyu secretly tested his talent with a secret technique. Although the accuracy of the method is not high, she found out that his talent is only average. It's hard to understand how someone with this level of talent could enter the corpse realm at all, especially as a Foundation establishment realm cultivator, another black-robed man said in confusion. Jiang Hao? Asked the leader doubtfully. He wants to join us. We haven't brought it up yet, but based on Bu Haiqing's plan, they only want to use him. Once we are done with him, they will get rid of him. Understood. Then let's proceed according to the plan. The leader stood up and flew into the sky. Their destination was the blood-tide forest. Jiang Hao returned to the spirit field and began tending to the spirit herbs. Now that he knew about those people, his next step was to avoid them. He came here to mine, not for any treasure or organization. So, he would naturally try to avoid danger as much as possible. The issue now was with these spirit herbs. It was a waste to leave them here. They were valuable and could produce a lot of blue and green bubbles. Taking them away was a good idea. At noon, Xiaodong returned to the spirit field. After confirming that only Jiang Hao was present, she breathed a sigh of relief. Disciple Jiang, there's something I want to tell you. Xiaodong hesitated. I'm going to leave. Here are the spirit stones I earned from selling the ores. You can take your share later. According to the rules, I won't be allowed to take any spirit herbs or ores if I leave. I'm sorry, but I can't continue with this arrangement. Did you find any other opportunities? Jiang Hao put away the spirit stones and asked. It wasn't much. He would probably get only 200 to 300 spirit stones as his share. Yes, that's correct. Although I also want to earn more spirit stones, advancing to the golden core realm is more important to me. I hope you can inform the others, Xiaodong said apologetically. She prepared to leave. Wait! Jiang Hao called out to her. Seeing her confusion and vigilance, he quickly took out a spirit herb. I observed that your aura is similar to water, and it seems that this opportunity is related to it. This is a water spirit flower, which can be helpful for your advancement. Your cultivation is solid, but there is a sense of urgency within you. During the advancement, remember to keep a calm and composed mind and proceed step by step. You should be like water which flows naturally and blends with everything. Forcing it will only be counterproductive. That is all I have to say. He handed the spirit herb to her. Xia Dong was momentarily stunned. She didn't know why, but it felt like Jiang Hao was an expert who was giving her valuable advice. Moreover, everything he said was accurate. At this moment, she realized that this person was far more knowledgeable than she had given him credit for. Thank you. After that, Xiaodong quickly left. Jiang Hao felt a bit sad. Yet another person had left their group. He didn't mind the departures of these people. Each one of them was a genius and knew their priorities. They also knew what they were after. Advancing to the Golden Core realm was naturally the most important thing for them right now, and he wouldn't stop them. It was a fair trade. Once they left, they would have to leave everything behind. Parting on good terms would prevent any future enmity. Looking at the spirit herbs, Jiang Hao felt that if people continued to leave, all these spirit herbs could be his. That would mean enormous profit. The only thing was that there wouldn't be anyone who would help him sell them. At this moment, he looked at the cave again, thinking of Lu's P information. The end of all things was looking for something that could destroy all living beings. So, the treasure must be an item of misfortune. Considering the dangers of the mine, Jiang Hao realized that the damage would be irreversible if the organization succeeded. Chapter 302 Chapter 302 The End of All Things. Chapter 302 The End of All Things. Jiang Hao had no way of knowing the plan of the end of all things, but they shouldn't take too long to arrive. They knew that Shang was around, yet they still continued to pursue the mine. That meant that they were at the peak of the primordial spirit realm, or even beyond. People like that would conquer the Foundation establishment region easily, and Jiang Hao couldn't do anything about it. They were the kind of opponent he couldn't face easily. The only way was to prepare an escape route. When everyone returned, he informed them about Xia Dong's departure and distributed the spirit stones. Gu Wen and the others felt a bit disappointed. Leaving meant starting the process of ascending to the Golden Core realm. Now, with Shang guarding them, no one worried about the others advancing and turning against them. However, watching others make progress made them feel anxious. Everyone was capable. It was just a matter of finding the right opportunity. While others could find opportunities, they might not. That was very distressing. The days went on as usual. Gu Wen and the others continued to seek opportunities, and brought back spirit herbs when they encountered them. They also occasionally helped with mining. Shang continued his efforts to find a way to take away the charm goddess. After they left, Jiang Hao also left the area for a while. He needed a safe place to plant his golden rings. He had to place a ring at the blood-tide forest if he ever chose to leave the place. The end of all things sought to destroy everything. If they were successful, the blood-tide forest would be enveloped in danger. Even if he truly was at the primordial spirit realm, he might not be able to escape to safety at that time. His only hope was to use the golden rings. With that, he would only need the span of 3 breaths to leave the area. After finding 2 relatively safe locations, Jiang Hao returned to the mine and began to collect spirit herbs. Since other methods wouldn't work, he had to use his universe in a palm technique to seal the spirit field. But he had to first cut out the spirit field. After a few attempts, he confirmed the quickest way to seal it. As for the ores, he simply stored it in his storage treasure. If he put the spirit herbs in there, they would wither easily. 7 days later, Jiang Hao felt a new summoning, but the direction had changed again. It seems there will be 2 summoning from now on. One just as a warm-up, and the other to take me there directly. Is this the warm-up? That evening, after the danger in the mine had retreated, Jiang Hao once again entered the mine with Shang. Shang made him feel that he wasn't truly at the peak of the primordial spirit realm. He was so humble and down-to-earth that anyone could take advantage of him. The fact that Shang had survived until now was probably because he had a toxic body. Whether he used poison or not as an attack, he could end up killing himself one day. Have you ever thought that more than one person might be watching the mine? Jiang Hao asked. I know that others also want to take little Mei away, but they probably won't be as quick as me. Not everyone can enter the corpse realm, and even if they do, not everyone can take little Mei away. I found her years ago, but I couldn't take her out of here. The mine itself has obstacles, and the corpse realm itself also has restrictions, Shang said. Then, is it possible that someone is watching the mine? Jiang Hao asked again. Might be, but their goal should not conflict with mine. As long as they are not here for little Mei, I can compromise, Shang said. Jiang Hao nodded. That meant he wouldn't offend someone at the peak of the primordial spirit realm. I'll be able to dig out little Mei's body in a few days, and then I'll try to take her away. So, I won't be at odds with anyone, Shang said earnestly. He had already made up his mind. Once he got out, he would hide little Mei and then marry her. After that, they would have their own children, and everything would be fine. Are you planning to take her out of here once you find her body? Jiang Hao was surprised. Yes, I don't know why, but little Mei shouldn't stay here any longer. Jiang Hao could understand. In the past, some people wanted to save little Mei, while others wanted to kill her. Now, she was trapped here, and her situation might have changed. That meant it wouldn't be easy for her to leave. Jiang Hao was relieved. If he didn't go looking for trouble, little Mei would either leave immediately or be trapped in the cave anyway. She wouldn't have the time to trouble him. Jiang Hao looked at Shang sadly. Even if they succeeded, once they were outside, the charm goddess would attract even more suitors. Shang would suffer. Aren't you worried about what will happen if she manages to leave from here? Jiang Hao asked. Worried about what? She has an innate charm, and she doesn't know how to restrain herself. When that happens… Jiang Hao didn't continue his sentence. Shang lowered his head. Little Mei said she likes me the most. Jiang Hao didn't say anything further. He just couldn't understand. After that, they separated, and Jiang Hao continued mining while Shang did the same. Shang, don't mind tonight. Spend more time with me. We'll have to have a baby after I leave. Maybe I can share you with someone else. No. You're only mine. Jiang Hao walked along the passage and ignored them. He felt that Shang might encounter the end of all things. He had no idea what would happen then. The charm goddess had stopped bothering him, which was some consolation. He finally had some peace. Jiang Hao had already been in the corpse realm for 3 months. This time, when no one else was around, Murong Qingqing walked over to him. Friend Jiang, I'm also leaving. She handed him the spirit stones. After storing the items, Jiang Hao asked, Does your cultivation technique have something to do with the earth? It's somewhat related. Murong Qingqing nodded. Jiang Hao took out a spirit herb and handed it to her. If I'm not mistaken, your advancement requires an opportunity related to tree vitality. You should have found a special tree by now. This is the earthwood flower, which can balance spiritual energies. With your solid foundation, if you don't encounter external conflicts, there shouldn't be any problem with advancing to the golden core realm. There's one more thing I need to remind you of. If possible, it's best to move that tree outside the blood-tide forest. I feel like there will be strong dower fluctuations in the forest, which may affect your advancement. That's all. Murong Qingqing was shocked. Not only did he see through her, but he also offered a solution to her problem. Indeed, she was worried that the Holy Spirit Wood's aura would be too overbearing, and it would affect her advancement. However, she didn't know that the earthwood flower could balance it. Move the tree outside the blood-tied forest? What's going to happen here? She felt that something was strange. It felt as though the only person in control of everything was standing before her. She didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she thanked him and left with the earthwood flower. Another one gone, Jiang sighed. Now, only 1/4 of the items remained. But he couldn't sell them. Not long after Murong Qingqing left, he felt a golden core realm cultivator approaching. Bu Haiqing is here? Is the end of all things finally going to make a move? Chapter 303 Chapter 303 Do you think I'm at the Foundation Establishment Realm? Chapter 303 Do you think I'm at the Foundation Establishment Realm? Jiang frowned. A golden core realm cultivator, especially one who had just advanced. Jiang couldn't find more information from him. But that was fine. There would be opportunities. He couldn't be impatient. Patience was key. Friend, we meet again. Bu Haiqing stood outside the formation and smiled. Jiang walked out. The two entered the forest. Jiang didn't detect any signs of aggression from the person, but he remained cautious. Golden core realm cultivators sometimes posed a danger, and he also had to be wary of ambushes. What do you want to ask this time? Jiang asked. Did Yi Dong say anything? Bu Haiqing looked around. He looked wary. No, Jiang said truthfully. Yi Dong was no longer the one talking. It was now Shang. Has he been acting strange lately? Bu Haiqing asked again. He seems to be preparing for something, Jiang said. For what? Jiang shrugged. Our plan is about to begin. It'll probably be the day after tomorrow. When Yi Dong leaves, you inform us. If he doesn't leave, you'll have to find a way to distract him. Shui Yu will then receive you. Your safety will be her responsibility, Bu Haiqing said. Shui Yu is a powerful primordial spirit realm cultivator, so your safety is guaranteed. Jiang lowered his head. Did this mean he was in danger of being taken hostage? Is there a time limit? Yes, it must be before dark, Bu Haiqing said. Sure enough, they were here for whatever was in the mine that emanated a terrifying aura. But how were they planning to get in? How do I contact you? Asked Jiang Use this. Bu Haiqing tossed him a jade pendant. After a simple inspection, Jiang knew that it was used for positioning. Bu Haiqing then prepared to leave. Jiang appraised him once again. He didn't receive any warnings, but in 2 days, he would be deemed worthless, and they would get rid of him. The end of all things wouldn't take him. Jiang was speechless. His talent wasn't that bad, but the end of all things who accepted just about anybody thought he wasn't worthy. Was it because their ideologies were different? The next day, when everyone was present, Jiang said to them, Tomorrow, someone will start attacking the mine. It's best to leave blood-tied forest entirely if you're planning to leave. Someone is going to attack the mine? Dingyu looked puzzled. Why? Because of Little Mei? Shang asked. No. Jiang shook his head. Their goal should be the source of danger which always emanates in the day. Once you leave, they will act. My plan is the night after tomorrow, 1 day later than them. Looks like I have to speed up. Shang frowned. What about those things? Guwen looked at the nearby ore and spirit herbs. Divide them equally, Shang said. Jiang sighed. It was time to part ways. Having a group of people with a designated task for finding spirit herbs, selling them, and mining had been fun. The division of profit had been reasonable, too. Everyone had done their bit sincerely. Guwen and the others felt a bit regretful. But they didn't question Jiang words. They had met Xia Dong recently. She had advanced to the early stage of Golden Core Realm successfully. She had told them that Jiang was far more than what he appeared to be. She had also told them that it would be better to listen to Jiang Hao's advice if he gave them any. Everyone had felt shocked at that. How about this, Shang? You can put away the items first, and when everything settles down, we can continue, Guwen said. I have no objections, Dingyu said. It won't work. Shang shook his head. I'm going to try to leave in the next few days. If I fail, I'll probably die here. So, if you want to continue after that, you'll have to find someone else to guard the items. How about entrusting it to Jiang Hao? Guwen asked. Jiang Hao didn't respond immediately. He was thinking about his future plans. The influence of the end of all things was considerable, but there were still several months left for the follow-up. Continuing with this same group of people seemed rational. He might not find another group as reasonable as this. All right, then tomorrow I will store the items and guard them, Jiang Hao said. What about the spirit herbs? Dingyu asked. I can take them too, Jiang Hao said. It's best for Shang to receive his share tonight. Shang chose to withdraw, so according to the rules, he could still take a share of the items. Of course, Shang's cultivation was higher than theirs, so he could choose to ignore the rules. Shang didn't refuse their plan. He didn't want to create resentment among anyone. Besides, he needed the spirit stones. The next morning, when Shang came out of the cave, he saw that the spirit field and ores in the warehouse had disappeared. He didn't take the spirit herbs since he couldn't carry them, so he received more ores. Have the others already left? Shang asked. Yeah, Jiang Hao said. What are your plans, senior? Last night, Jiang Hao hadn't minded and had looked around instead. He noticed a lot more spirit beasts in the vicinity. It was probably related to the end of all things. I'm about to find it. It's only a matter of time. When the time comes, I'll take Little May out of this place, Shang said. Jiang Hao was silent for a moment. Do you think you'll succeed? The success rate of one person making it out is high, but we're two people, Shang said with a smile. But we have to try. This is the best plan I can think of. Is it even worth it? Jiang Hao didn't ask that aloud. In the afternoon, when you leave, they are planning to make a move in the evening, said Jiang Hao. He couldn't participate here as someone in the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, so he would stay away from this area. Thank you, Shang said gratefully. At noon, Jiang Hao felt many spirit beasts approaching. He also sensed a spiritual energy fluctuation far beyond the primordial spirit realm. Choosing to leave was indeed the correct decision. That noon, Shang took his leave. Jiang Hao made up his mind and went to an area with normal fluctuations in spiritual energy. Once there, he activated the jade pendant. Soon, he felt an aura of the primordial spirit realm. It was Shuiyu. She wore white robes. Has Yidong left? Yes. Jiang Hao nodded. Did he say anything? Shuiyu asked. He took everything with him, so he might be aware of something, Jiang Hao said. Has your plan started? I notice there are spirit beasts around. Are they part of your plan? Don't you think you ask too many questions? Shuiyu sneered. Have you not considered that, as a late Foundation establishment realm cultivator, you have no right to ask so many questions? I feel like you have no sense of fear. Jiang Hao saw the jade pendant on her light up briefly, as if something had been transmitted. He then felt fluctuations in spiritual energy around him. It seemed like it had begun. Did the other senior send a message? Can you answer some questions for me if you're free? Do you think I'm at the Foundation establishment realm? Shuiyu scowled, and her primordial spirit aura spread out. At this moment, she stared at Jiang Hao with cold indifference. Haven't you realized? You are no longer of any use to us. Chapter 304. I haven't it done anything wrong. Why do you treat me this way? Chapter 304. I haven't it done anything wrong. Why do you treat me this way? No longer of use. Jiang Hao already knew that. However, he had helped them out so much and given them too much information. It was only right that he should get something in return. Since you know now, don't resist. I'll give you a quick death, said Shuiyu as her aura expanded. At such a close distance, even if you have life-saving treasures, it won't be enough. That's true. Even with life-saving treasures, it won't be enough. Jiang Hao nodded. Just as I thought, Shuiyu was about to attack when she saw a flash of moonlight. The blade's radiance rushed at her like thunder. This sudden change didn't make her panic. She knew that the person in front of her wasn't as simple as he made himself out to be. How could someone at the Foundation establishment realm be so calm when facing someone at the primordial spirit realm? She had figured out that he must have some plan, especially since he was close to Yidong and frequently went into the cave with him. Fortunately, she was prepared. She could escape if she could block the attack. With the powerful treasures she had, she could even survive an attack from someone in the primordial spirit realm. She had made preparations on the way here. However, in the instant her protective measures were activated, she felt an inexplicable heaviness, as if something enormous was pressing down on her. Bang! Her life-saving treasure shattered. The blade slashed across her neck. Blood gushed out. Intense pain spread throughout her body. The overwhelming pressure was like 10,000 mountains pressing down on her. For a moment, her aura collapsed, and her legs trembled uncontrollably. Bang! She melt under the terrifying pressure. She looked up to see an indifferent man. He held a silver-white long saber, with an imposing and powerful aura. A purple light followed him like a shadow. Late stage of the primordial spirit realm? Shuiyu was wide-eyed in shock. How could this be? She had assumed the person would have some treasures on him for protection, but she had never expected him to turn out to be such a powerful cultivator. Why would someone at the primordial spirit realm pretend to be at the Foundation establishment realm? Jiang Hao slowly approached Shuiyu. Senior, can you answer some questions for me now? Who are you? Fear and shock filled Shuiyu. Jiang Hao reached out and took her jade pendant. What is the cultivation realm of the strongest person from the end of all things? You know about the end of all things? Shuiyu couldn't believe it. Can you answer me? Jiang Hao said coldly. Shuiyu clutched at her bleeding neck. It's useless. He is in the soul ascension realm. You aren't his match. What is in the mine exactly? Jiang Hao asked. Shuiyu looked fanatical. Extremely dangerous creatures that can devour all things. Once released, you won't be able to escape. How dangerous? Are they as dangerous as the heavenly fate misfortune pearl? Jiang Hao asked. The heavenly fate misfortune pearl? Shuiyu was stunned. What do you mean? Jiang Hao sighed with relief. Seems like it's not as dangerous as that. What do you mean? Are you not afraid of the heavenly fate misfortune pearl? Do you know where it is? Is the pearl on you? Shuiyu was horrified. How did she even guess that? Jiang Hao was puzzled. Can you tell me about your plan? I can tell you, but you have to tell me about the heavenly fate misfortune pearl in return, Shuiyu said firmly. Okay. Jiang Hao nodded. The danger in the mine is the Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl. It can devour all things, and once it's unleashed, everything around it will be destroyed, said Shuiyu. Jiang Hao was somewhat skeptical. Even heavenly fate misfortune pearl wasn't that destructive. Go on, Jiang Hao said. We plan to use countless spirit beasts to let it absorb their energy. Once it reaches a certain level of fullness, the creature will appear. At that time we will break the seal ourselves, said Shuiyu. Jiang Hao frowned. Could it be that easy? Jiang Hao appraised her. at the early stage of the primordial spirit realm. A loyal member of the end of all things. She is worried that the sudden appearance of a strong primordial spirit realm cultivator might affect their plan, so she is deliberately exaggerating the situation to scare you away. At the same time, she is preparing to use her life to send a message that the heavenly fate misfortune pearl is related to you. Jiang Hao sighed. He couldn't understand why a genius like her would be in league with an organization like the End of All Things. Are you just trying to scare me away so that you can send a message to your accomplices that the heavenly fate misfortune pearl is related to me? Jiang Hao asked. He could perceive any subtle movement. The nameless manual had greatly enhanced his observation abilities, far beyond ordinary cultivators. Someone in the early stage of the primordial spirit realm couldn't really deceive him. Shui Yu's face filled with terror. She couldn't understand how Jiang Hao had seen through her. Then, she felt the heaviness of 10,000 mountains pressing down on her. She felt her body breaking apart. She was going to die. At that moment, it seemed as if her entire life flashed before her eyes. She felt resentful. "I don't want to die," she said with difficulty. "I have never done anything wrong. Why do you treat me this way? I have only suffered humiliation and harassment. I endured it all. And now I want revenge on everyone because no one ever stood up for me. Why do you want to kill me? Why?" "Because you also wanted to kill me." Shui Yu froze. She eventually fell silent. Jiang Hao sighed as he looked at her. It seemed that most of the members of the End of All Things had a troubled past. Jiang Hao stabbed her twice more to make sure she was dead. He then buried her out of kindness. Rest in peace. Being harassed and beaten up in a sect was common, especially if it was a demonic sect. However, it was unlikely for a genius like her to be treated that way. Lin Ji was constantly beaten up because he didn't have talent, but he was lucky to have the spirit beast guide him. Despite his situation, he never lost hope. However, it was possible that someone that downtrodden would eventually be recruited by the End of All Things. Someone like Lin Ji, who wouldn't ever cause any trouble for anyone normally, would turn out to be dangerous if recruited by the End of All Things. An angry roar came from afar. Jiang Hao looked in the direction of the noise. The members of the End of All Things were on the move. Even if Shui Yu was exaggerating a bit, their plans still might be destructive. "I need to leave." He activated his ability and disappeared from the spot. At this time, outside the blood-tied forest, Murong Qingqing carried her tree and hurried out of the Foundation establishment region. "I actually did it. I hope I won't be laughed at for being a fool." Chapter 305 Chapter 305 Last Wishes. Chapter 305 Last Wishes. Murong Qingqing looked at the quiet blood-tied forest and couldn't help but feel that her choice might have been wrong. However, Xia Dong had reminded her before that Jiang Hao might not be an ordinary person. Why worry about the blood-tied forest? After all, this is only the Foundation establishment region. How big of a storm can it create? Murong Qingqing looked for a safe place to attempt her breakthrough. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to keep a distance from the area. Since she would be mocked anyway, she might as well stay further away. If there really was a problem, she would be prepared to deal with it. If nothing was amiss, she could just wait patiently. After all, advancing to the next realm would take some time. As Jiang Hao hurried along the road, he checked Shui Yu's storage treasure. 767 spirit stones, a few remaining pills, not a single magic treasure, and some talismans, but all of them are cheap. This doesn't look like the storage treasure of someone in the primordial spirit realm. Was she this poor? Jiang Hao thought of Shui Yu's past. She must have led a really difficult life. Then, he found a book. It was a book without a title. As he opened it, Jiang Hao's brows furrowed. Yi Luo, A true disciple of the Heavenly Feather Sect framed me when I was still in the lifeblood refinement realm. He made me lose my virginity and humiliated me. When I have enough power, I will throw him to the beggars and humiliate him to death. Mo Tian, a true disciple of the Heavenly Feather Sect. When I was still in the Foundation establishment realm, he robbed my magic treasures, snatched my spirit stones, and violated my body. When I informed the sect, his senior threatened me. I won't give in. I will kill them all one day. Jiang Hao looked at the names and crimes committed by each person. Each word carried hatred and resentment. Some names were crossed out. 2 names stood out. Jiang Hao sighed. He realized that to walk the path of immortality, one truly had to endure immense hardship. At this moment, he saw a black light flash across the book. It gathered and did not disperse. He closed the book. He didn't throw it away. He now had 20,000 spirit stones. If everything went smoothly, he could probably have more than 30,000 spirit stones when he finally left this place. It was unbelievable that he was going to become very wealthy. He needed to think about how to spend all that money. The awakening of the spirit beast's bloodline would take about 20,000 spirit stones, and the peach tree would take another 20,000. Huh? I'll have nothing left. Jiang Hao stopped in his tracks. He felt dejected. The spirit beast might give him a golden bubble, but what if it only gave him a purple bubble? He would give up on the spirit beast now and focus on the peach tree instead. As for the remaining spirit stones, he considered whether to use them to plant more spirit herbs from Lian Daoji or not. It might yield some blue bubbles. Boom! A loud rumble came from afar. I wonder how Senior Shang will fare in the end. Jiang Hao quickly left. He didn't want to get involved in this kind of situation. Even if there were treasures, he would stay away. Shang was a good person, and if he could help, Jiang Hao would naturally do so. But he couldn't do that right now. The opponent was beyond the primordial spirit realm. This was far beyond his capabilities, and he didn't want to save the charm goddess. At this moment, 3 figures in black robes stood outside the cave. The leader of the black-robed figures took off his robe. He looked at the cave and gave a command. Countless spirit beasts rushed into the cave. After they entered, their flesh and blood were sucked away, leaving only bones behind. At this moment, the cave emitted a red glow with greenish streaks in places. After obtaining this treasure, I heard that you will truly enter the end of all things, said a woman beside him. Yes. The man nodded. Fellow disciple Dongfang, will you stay in the Heavenly Note sect after that or head out? Asked another person. I'll decide when the time comes, Dongfang Ji said calmly. I don't know if I'll succeed or not. What about Shuiyu? She went to look for that person in the Foundation establishment realm, but she hasn't come back yet. I tried contacting her, but it's like she vanished without a trace. I suspect she fell into Yi Dong's trap. I don't think she'll be coming back. The woman in the black robe sighed. Did she talk about any last wishes before she left? Dongfang Ji asked. Yes, but everyone knows about her wishes, and no one can help her fulfill them, said the woman in the black robe helplessly. Her final wish was to kill Yi Luo and Mo Tian of the Heavenly Feather Sect. Have they entered the corpse realm? Dongfang Ji asked. Yes. The black-robed man nodded. Good. Once I get what I need, I'll help her fulfill her wish, Dongfang Ji said calmly. Then they waited. After some time, the roar grew louder, and the cave expanded bit by bit under the impact of countless spirit beasts. At this moment, the entire cave was covered in red light. It looked as though it would erupt at any time. Is it almost time? Dongfang Ji asked. In their eyes, the mining cave was like a red blood-filled sack that waited to be broken open. Dongfang Ji took out a Vajra staff. As soon as the magic treasure appeared, the surrounding air exuded immense pressure. It should be time soon enough, the black-robed man said solemnly. As he spoke, a green light appeared inside. The time is now. Dongfang Ji took a step forward, and his primordial spirit expanded and suppressed everything around him. Moreover, the Vajra staff in his hand emitted a brilliant light. Then he threw it. Boom! The moment the staff struck the mining cave, a terrifying force swept in all directions and spread throughout the blood-tide forest. Storms arose, and the force left Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators unable to move. You guys wait outside to prevent anyone from entering. There should be guards inside. I'll kill them and take that thing out. Be ready to seal it, Dongfang Ji said as he walked in. His speed was astonishing. He was the first to enter the mining cave. At this point, the mining cave had already created an outlet, so he wouldn't be affected. This state could be maintained for 3 days. If he couldn't get that thing within 3 days, the plan would be considered a failure. Murong Qingqing, who had already moved far away from the blood-tide forest, was still worried about running into someone. Firstly, she was afraid of losing opportunities. Secondly, she was afraid of being ridiculed by her fellow sect members. So, she remained very cautious all the way. When she found a relatively good place, she looked into the distance. She could still clearly see the blood-tide forest, which was still quiet. I should stop worrying. Murong Qingqing laughed at herself. After that, she began to cultivate to advance to the next realm. However, just as she was about to look away, a golden light shot up to the sky, followed by a burst of blood-red light. Boom! In an instant, the entire blood-tide forest was covered by the explosion. A powerful aura swept in all directions. Even though Murong Qingqing was far away from the forest, she still felt the impact. She was stunned. If she was still in the blood-tide forest right now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Is his prediction coming true? Chapter 306 Chapter 306 Unearthing the Charm Goddess. Chapter 306 Unearthing the Charm Goddess. Not only Murong Qingqing witnessed the eruption of the powerful force in the blood-tide forest. Gu Wen and Ding Yu, who had already run to the edge, also felt the aftermath of its pressure. If they were inside the forest, there would be no possibility of escaping. Fortunately, they had already used all means to start their escape early in the morning before dawn. Especially with the help of a senior, they managed to save a lot of time. Otherwise, it would have taken much longer to flee from the blood-tide forest. I can't understand what they are fighting about. Gu Wen shook his head and sighed. Forget about it. Let's hurry and escape. After all, it's not something cultivators like us can get involved in, Ding Yu said anxiously. Though they were geniuses, others were not inferior to them either. Competing with cultivators at higher levels was like walking down a dead end. The best approach was to stay away. As time passed, more people would undoubtedly enter the area, and the situation would become increasingly serious. It was simply not something cultivators in the Foundation Establishment realm could handle. Do you think Jiang Hao might be in danger? Gu Wen suddenly asked. It's hard to say, but he brought the news here, so he might have been prepared. Ding Yu furrowed his brows. I'm just worried we won't be able to find Jiang Hao, he said. It's simple. Didn't they say he came here to mine? We can search where there are mines or spread a message saying there's a good mine somewhere. Jiang Hao will come on his own. Gu Wen smiled. Ding Yu chuckled. But what if Jiang Hao wasn't here for mining? They could think about that later. Right now, the most important thing was to escape. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao stood in the blood-tide forest. He had already fled quite a distance, but he could still keenly feel the aura of blood. It contained a terrifying force that seemed capable of devouring all life force. As expected, I must avoid the place for a while. Jiang Hao quickly retreated. He had left 3 golden rings in different locations. one near the mine and the other two outside the blood-tide forest. This way, he had enough time to consider whether to intervene or not. If it was within his capabilities, he would give it a try, but if it exceeded his limits, he would have to stay far away. Afterward, he began to move away from the blood-tide forest. He searched for a high point where he could see the location of the mine and understand the situation. Whether it was the end of all things or Shang, they both piqued his interest. He wanted to see the outcome of this fight. As Dongfang Ji entered the mine, the two figures outside kept a close watch. Their responsibility was to prevent anyone else from entering the mine. They had to be prepared to seal the mine if necessary. If whatever was inside couldn't be sealed, it would be deadly for them. Boom! A powerful surge of energy erupted from the mine and caused the surrounding area to collapse. The blood aura spread as if something was struggling inside. The two figures in black robes could clearly feel that something was about to emerge. It seems like this is the place, and the success rate should be high, the man in the black robe said. Quick! Set up the seal, the woman in the black robe said. They suddenly felt a gust of wind around them. They quickly realized that something was amiss. Who's there? They searched the surroundings and soon spotted a figure at the entrance of the mine. It was a man dressed in white. Yi Dong? They exclaimed. They had been on guard against Yi Dong, but they couldn't sense his presence at all. Had he become this strong? They knew quite a bit about Yi Dong, and he shouldn't be this strong. Could he be concealing his true strength? But they couldn't get an answer. At this moment, Yi Dong didn't even look back as he entered the mine. The two black-robed individuals couldn't stop him, and they didn't dare to enter the mine recklessly, as it might disrupt their plan. I hope he's not here for Dongfang Ji. Otherwise, the man in the black robe sighed. Otherwise, it would be considered negligence on their part. Shang paid no attention to anything else. He could sense that a powerful alchemy master was currently working deep inside. Although he didn't know who he had to deal with, he didn't care. Shang, why did you come here? The mine is dangerous now. I feel that something terrifying inside wants to break free. Besides, it seems that I'm being watched, and it's not easy to leave. You should leave and come back when things calm down, said the charm goddess. No, time waits for no one. These 2 days are the best chance to leave. If we miss it, you won't be able to escape from here. Don't worry, I can handle it. Shang took out a mining pickaxe and began to mine. Why aren't you listening to me? The charm goddess pouted in annoyance. If you save me, I'll find other men. Still, Shang didn't stop. You've been imprisoned here for too long and you must want to leave. I just want to get you out of here. Shang, would you treat other women the same way? The charm goddess asked. No, Shang said. I like you the most, said the charm goddess with a smile. This made Shang work even harder at mining. Boom! There was an explosion somewhere, but Shang ignored it. Late at night, Shang had dug open a space. The place where the charm goddess was trapped couldn't be broken open with brute force, so he had to dig bit by bit. Now, he had finally reached it. He could finally get her out of there. As time passed, the exit here would also be blocked, which was why he had to dig twice. The space was like a small room with no other exit. At the center of the room, there was a stone coffin covered with various seals. Little May, I've finally found you, Shang said in astonishment. Then open it, said the charm goddess with a smile. Without hesitation, Shang opened the stone coffin. Inside was an incredibly beautiful woman, dressed in thin gauze. She was half hidden and half exposed. Her body was full of ethereal allure. Anyone would lose their self-control if they took one glance at her. At this moment, the charm goddess entered the stone coffin and lay down. The spirit blended with her body. Then she opened her eyes and tugged at her clothes. Is my skin exposed? Yes. Shang nodded. He then took out some clothes from his bag. Here. I brought you some clothes. The charm goddess smiled. Shang, I really like you. She took the clothes and found them to be extremely beautiful and comfortable. The robe covered her modestly but still accentuated her figure. Now I have to let my main body count. Only then will I have the strength to take you out of here, Shang said solemnly. This was just the beginning. The real struggle was yet to come. Main body. The charm goddess paused. Then she smiled radiantly. Then do it quickly. Let's make a baby first. We can leave tomorrow. Saying this, she gently put down the gauze. Shang was moved. At this moment, Yi Dong's body slowly split open, revealing a tall but ugly man. He felt unworthy when he looked at the beautiful charm goddess. However, the charm goddess showed no qualms. She was delighted to see him. She embraced him. Shang, let me feel your warmth. Tonight, no matter what you say, you must get me pregnant. I like you. Shang let out a sigh of relief. Right now, we must leave from here. Don't you like me anymore? Are you repelled by me? Asked the charm goddess. Shang was speechless. Chapter 307 Chapter 307 The God of War. Chapter 307 The God of War. Dongfang Ji was in a fierce battle with a blood guard, and their powers kept destroying the mine. The closer they got to the inner part, the stronger the blood guard became. Dongfang Ji could easily suppress him in the beginning, but as time passed, he realized that it wasn't as easy as he thought. From the beginning of their fight, through alternating day and night, and into the break of dawn, he felt exhaustion setting in. Continuing like this would make success difficult. There were still 2 days left. In these 2 days, he had to reach the center of the mine and get the object. It's not that easy. With my current cultivation, it may not be enough. But I can't worry about that now. At this moment, Dongfang Ji repelled the blood guard and summoned the Vajra staff. A powerful aura instantly spread out and locked onto the target. He threw it with force. Boom! The terrifying attack swept in all directions. Dongfang Ji charged in. He intended to bring out the item with the force of a thunderbolt. In the stone coffin, the charm goddess licked her lips and looked satisfied. Throughout the night, she experienced unprecedented pleasure. I'm happiest with you, Shang, she said as she held on to the man next to her. Both my body and soul are satisfied. Is this what love feels like? I want to surrender to you. Boom! The powerful waves of energy shook the stone coffin. At this moment, Shang came to his senses. He needed to take the charm goddess away. He got up. Little May, I'll take you out of here now. We can't leave, the charm goddess said helplessly. We can leave. I've planned everything. There's no problem, Shang said earnestly. The charm goddess smiled. Then I'll follow you, Shang, wherever you go. I'll go too. Shang nodded and closed the stone coffin. He then used his spiritual power to lift it up and began to leave. As he carried the stone coffin out of the small room, the entire mine seemed to come to a standstill. Then, countless forces surged toward them. Whoosh! A powerful force rushed towards Shang and attempted to strike him down. This force was in the early stage of the Soul Ascension realm. Shang-An's displayed cultivation was only at the peak of the primordial spirit realm. The overwhelming aura was enough to suppress the primordial spirit. Boom! The charm goddess was worried, but to her surprise, Shang raised his hand casually and blocked the attack. Immediately, blood guards appeared, and Shang-An's face darkened. Shang carried the coffin and began to leave. At this time, the blood guards surged and besieged Shang, while more powerful forces surrounded them from all sides. It's useless. Today, I'm no longer the person I was yesterday. Boom! Shang clashed with the blood guards. They exploded on impact. His cultivation rapidly ascended. It advanced to the early stage of Soul Ascension Realm, then kept rising until it reached the peak of Return to Void Realm. The Charm Goddess looked in shock at Shang, whose cultivation was still rising. At this time, the blood guards also grew stronger and caused the entire mine to shake violently. Boom! In an instant, a powerful force erupted and the mine exploded. However, the next minute, the mine was restored once again. The forces of destruction intertwined and collided. It broke the ground and the walls as though many beasts were in a stampede. Boom! Boom! The entire blood-tide forest began to shake. Shang took a step forward. His power was incredibly vast, and it constantly suppressed the surrounding energy. The Charm Goddess stared at the person before her in astonishment. Shang, when did you become so strong? It's only been a few years since I last saw you. Shang's strength far exceeded her imagination. At this moment, he stood there and emitted endless brilliance. He looked like the god of war. In his presence, the Charm Goddess felt unworthy. At this moment, Dongfang Ji, who was deep inside the mine, sensed the terrifying power. He turned to look. His eyes were filled with fear. What kind of formidable expert is this? If someone like that comes here, I won't have any means to fight. Life and death would be decided in an instant. Fortunately, the powerful person did not come his way. Moreover, most of the forces in the mine seemed to be heading in that direction, which allowed him to continue forward. He encountered no obstacles on his way. If that powerful individual showed no interest in this place, then Dongfang Ji could take out the item he was looking for. The only concern was whether he could seal it afterward. Outside, the horrifying power shattered everything. Two figures in black robes were filled with terror. They quickly retreated. When the mine exploded, they narrowly escaped death. What happened inside? Why is there such a powerful force? I don't know. Isn't this far beyond the Soul Ascension Realm? It shattered the mine. Both of them were terrified and quickly withdrew from the place. The surrounding land began to collapse. The power clashes affected the entire blood-tide forest and caused numerous Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators to flee. The whole forest was on the verge of collapse. Jiang stood outside the blood-tide forest. He felt the fluctuation in the spiritual energy and was shocked. This was beyond the Soul Ascension Realm. This level of power reminded him of the battle in the Heavenly Note Sect's mine before. It was incredibly terrifying. At that time, he was just at the Golden Core Realm. He was now in the Primordial Spirit Realm, and still, he couldn't face such a power. It was best to stay away. Entering the mine now would be akin to courting death. Fortunately, he escaped quickly. Boom! Suddenly, thunderous sounds came from the sky. Jiang looked up and found that the human Yuan array seemed to have reacted to the power fluctuation. I don't know how the human Yuan will react further. Meanwhile, Xiaodong, Guwen, and Ding Yu saw the current situation in the blood-tide forest. They trembled. What level of power was this? Even a bunch of primordial spirit realm cultivators couldn't achieve such a thing. Fortunately, they had escaped, or else. It was terrifying even to think about it. Shang stepped out with big strides, and the surrounding blood guards exploded. He protected the stone coffin and continued to move out. He used his teleportation technique, which allowed him to move faster. At this time, the blood guards tried to stop him, but they couldn't. However, they kept reassembling and becoming stronger. They made it increasingly difficult for Shang to take each step. As time passed, the power within the mine was released, and the suppressive force became stronger. The attacks became more ferocious. While Shang battled the blood guards, a blazing red light rushed from deep within the mine. When he sensed it, the red light was already upon him. In the next moment, it pierced through his body. For a moment, Shang stepped back. Blood gushed out of him, but he continued forward. He resisted with all his might. But soon, the red light attacked from all directions again. It pierced through the blood guards and through Shang. Wisps of red lights pierced through Shang. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The circulation of his power paused. The blood guards closed in. If they got near him, Shang would undoubtedly be killed. At this moment, Shang gritted his teeth and unleashed his power once again. How could he fall here? He had just begun. I won't be defeated. Absolutely not. I've prepared for this day for so many years. I cultivated tirelessly and prepared myself. My cultivation and my techniques have all undergone countless tests. I'm fully prepared. How could I be defeated here? Today, I will take little May away, and no one can stop me. At this moment, flames appeared on Shang-An's body, and his power erupted once again. However, his injuries became increasingly severe. It seemed he might collapse at any moment. The charm goddess looked at Shang-An, who was covered in blood. She wanted to tell him to give up, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. She felt that she would be disrespecting years of his efforts if he told him to let go. But if this continued, Shang-An might die. Chapter 308 Chapter 308 The Fallen Shang-An. Chapter 308 The Fallen Shang-An. Time passed very slowly. At least in Shang-An's eyes, the passage of time felt like the slowest moment of his life. He needed to save little May and deflect the blood guards. He needed to protect the coffin. He had envisioned many scenarios and prepared for everything. His cultivation had been low, so he had worked diligently to improve it. He had advanced from primordial spirit realm to soul ascension realm and then to return to void realm in the shortest time possible. He specialized in techniques and increased his power greatly. He had also comprehended formations to shake the human Yuan array. He had done all this with one purpose in mind, to get little May out. If everything went smoothly, he could still achieve that goal. However, time felt too slow. He had been walking for so long, yet he still hadn't managed to leave the mine. But how could he give up? Nothing could crush his determination, and no one could surpass him. As he watched the surroundings slow down and the blood guards attack relentlessly, Shang-An roared in anger. His lifeblood started to surge, and a mighty power burst forth. It shook everything around. His strength surpassed the limits of his cultivation realm. It seemed as if he wanted to burn out the last trace of his life force. Looking at the man before her, who was sacrificing everything for her sake, little May was stunned. She hesitantly reached out to stop him. Don't! She realized that Shang-An's feelings for her went far beyond her imagination. She had never expected it to be like this. Just as she spoke, a roar resounded. Everything around them collapsed into nothingness. A powerful force shook the entire mine and suppressed the mine's pressure on the stone coffin. At that moment, little May felt a fleeting sense of freedom. When she looked at Shang-An again, she felt like a person in darkness seeing a guiding light. The road to freedom was just ahead of her. She saw Shang-An turn around to look at her. He smiled softly. "Little May, I will get you out of here," he said softly. At that moment, tears welled up in little May's eyes and streamed down her face. Boom! The mine started to counterattack again, and this time, the power surpassed even Shang-An's. However, Shang-An continued to use the teleportation technique to escape from the mine. The surroundings kept changing as he approached the mine's exit. Wisps of red light pierced through Shang-An, but he paid no attention to them. He would be out soon if he could hold on a little longer. As long as he got out of the mine, little May would finally be free. Nobody could stop him. Not now. In this place, he was invincible. Although he was on the verge of collapse, Shang-An didn't fall. He endured the attacks and the pain and managed to reach the entrance of the mine. As she felt her spirit begin to fade away, she felt freedom. Freedom was just one step away from her. Outside the mine, the two figures in black robes who had been waiting for 2 days dared not get near it. The dower emanating from the mine made them fearful. What kind of terrifying existence was this? They had no idea. This level of power far exceeded their expectations. The battle gradually subsided. They felt anxious. "What happened?" asked the black-robed woman. "I don't know, but the mine is intact." "I'm not sure what happened." The two of them were still exchanging thoughts when they suddenly felt someone coming out of the mine. They quickly concealed their presence and suppressed their aura. They were afraid of being detected. However, after waiting for a while, they sensed that the person's aura was extremely weak, as if he was on his last breath. The two of them were astonished but still didn't dare to approach the mine. The man turned to look at them and collapsed with a loud thud. "Who is he? And what's in the coffin?" The two were puzzled. "Should we go and take a look?" asked the black-robed woman. "Let's wait." The black-robed man was wary. After waiting for a while and confirming that the man was indeed severely injured and on the brink of death, they approached him. "Should we trap him first?" The black-robed man used a technique to trap Shang. The two of them approached the stone coffin. "What's inside? Should we try to open it?" The black-robed woman hesitated. "Or should we leave it for now and check it after obtaining that thing?" The commotion is probably related to the stone coffin. "It's beyond our capabilities." The black-robed man hesitated for a while and decided to give up. "All right, let's call Bu Haiqing here to keep an eye on it. We need to continue preparing the seal." "I feel that Dongfang Ji is about to succeed," said the black-robed woman. Dongfang Ji arrived at the center of the mine. He felt that all the surrounding power was heading to another location. The presence was simply unimaginable. It was so powerful that it made him wary. His gaze finally fell on the thing he had come here for. A green bead was trapped here. There was a lot of blood energy on it, as if it had just absorbed a spirit beast. It seemed a bit full for now, but it would start devouring blood energy again. He had to take it out of the mine as soon as possible and seal it. After waiting for a while, Dongfang Ji noticed that the power from the other place was returning, and the aura of the previous powerful person disappeared. He didn't rush. If the powerful person had left, then he would wait for a while before moving out. It would be much safer that way. Now it was all about waiting. He needed to wait until the blood guards attacked again. He would then take the bead away. In the middle of the night, Dongfang Ji sensed the danger of the mine. He quickly left the mine with the bead. Success or failure would depend on this one final move. Chapter 309 Chapter 309 The Appearance of a Celestial. Chapter 309 The Appearance of a Celestial. Late at night, Jiang stood outside the blood-tide forest. He couldn't see how everything had ended, but he could feel the spiritual energy calming down. This meant that the battle had come to an end. He also saw a green light. The moment the green light appeared, he felt uneasy. The blood energy around seemed to be trembling. It was very subtle, but it was there. It seems the battle has ended, and the thing has come out of the mine. But it doesn't seem strange. It's probably sealed. Jiang looked toward the sky. The human Yuan had no further changes. He wondered why that was. I wonder if Shang succeeded. Jiang was a little curious. He couldn't sense anything from him right now. However, Shang had told him he would leave in a day or two. The formation showed no change. It was likely that he might have failed in his attempt. He sensed the presence of power near the green light. Someone was trying to seal that thing. I wonder if anyone is left. There should be, but I'm not sure how strong they are. The battle had been terrifying. Jiang was afraid to approach the mine. After hesitating for a while, he took out the Heaven Secret's hidden talisman and activated it. He then activated the breath concealment talisman too. He then concealed his aura. After doing all this, he communicated with the golden ring he had left in the blood-tied forest. He went to check on the situation. At this time, he also took out his protective treasure and the teleportation talisman. If there was any danger, he would flee. He disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was in a forest some distance away from the mine. He wouldn't take the risk of getting too close. He felt a strange aura the moment he arrived. The aura was somewhat excited but greedy. It seemed as though it wanted to devour everything near it. The green light became even more intense. So, that is the Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl. Jiang Hao looked in the direction of the green light in astonishment. If that aura wasn't suppressed, it would be dangerous. He would have fled if it hadn't been sealed. It was terrifying. If such an item fell into the wrong hands, no one knew what would happen. It was just like the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. Dan Yuan suggested that such things must be handed over to stronger sections. The immortal sects would find a way to seal such things and would not allow them to wreak havoc in the world. However, the demonic sects might not do the same. Unfortunately, no one from Clear Sky School and the Bright Moon Sect is here to handle things. If anyone from there were present, I could have found them. There were people from the Mountain Sea Sword Sect, but I don't think they will get involved. Jiang Hao had dealt with the Bright Moon Sect before. They were reasonable people. Lu Xingchen was also from the Heavenly Faction. The Heavenly Faction was alright too. They were known as the strongest immortal sect and were unmatched by other sects in terms of ideology or strength. Jiang Hao tried to make sense of his surroundings and soon detected Shang An's aura. His aura was weak. He was almost dead. How did he get so severely injured? Jiang Hao was puzzled. He made sure that there were no powerful people around. He also realized that those who were strong enough were trying to seal the Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl. The place was safe for now. The powerful person from before was nowhere to be seen. Jiang Hao was still wary. Bu Haiqing, who was standing guard, heard footsteps. He turned to see a figure standing under a tree. "Who goes there?" he asked warily. The figure seemed to be at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, but he couldn't see the person clearly. Perhaps they were using some concealment treasure. Soon, the figure emerged from the darkness. Bu Haiqing could finally see who it was. Under the moonlight, it was Jiang Hao standing in front of Bu Haiqing. "Disciple Jiang?" Bu Haiqing smiled. "I heard that Xue was killed by Yidong." Jiang Hao glanced at Bu Haiqing and then turned to look at Shang. He finally understood who the terrifyingly powerful person was from before. It was Shang. Judging from the traces of aura on his body, his power far exceeded the primordial spirit realm. Said Jiang Hao. "Now, where is Yidong?" Bu Haiqing asked. "I don't know, but I advise you to leave as soon as possible. If Yidong comes, you'll undoubtedly lose your head," Jiang Hao said. "All right. Thank you, disciple Jiang." Bu Haiqing passed by Jiang Hao and headed toward the woods. However, when he arrived behind Jiang Hao, he suddenly activated his power to attack him. You've fallen into my trap, haven't you? I've long known that Yidong was impersonating that ugly freak. You've come to save him, yet you still want to deceive me. Go to hell." He was about to attack Jiang Hao. However, for some reason, his vision began to shift and then started spinning. Soon, he saw his own body. He realized that he had been beheaded. Jiang Hao had attacked him. How could this be? Jiang Hao paid no attention to the fallen Bu Haiqing and walked to Shang. He looked at the man on the ground, who was barely breathing. He sighed. Was it worth all this for the sake of one woman? Shang heard Jiang Hao's voice. He tried to lift his head and look at him. Master! The charm goddess heard the voice and reached out. Her power began to manifest. The space overlapped and suddenly a white-haired old man was standing beside Jiang Hao. Shang, the old man said angrily. Is it worth it to waste your cultivation for a woman? Is it truly worth it? Shang knelt on the ground silently. I will help you, but you have to kill that woman, said the old man. You have to promise me that you will kill her. No, I can't do it. I really can't do it. Shang shook his head. Master, I can't. Kill little Mei. Shang, the old man roared. Do you know the talent you possess? Your cultivation has already surpassed mine. Once Clear Sky School discovers your talent, they will accept you as a true disciple, even if you previously belonged to a demonic sect. You are destined to stand at the pinnacle of the entire cultivation world. How can you be held back because of a woman, Shang? My disciple, wake up. Chapter 310, Chapter 310, You are not worthy. Chapter 310, You are not worthy. Under the moonlight, Shang lay on the ground. He was still severely injured. He heard his master roar. I can't let go, muttered Shang. The charm goddess looked at him. Jiang Hao watched indifferently. Shang-An's master sighed. I pursued profit throughout my life, made countless enemies but never cared, yet I ended up taking you as my disciple. Your disposition is weak, and you are stubborn. How do I deal with you? As your disciple, I'll take on all your enemies. I won't let anything happen to you, said Shang. The old man smiled and sat down. That's not what I meant. Shang, you should join the Clear Sky School. You have potential. I have no other wish than to see you stand at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. No matter what, I'll make a trip to Clear Sky School for you. Since you are unable to kill her, I'll find someone else to continue teaching you. Master, I won't go to the Clear Sky School, said Shang weakly. The old man looked helpless. Shang, you've met only a few people in your life. You think she loves you, but she doesn't. You will meet many women in the Clear Sky School who are worthy of you. You will meet someone who truly understands you and your worth. She will accept you for who you are. You'll understand then that love is not only about physical desire. Trust me, there will be someone for you too who will love you for who you are. I have raised you. I know you. The one you run behind is not your destined partner. She isn't worthy of you. Shang. Suddenly, the old man walked to Shang-An's side. Your character determines your future. It may be rough, desperate, helpless, and painful, but no matter how difficult and bitter it is, you must persevere. Remember, you must live on. If you survive, your future will be brilliant. Shang, you must survive. Boom! The scene erupted. Shang regained his breath and seemed to have awakened. However, it seemed that he couldn't hold on for much longer. Please, he reached out to Jiang Hao. Help me. How can I help you? Jiang Hao stepped forward and stood in front of Shang. Help me get little Mei out of here, murmured Shang. I have prepared a formation. I prepared the formation. I can get one person out. Help me get her out of here. Please. Little Mei bit her bottom lip. The words of Shang-An's master had hurt her deeply. All right. Jiang Hao nodded. Activate the formation, and I'll get her out. Shang-An was relieved. Thank you. At that moment, a light radiated from Shang-An's body. The formation was activated. The previously quiet human yuan formation also reacted. Boom! A beam of light crashed into the human yuan formation, and it created a small vortex that led outside the corpse realm. Jiang Hao knew that if the charm goddess went out, she would be resurrected. He squatted beside Shang-An and fed him some spirit herbs. Then he stood up. Whether you can survive or not depends on yourself. Jiang Hao extended his hand and activated the universe in a palm ability. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Hao sealed Shang in the palm of his hand. Then he looked up at the vortex. He then activated the reappearance of the hidden spirit ability. In an instant, Jiang Hao's strength soared to the peak, and purple energy surrounded him. He raised his hand toward the vortex that appeared in the human yuan formation. Jiang Hao threw the purple bead toward the vortex. He noticed that the formation was also protecting the bead. Everything happened too fast. Shang had prepared this for little Mei. Only when Shang entered the vortex did Jiang Hao breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang Hao knew that he would be seen as a sign of his failure. He just wanted to do what he felt was right. Shang deserved better. After everything was done, he turned to the charm goddess. You don't look surprised. The charm goddess looked up at the sky and watched Shang leave. She turned to Jiang Hao with a sad smile. I knew you wouldn't save me. After all, you aren't an ordinary person. Shang was the same. He was extraordinary. I never knew he had such talent. He had advanced so fast that even I was astonished. He is a genius, yet he stayed by my side and was willing to risk his own life to save me. I thought Shang wouldn't be able to get me out because he wasn't strong enough. I was wrong. He exceeded my expectations. Are there other charm goddesses like you in the cultivation world? He asked. Not many. She shook her head. But you can find them in some places. Are they all promiscuous and don't know how to restrain themselves? Jiang Hao asked. Yes. The charm goddess nodded. So, in other words, there are actually many people who can make Shang believe that they truly care about him? Jiang Hao asked. But there is only one. Shang, you were lucky to meet him. The charm goddess was stunned, but she didn't say anything. I agree with Shang's master. There will be someone who will accept and understand him for who he is. Do you even know him that well? Asked Jiang Hao. You're not worthy of him. Go back to the cave. Continue with what you do but treat others with kindness. Maybe then someone will try to actually save you. Jiang Hao approached the stone coffin and kicked it. It flew toward the cave. It felt as though countless blood wisps reached and pulled it inside the mine. Jiang Hao felt strange. It was as though creatures were staring at this place from inside the mine. When Shang was there, they didn't take any action. But now that he was gone, they seemed to get excited. Jiang Hao didn't understand why it happened. But he didn't care. He had thought of killing the charm goddess, but he was worried that opening the coffin would awaken her. Her strength had shown signs of recovery, and he didn't want to take any risk. Moreover, killing her would bring him trouble. So, he gave up. Jiang Hao turned to look at the green light. Despite the loud commotion just now, the people there hadn't come over. He could go and investigate a bit. Chapter 311 Chapter 311 Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl. Chapter 311 Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl. Lan Qian stepped forward on the grassy lawn. Her steps were graceful. Yunqi looked at her and smiled. Senior sister, have you never thought of finding a companion? Don't you think that finding a companion would affect my cultivation? Lan Qian asked calmly. I don't feel that way. Cultivating with a companion has certain benefits, Yunqi said. I have seen many cases like that. I don't cultivate in that way. I only focus on my own cultivation, Lan Qian said. Not even a clone? Yunqi asked. If your clone is of the opposite gender, what would the seniors of the sect think? Lan Qian asked. Do you like your own body very much? Yunqi smiled. Do you have a clone? No, I don't, Lan Qian said. Why? Yunqi looked puzzled. The 9 Extreme Corpse technique has more than one cultivation method. It's just that most people have clones, Lan Qian said calmly. Just as Yunqi was about to ask further, the sky lit up. Immediately, the formation started to surge. This sudden change surprised them. Someone has triggered the human yuan formation. Why would that be? Lan Qian was puzzled. Wow, their cultivation level must be quite high. Yunqi was also surprised. Isn't it risky not to conceal themselves while going out? At that moment, a vortex appeared in the human yuan formation. It was clear that the vortex led outside the corpse realm. Someone actually researched the human yuan formation so thoroughly, Lan Qian was astonished. At this moment, a purple light streaked across the sky and rushed toward the vortex. What is that? Lan Qian was confused. The person went to great lengths to open the vortex just to send that out? Yunqi smiled. Such impressive power! Lan Qian looked at him in surprise. Senior sister, where will the heavenly steel mountain appear? Let's continue to comprehend the 6th tablet, Yunqi said. Whether we'll encounter it depends on luck, Lan Qian said with a frown. I don't know why that genius is hesitating to appear. Since they've entered the corpse realm, what could be more important than heavenly steel mountain? Perhaps that genius is already here, Yunqi said. They didn't know for sure and could only wait to see if that genius would appear next time. At the blood-tide forest, Jiang Hao applied another concealment talisman to himself. Only then did he walk toward the green light. He didn't dare to get too close. At this moment, he was prepared to flee at any time. He kept the golden rings and the teleportation talisman ready. The 2 rings were still active, and he had retrieved the ones he had used before. Jiang Hao was only faintly visible in the moonlight. Suddenly, a wave of energy came crashing down. Jiang Hao was alarmed. He hid behind a tree. Then, a green light soared into the sky. This time, Jiang Hao could see the green light clearly from a distance. It was coming from a jade-like green bead. It seemed to be full of vitality but carried a terrifying aura as if it could devour his entire soul. So, this is the Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl? Jiang Hao was astonished. As the bead ascended, it was suppressed by another formation. It was difficult for them to break the seal, even if they wanted to. Jiang Hao observed for a while and slowly approached the area. Soon, he sensed a formation ahead and decided not to get closer. Boom! The aura of a peak primordial spirit realm appeared and suppressed the bead. At this time, the bead was flying into the sky. Jiang Hao was surprised to find that the bead was coming toward him. He had to step back. Boom! Another peak primordial spirit realm joined the bead. Soon, the bead was suppressed at the edge of the formation. Sensing the aura of the 2 individuals, Jiang Hao stayed hidden in the darkness. Someone at the peak of the primordial spirit realm was already powerful enough. He hadn't expected 2 of them. Moreover, someone was likely maintaining the formation, and that person might be the strongest one. He glanced at the bead and appraised it. If his strength wasn't enough or if he was too far away, the divine ability might fail. When awakened, it can devour all flesh and blood in the vicinity and give birth to something entirely new. It is a part of the Earth Extreme Heavenly Silent Pearl. It might find a new body after long-term contact. It can be sealed with Hong Meng purple energy or destroyed with the Heavenly Blade. It could still be sealed with purple energy. However, the pearl wasn't fully sealed. The universe in a palm might not be strong enough to seal it. It could be destroyed with the Heavenly Blade. This bead was only a part of the Earth Extreme Heavenly Silent Pearl. It was merely a key to finding the Earth Extreme Heavenly Silent Pearl. It was evident that the Earth Extreme Heavenly Silent Pearl was as terrifying as the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. This was the ultimate goal of the end of all things. Jiang Hao stood still and checked his own condition. His reappearance of hidden spirit was still active, and he was at his peak. Should I take action? Recalling the terror of the heavenly fate misfortune pearl, Jiang Hao sighed. He had to take the gamble. In an instant, he began to connect the golden subrings. The 1,000 miles teleportation talisman was also activated. At the last moment, Jiang Hao was shrouded in purple energy, and he held the heavenly blade in his hand. The intent of the blade surged as if 10,000 mountains were pressing down on everything. He used the second form of the heavenly blade, mountain suppression. He slashed. Boom! The sudden attack shocked the two black-robed individuals. Both felt their scalps tingle and retreated to avoid its edge. Boom! The mountain suppression broke the formation and then crashed onto the earth extreme heart devouring pearl. The previously active bead suddenly felt suppressed by something. Countless cracks spread across the bead. Then there was a loud bang. The bead shattered into pieces and scattered in all directions. At this moment, Dongfang Ji's power surged again. The formation trapped most of the fragments, but a small portion flew out. "Chase after them," he said. The two black-robed individuals looked in the direction of the attack, but there was no one there. They didn't even know if it was a person who had attacked them. But they didn't have time to think about it and immediately began to chase after the fragments. Dongfang Ji landed on the spot where Jiang Hao had been moments ago. Impressive! This small foundation establishment region is truly beginning to get interesting. The terrifying person from earlier, the one that triggered the human yuan formation after that, and the person who shattered the pearl was not ordinary people. We have to leave this area as soon as possible. In the forest, Jiang Hao looked around and realized he didn't know where he was. He sensed danger behind him. He was surprised to find a giant tree attacking him. Fortunately, it was slow. Jiang Hao disappeared from the spot. He reappeared outside blood-tide forest and on top of a mountain. "I'm safe for now." He let out a sigh of relief. The golden rings were powerful, but they required a little bit of time to activate. He had relied on the 1,000 miles teleportation talisman just now. Now, he only had one ring left that could be used. If necessary, he could try connecting the ring to the subring in his courtyard. He didn't know if he could leave using that. Chapter 312. Chapter 312. How long has it been since the Demoness last visited? Chapter 312. How long has it been since the Demoness last visited? On the mountain peak, Jiang Hao gazed into the distance. The blood-tide forest was calm now. It seemed there wouldn't be any commotion for a while. "I've been meddling too much." Jiang Hao sighed wearily. Whether it was about Shang or the Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl, he could have turned a blind eye to all of it. He could have just watched from the side. That way, he would never be in any danger. But he had gotten involved. Forget it. I'll find another cave and continue mining. I need to become stronger. Jiang Hao was about to leave when a green light flew toward him. It was a fragment of the Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl. After making sure there was no one behind him, he used the universe in a palm ability. The fingernail-sized green fragment floated into a pearl sphere. Upon careful observation, the fragment no longer possessed its terrifying ability. It is no wonder it can be destroyed by a heavenly blade. Once it was damaged, its power was affected. It was easy to destroy it after that. However, he doubted the same method could work on the Earth Extreme Heavenly Silent Pearl. The Earth Extreme Heavenly Silent Pearl contained all the misfortunes in the world. Its aura and every part of it brought calamities to people. The only things that could control it were suppression and sealing technique. Jiang Hao quickly left after collecting the golden rings. 7 days later, the blood-tide forest had completely calmed down. Jiang Hao returned to the mine once again. He had searched for other mines, but he had found none. There were only 2 in the blood-tide forest, so he came back here. He wanted to see if there were any other changes there. With the disappearance of the Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl, the mine might have changed in some ways. Jiang Hao found that the mine was slowly recovering. The area that had been damaged was healing gradually. After a moment, the mine was completely restored to its original state. Just when Jiang Hao thought it was over, the entrance of the mine began to close. It seemed to be sealing itself. In the evening, the mine completely closed down and disappeared from sight. The place became barren for a while. Then trees began to sprout in the area. Is it gone? The mine had disappeared completely before Jiang Hao's eyes. Suddenly, he recalled the charm goddess. When he had appraised her, he had found out that she was trapped in the mine. Her seal wasn't part of the mine. Now that the Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl was gone, could the charm goddess take control of the mine? At first, he thought Shang would definitely come back if he wasn't already dead. It seemed he might not be able to find the mine even if he came back. Jiang Hao didn't care. He was only concerned about finding a mine. How would he find a place to mine now? There is another one. Jiang Hao recalled the mine that Ding Yu had mentioned before. Although the situation there was more complicated than here, it was fine with him. Even if the quality of the ores and the bubbles were worse, it was still better than nothing. He might find blue bubbles if he worked hard enough. Jiang Hao arrived at the mine that Ding Yu had previously told him about. This place allowed mining throughout the day, but there was a period when nothing couldn't leave the mine, as it was plagued by monsters inside. It was because the space itself had undergone changes. Once everything returned to normal, one could leave the mine when they pleased. For safety, it was best to exit the mine before the monsters appeared. However, the timing was uncertain. Someone had mentioned that placing a crowing chicken inside the mine was effective. If there was any spatial fluctuation, it would cause the chicken to crow, and people could leave after that. After spending 3 days catching a crowing chicken, Jiang Hao entered the mine. The mine was like a valley. The hollow space was connected to the surrounding cliff. After making sure that there were no problems, Jiang Hao walked ahead. Once inside, he found the road was brightly lit and quite wide. As he reached the end of the forked path, Jiang Hao set the crowing chicken down and gave it some food. Then, he took out his treasured hoe and started digging. Clang! A blue bubble popped out. So fast! Jiang Hao was astonished. He thought it would take a while for him to find bubbles. The mine was clearly not as good as the one he used to work in. It's all about luck. Jiang Hao continued mining. Clang! After mining for a while, he realized that almost all the gains were related to spirit. It was boring and tedious. He continued mining day and night. 2 days passed, and he still hadn't left the mine. The chicken had never crowed. Jiang Hao began to doubt if it was even capable of doing so. He checked on it several times. It seemed fine. He also checked the surroundings and found that there were no monsters inside. He continued mining. During this time, 3 blue bubbles appeared. He didn't know if there would be more later. On the 3rd day, the chicken crowed. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Jiang Hao put away the hoe and left with the chicken. After he exited the mine, he waited for a while. Jiang Hao was relieved. He began tending to the spirit herbs around. The spiritual energy was abundant here, and the soil was suitable for growing spirit herbs. After setting up the array, he no longer had to worry about mining. He could go and find Guwan and Ding Yu. They could all continue with their previous routine of mining and selling spirit herbs. However, he suddenly noticed that the stone tablet was vibrating. Dan Yuan was calling for a gathering. I didn't expect that the stone tablet in the corpse realm could be used for gathering. Jiang Hao was surprised. It was no wonder Hong Yuye wanted to find the mastermind behind the stone tablets so badly. Speaking of which, how long has it been since she last visited? Jiang Hao realized that after the last gathering, she hadn't come to inquire about anything. He stopped thinking about it and began to prepare for tonight's gathering. He also wanted to check on the progress of Gui. It's been half a month, and we still can't find Jiang Hao. Outside the blood-tide forest, Dingyu felt quite helpless. They had searched for Jiang Hao in various other opportunities. However, there was no result, and it seemed like Jiang Hao had vanished from the corpse realm entirely. It's because there's no mine nearby, Guwen said. Maybe he went around searching for another mine. What would he do if he doesn't find any? Dingyu understood. Are you saying he returned to the blood-tide forest? Right now, there's no one there, and the most dangerous place might turn out to be the safest. Moreover, he is not an ordinary person. He would most likely go back to find another mine, said Guwen. So, should we also go back too? Dingyu asked. It depends on you, Disciple Ding. After all, it might not be safe inside, Guwen said. Don't worry. I've been paying attention, and no outsiders have gone in. It's very quiet inside, Dingyu said in reassurance. In the endless grasslands, Yunqi smiled at his senior sister. I think we should split up tonight. Senior sister, you also need time to comprehend the techniques obtained from the 6th stone tablet, right? Lian Qian nodded. All right. Chapter 313 Chapter 313 Elder of the Clear Sky School leaves. Chapter 313 Elder of the Clear Sky School leaves. At midnight, Jiang Hao concealed himself and then took out a stone tablet to access the public platform. After half a year, he could finally hear news from the outside world again. However, he hadn't encountered Hong Yu yet. He couldn't get her opinion on anything. Fortunately, he didn't return empty-handed. Setting aside the matter of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower, Dan Yuan gave him 2 tasks. The first task was to find the heavenly steel mountain and comprehend the Sixtian stone Tad 1 ET. Second, get the list of people searching for the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. Jiang Hao couldn't complete the first task, but he had already finished the second one. The heavenly king Hai Luo had given him the list, which he memorized and returned to him. It was useful in some ways, but as for the reward, he hadn't thought about it yet. After a short while, he arrived at the public area. It was still the same location as before, with the same people. As soon as he arrived, he felt Gui glancing at him. This puzzled him. When he turned to look, he found Gui smiling faintly at him. Jiang Hao remained calm and composed. Since he wanted to establish a mysterious, aloof, and powerful impression, he needed to remain unfazed even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Once everyone gathered, they began paying respects to Senior Dan Yuan. Do any of you have any cultivation problems? Senior Dan Yuan looked at the crowd. No one spoke up. After all, it had only been half a year. They hadn't had much time to cultivate. Since there are none, let's talk about the previous tasks. Senior Dan Yuan looked at the group. Any news about the heavenly fragrance Dao flower? Everyone shook their heads. This was the most difficult task to accomplish. Gui was the most likely to complete it since she was the closest to it. What about the heavenly steel mountain? Senior Dan Yuan looked at Gui. Everyone knew she had entered the corpse realm. Half completed, Gui said with a smile. It seems that Gui is destined to succeed this time. Lu chuckled. Normally, that would be the case, but it's not necessarily true. Gui turned to look at Jiang Hao. I wonder if someone will seize it before me. As Jiang Hao felt Gui's gaze on him, his face remained unchanged. But he could barely mask his surprise. Was she testing him, or was it something else? How did she know that he had entered the corpse realm? Jiang Hao's mind raced. Finally, he realized that he had used Universe in a Palm ability. He had used that on the dragon that Gui was looking for before. Then, he used it again to send Shang and out of the corpse realm. Since the human yuan had fluctuated rapidly, it was bound to be noticed. I need to be more careful while using universe in a palm. Fortunately, the charm goddess disappeared. Otherwise, there would be trouble. Jiang Hao couldn't help but sigh. He regretted interfering in other people's business. He had to be more cautious. Of course, as long as the charming god didn't meet Gui, there wouldn't be any issues. At this moment, the others also looked over. They were surprised at Gui's words. They could guess that Jing had also entered the corpse realm from her word. It was indeed surprising. I've been a bit busy lately, Jiang Hao said nonchalantly. He neither admitted nor denied it. Senior Dan Yuan nodded and then talked about the matter of the list. Lu was indeed someone who had connections overseas. Soon, he mentioned a few names. Lu was indeed someone who had connections overseas. Soon, he mentioned a few names. Half of them were on the list from the Heavenly King Hai Luo. However, the last two names were unfamiliar. I've heard that an overseas expert named Mu Qiu is also pursuing the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl, said Jiang Hao slowly. Mu Qiu. Lu was quite surprised. The Mu Qiu from the Great Thousand God Sect. Jiang Hao didn't respond. In fact, he only knew the name but not the person. After all, why would the Heavenly King give him those two words? We need to confirm it. I will provide an answer at the next gathering, Dan Yuan said. Jiang Hao and Lu nodded. Since there were no new tasks, the gathering moved on to the next topic. Jing, do you have any news about Gu Qing? Xing inquired. Jiang Hao shook his head. Since Gui had already said he was in the corpse realm, it was understandable that he had no news about Gu Qing. How can we make a woman willingly hand over something? Gui suddenly asked. Shouldn't you ask yourself about that? You're a woman, said Lu. It's different. Gui shook her head. Every person has a different personality, so the approach will certainly be different. Jiang Hao thought of the charm goddess. She was very skilled at persuading people, especially men. They discussed it for a while but couldn't come up with a solution. After that, they started sharing their own experiences. There's an extraordinary genius that appeared in the corpse realm, and I've been wanting to see who it is, said Gui. A genius. Dan Yuan was also curious. Geniuses were common when it came to the cultivation world, but extraordinary geniuses were rare. How much of a genius are they? Xing was curious too. I don't know. I only know that Heavenly Steel Mountain has been trying to summon that person. However, the person hasn't responded, said Gui. The Heavenly Steel Mountain summoned them? Lu was surprised. That's unbelievable. Indeed it is. After all, most of those who enter the corpse realm are geniuses, yet such summoning has only happened twice. The first time was probably 100 or 200 years ago, and nothing like that has been heard of since, Gui said. Jiang Hao was shocked. If he wasn't mistaken, he had been summoned a few times too, and he had ignored it each time. Could it be that the Heavenly Steel Mountain had summoned him? He needed to be careful. If his identity was exposed, the danger would undoubtedly follow. He must never go to the Heavenly Steel Mountain. As for being an extraordinary genius, he knew that he wasn't one at all. He had only achieved success by relying on external things like spirit herbs and divine items. Maybe the Heavenly Steel Mountain can also make mistakes, said Xing. There are no corpse realm flowers in the east. Otherwise, the bright moon, Sect and the Clear Sky School would also send their best disciples to the corpse realm. Jiang Hao was speechless. Oh, speaking of the Clear Sky School, I heard something interesting, Xing said. Some time ago, I heard that a demonic sect cultivator requested to meet an elder of the Clear School Sky. However, his status was not enough, and his strength was no match for the Clear Sky School. He couldn't even enter the main gate. Then I don't know what happened, but he actually tried to force his way into the sect. He was suppressed. At that time, he roared angrily at the Clear School sect, saying he had something important to say and that the sect would regret it if they didn't listen. And then, Gui was very curious. Shang smiled. Such remarks are quite common. It did nothing to catch the Clear Sky School's attention. But just a few days ago, an elder who had been out returned and was interested. She met with the cultivator. Interestingly, just a few days after, the elder had broken through the void, traversed space, and left the Clear Sky School. The entire sect had no idea what happened. They wanted to know what the cultivator had said to her. However, that cultivator was taken away, and they had no way of finding out. Chapter 314 Chapter 314 Are you here just to mine? Chapter 314 Are you here just to mine? Jiang Hao found the story familiar. He realized that it somewhat matched what Shang-An's master had said. Did he really go to the Clear Sky School? Jiang Hao was astonished. He had initially thought Shang-An's master was just trying to scare him. Who would be willing to hand such a talented disciple over? If he became famous under his guidance, he would be renowned as a master in the world and his reputation would soar. By sending him to the Clear Sky School, he was risking his own future. Shang-An's success would be credited to the Clear Sky School forever. Moreover, joining an immortal sect from a demonic sect might turn out to be dangerous for Shang-An. Therefore, the fact that Shang-An's master had gone to the Clear Sky School and made them get involved meant that he genuinely cared about his disciple. With the Clear Sky School's backing, Shang-An might be safe. However, whether he can break free from the influence of the charm goddess remains to be seen. Other than Jiang Hao, the others couldn't understand why the demonic sect Cultivator had gone to such an extent. If only one elder went out, it means it's not some dangerous event. It should be related to someone or something, Lu said. I think so too, Gui said. If it were a major crisis or great opportunity, they would usually discuss it or travel discreetly. The fact that this person is so high profile and has made it public knowledge that the elder is going out might mean that it's a big deal but might not be very dangerous. They are asking others to wait for their news right now. Jiang Hao felt that what they said made sense. Shang also nodded. Indeed, it's quite similar. Nowadays, many places in the eastern region are paying attention to this. Oh, when will the Tao conference be held? Gui suddenly asked. She had mentioned that she wanted to check it out. It's still early. The invitation hasn't been sent out yet. This time, the Bright Moon sect does want to create a big splash, but they haven't revealed anything much. Just recently, after some infighting, it was decided which branch the disciple would belong to, said Shang. Which elder ended up taking in that disciple? Lu asked curiously. The sect master. Shang smiled. It said that it alarmed the others, possibly even the elders. In the end, I don't know what happened, but the sect master took the disciple in. Jiang Hao knew that no one had higher authority than the elders in a sect, except the sect master. It meant that Chu Jie was indeed extraordinary if the sect master was going to the extent to take her in. The Bright Moon sect was not the same as the Heavenly Note sect. They had numerous disciples and a heritage that had lasted for numerous years. Unlike Heavenly Note sect, which had only been around for a few decades, most of its disciples were on the same level, apart from the sect master and a few elders. That's good then. I still have time to go and check it out, Gui said with a smile. It had suddenly become quiet overseas. Many people were gathering for things in the depths of the sea, but suddenly, they all retreated. I don't know why, Lu said. As everyone talked about things happening around them, Jiang Hao couldn't think of anything to say. What could he even share? Shang An's love story? He couldn't really talk about the cave and mining. Suddenly, Jiang Hao thought of the Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl. I think the Heavenly Extreme Silence Pearl will surface soon. The others were stunned. They had never heard of such a pearl before. Only Dan Yuan looked serious. The Heavenly Extreme Silence Pearl is going to appear. Possibly, Jiang Hao nodded. If that's true, the immortal sects must be informed as soon as possible, so they can find a way to seal it, said Dan Yuan. This puzzled Gui and the others. What is the Heavenly Extreme Silence Pearl? Lu asked. I'm not sure, said Jiang Hao truthfully. He really didn't know. He had only seen that name when he had appraised the Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl. He didn't want to tell them about the Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl because it might compromise his location. The Heavenly Extreme Silence Pearl silences the heavens and the earth and extinguishes all vitality. Its destructive range might not be as extensive as the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl, but its killing intent is definitely greater. Its fame is not as widespread as the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. It's not because it's weaker, but it was destroyed during the refinement process, so very few people know about it, Dan Yuan said. Jiang Hao understood how part of it, which was the Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl, got separated from the whole. The others looked at Jiang Hao in confusion. Then they continued to chat about various things. All right, let's end today's gathering, Dan Yuan said. They bid farewell to each other and left. Jiang Hao woke up in a secluded space. He was underground, where he had set up his array, so it was relatively safe. Although he lacked natural talent in formations, he was still in the late stage of the primordial spirit realm. Besides, he had been diligently learning about formations. Even if his formations were simple, they could still withstand attacks from Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. After making sure everything was fine, Jiang Hao began to take stock of his gains from the recent gathering. I'll receive the reward for the list next time. If I want to ask anything, I'll have to think it over before the next meeting. Next, I know that Shang An's master went to the Clear Sky School, and Gui has already been to Heavenly Steel Mountain, and she suspects I'm inside the corpse realm. There's also the matter of the extraordinary genius. It seems that it was Heavenly Steel Mountain that called me, and there's a certain probability that my response would lead me to Gui. Gui might see me here. It's safer to ignore Tianyi summons. As for Chu Jie and the Bright Moon Sect's Tao Conference, he already knew about those, so there was no need to pay too much attention to them. He was only connected to Chu Jie because of Chu Chuan. He hoped Chu Chuan would work hard and get into the Bright Moon Sect soon. However, the biggest gain this time was that he had established a sense of mystery by mentioning the Heavenly Extreme Silence Pearl. The future was promising. Early in the morning, Jiang Hao continued to mine. This time, he mined continuously for 7 days. On this day, he sensed the summons again. It was the kind of summoning that would lead him directly to the mountain. This was the 3rd time. He had been in the corpse realm for almost 4 months. The blue bubbles had accumulated quite a bit. He found 8 bubbles on average in a month. 4 for cultivation and 4 for lifeblood. The gains are higher in this mine, but it also takes longer to find the bubbles. In these 7 days, he successfully transplanted the spirit herbs he had found. He was worried that the different soil might cause problems, so he had to replant them. He decided to find Guwen and Dingyu to help him sell the ores. He had collected so many ores lately. It wasn't even dawn yet, so he continued to mine. Clang. Clang. He enjoyed mining. You came to the corpse realm just to mine? Asked a familiar voice. The fragrance accompanying it made his heart restless. The heaven extinction goo poison didn't work against one person in this whole world. That was Hong Yuya. Chapter 3:15 Chapter 3:15 Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment. Chapter 3:15 Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment. When the heaven extinction goo poison lost its effect in front of her, countless scenes flashed through his mind. They were all related to his first meeting with Hong Yue. He quickly suppressed these thoughts and calmed himself. He couldn't understand why he felt this way. Even if he hadn't seen Hong Yue for a long time, it shouldn't be like this. He turned around and she was dressed in around her waist, and her black hair cascaded down her waist. Her skin was as pale as snow. Jiang Hao bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Senior. You have traces of charm techniques on you, and it just took effect a moment ago," Hong Yue said with a smile. "Who appeared in your mind just now?" "What do you mean, Senior?" Jiang Hao felt a little uneasy. It was fine if she saw through him about everything except this. If she found out that he was thinking about their first meeting, he would die of embarrassment. "You have traces of charm techniques on you, which haven't dissipated until now," Hong Yue said. Jiang Hao felt a bit alarmed. Hong Yue had flashed through his mind because the charm technique had worked. Was it possible that the charm techniques of the charm goddess were still on him? That was quite terrifying. Fortunately, he was immune to other people's bewitchment. "So, who appeared in your mind?" Hong Yue asked again. Jiang Hao stayed silent. "How long have you been in the corpse realm?" she asked. "Almost 4 months, Jiang Hao said. "How long have you been mining?" Hong Yue asked. "A little over 3 months. There were too many ores in the warehouse." He couldn't say he had just been mining in this new mine for a few days. Hong Yue chuckled. "Do you like mining that much?" Jiang Hao lowered his head. "Not very much, but I have found that it is the easiest way to earn more spirit stones. With that, I can buy better tea for you, Senior." "For me?" Hong Yue's eyes narrowed. "Then how many spirit stones have you earned so far?" 2,000. "It's difficult to sell the ores here," Jiang Hao said. Hong Yue smiled faintly. "Look at me." Jiang Hao raised his head and looked at her. The moment he saw how beautiful she was, he felt a surge of power. This power was like thunder in the high sky and waves in the deep sea. It struck him. Bang! Jiang Hao was flung into the air, and he crashed into the wall. It hurt a little. "Full of lies," Hong Yue said coldly. "Since it's to buy tea for me, just continue with your mining. When I ask for red azure tea in the future, you can't make an excuse for not having enough spirit stones. Otherwise..." Hong Yue glanced at him and smiled. "Otherwise, I will invite you to my place to have tea." Jiang Hao lowered his head and didn't dare speak. 10,000 spirit stones were gone, just like that. He wondered if he could buy red azure tea here. If that was possible, he wouldn't buy it in the Sect. If not, he could buy some magical treasures and talismans and sell them in the Sect to earn more spirit stones to gather enough to buy the tea. At this moment, Hong Yue headed outside, and Jiang Hao followed her. He was curious about how Hong Yue had gotten into the corpse realm. Did she use her own power? If that was true, he realized that he couldn't escape the clutches of this Demoness. Everything was ineffective against her. "Have you encountered someone with an innate charm?" Hong Yue asked. Jiang Hao nodded. "It was in the previous mine." "And then?" Hong Yue glanced at him. Jiang Hao briefly explained his encounter with the charm goddess. He also talked about Shang. With that, he also told her about the Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl. Hong Yue listened carefully. "What happened next? Did you go there and check?" "I did." Jiang Hao told her what had happened in the end. Hong Yue didn't say anything. She just listened. At this time, it was already dark outside. The moonlight illuminated the surrounding forest. Hong Yue walked to an open space. A wooden table and chairs appeared beside her. "How is my flower?" she asked as she sat down on the chair. "It's doing well," Jiang Hao said. Although he didn't know how the spirit beast was taking care of it, he hoped it was doing its job properly. He then started brewing tea. Luckily, he had brought the tea leaves along. It wasn't very expensive tea leaves after all. He hadn't had many spirit stones on him when he was preparing to enter the corpse realm. Hong Yuye didn't say anything. After Jiang Hao had brewed the tea and poured a cup for her, she said, "Tell me about your gathering. How many times has that happened while I was away?" "Twice." Jiang Hao sat down. "The last time was a few days ago." "Go on." Hong Yuye lifted her teacup. "There wasn't anything significant this time." Jiang Hao briefly described what had happened in the recent gathering. As for the list and the reward, Hong Yuye just listened without any intention of getting involved. When he mentioned the extraordinary genius, she seemed surprised. "Summons." She looked at Jiang Hao and smiled. "Are you implying that you are an extraordinary genius?" Jiang Hao was startled. "I never said such a thing." He hadn't said anything to hint at that. How did she know? "Do I look blind to you?" Hong Yuye took a sip of tea. "The summons on you are obvious. Just because you can't see it, doesn't mean it doesn't exist." Jiang Hao was speechless. "In other words, Heavenly Steel Mountain has summoned you several times, and you ignored it every time just to mine. Am I getting that right?" Hong Yuye was a little surprised. "How much do you love mining?" "It's for buying tea for you, Senior," Jiang Hao said reluctantly. Hong Yuye chuckled. "Go on." Then Jiang Hao talked about the incident where someone had tried to get into the Clear Sky School. He also mentioned his own theories regarding it. "So, you think the person who tried to get into the Clear Sky School is Shang's master?" "Yes." Jiang Hao nodded. "Continue," Hong Yuye said. He then told her about the upcoming Tao conference and how the Bright Moon Sect planned to promote their exemplary disciple. "For the favor of the heavens and the earth," Hong Yuye shook her head. "Not just that. If the Bright Moon Sect has indeed gathered so many talented experts, their main purpose is not just to gain the favor of the heavens and the earth. What they want is the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment." Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment? Jiang Hao was surprised. It was the first time he heard about something like that. Putting down her teacup, Hong Yuye said, "The Bright Moon Sect has gathered numerous talented experts because they want that disciple to provoke the anomalies under the sun and the moon. Then, they can use the favor of the heavens and the earth to suppress themselves. After that, they can rely on the wind providence of numerous experts and help the disciple reach the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment." Jiang Hao was stunned. "Senior, are you also someone like that? The one with the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment?" Chapter 316 Chapter 316 Uneasy when touched by the Demoness. Chapter 316 Uneasy when touched by the Demoness. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment was something Jiang Hao had never heard of before. He only knew about the ordinary foundation establishment realm that everyone cultivated. He had thought that there was no difference between various disciples who were in the foundation establishment realm. It seemed now that there were different types of foundation establishment realms. It seemed that in the world of geniuses, nothing was impossible. Someone like Hong Yuye was probably someone who cultivated the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment realm, considering how powerful she was. "No." Hong Yuye shook her head. "The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment requires the right timing, place, and people. It's extremely rare." "Does that mean a Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment cultivator is destined to stand at the pinnacle of the cultivation world?" Jiang Hao asked curiously. Hong Yuye's abilities were already so formidable, and he couldn't imagine how powerful a Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment cultivator could be. At the pinnacle of the cultivation world? Hong Yuye thought for a moment. Yes and no. Although the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment cultivators have a solid foundation, there's no inherent advantage in either foundation or talent. True strength usually lies here. She extended a slender finger and tapped on Jiang Hao's chest. The heart. Jiang Hao was puzzled. Jiang Hao felt uneasy when she tapped on his chest. In the past, whenever Hong Yuye touched him, he would either be flung away or would crash down somewhere. This was the first time she touched him without any violent consequences. You'll understand in the future. Hong Yuye withdrew her hand. How long would that be? Jiang Hao felt that it would be soon. If he continued to mine here, he would have infinite possibilities. Senior, does the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment mean that one will be favored by heaven and earth? Yes, as long as one doesn't do anything that angers them, the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment cultivators will gradually gain the favor of heaven and earth. They have the potential of becoming someone great in the future. Jiang Hao thought of the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. In order to suppress the seal, one needed to have great luck and talent. He still didn't know how to find the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl. He could only wait and see. After all, there was no substantial progress on this matter, and it didn't matter whether he mentioned it or not. Let's talk about the previous gathering, Hong Yuye said and drank her tea. Jiang Hao nodded. He tried to recall everything he had learned from the gatherings. He had received much information from the previous gatherings and needed some time to think about them. In the previous gathering, there were many gains. The first one was that Gue is in the Heavenly Note Sect and is now in the Corpse Realm, said Jiang Hao. Hong Yuye sipped her tea. You didn't take any action? No. Jiang Hao shook his head. Judging from the injuries of the dragon I found, Gue must be stronger than I. I'm not her match. Hong Yuye smiled. Go on. Tell me about your decision and the reasons behind it. I feel that I can't act against Gue. If I do confront her, it might affect the undercover operation. They will become more vigilant. It will be even more difficult to find the person behind the stone tablet, said Jiang Hao. He himself couldn't take action. It would be suicidal to fight against someone stronger. The opponent could use curses too. Hong Yuye could make a move, but she only wanted to observe. Continue, Hong Yuye said. Then Jiang Hao talked about the task of finding the list related to the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl and also mentioned Hai Luo, the Heavenly King's weakness. Hong Yuye seemed a bit surprised at this. After explaining everything, Jiang Hao handed over the information about the end of all things. This is the information about the end of all things that I could find. The Great Thousand God is investigating the 100-Note Sect. The one who issued that mission is also a part of the end of all things. Their purpose is to find something, but it's unclear what exactly that is. The end of all things? Hong Yuye looked at the note. I had the secret code from the end of all things, but it must have expired or might have been changed. I tried using it, but I don't know if I'll get any results, he said. He informed her about his plan to let the spirit beast search for it. Jiang Hao then discussed the task related to Heavenly Steel Mountain. The contents of the 6th stone tablet? Hong Yuye looked interested. The inheritance of Heavenly Steel Mountain. Senior, have you been here before? Jiang Hao asked. Gue had mentioned that an extraordinary genius had appeared in the Corpse Realm 100 or 200 years ago. From what Jiang Hao knew, no one seemed capable of surpassing Hong Yuye. I haven't. Hong Yuye raised her head and gazed at the bright moonlight. This is my first time here, but I've seen the formation that sealed this place before. The 3 elements formation of heaven, earth, and human yuan? Jiang Hao asked. Hong Yuya didn't answer. She just continued to drink her tea. Jiang Hao didn't ask further and poured himself a cup of tea to join her. After a while, the sky suddenly rumbled. It seemed that the human Yuan formation had sensed something. Your reaction is faster than I expected. Hong Yuya put down her teacup. Are you going to keep mining here? Jiang Hao didn't know how to answer her. But before he could respond, Hong Yuya said, Next time, can you afford the red azure tea? I can, Jiang Hao replied without hesitation. Hong Yuya looked at him with an amused smile. Jiang Hao was startled. I dedicate myself to serving you, senior, he said quickly. Hong Yuya chuckled and then disappeared from the spot. Once I get back, I'll check to see my flower and my tree. If anything has happened to them, I'll make sure you can't mine for the rest of your lives. Her voice echoed in Jiang Hao's ears. He could only hope the spirit beast was doing its job well. Otherwise, the consequences would be bad. Does that mean she will visit me again? He had been here for 4 months, so there were still 8 months remaining. She might visit him again. There might be another gathering soon. He needed to think about the questions he wanted to ask. After Hong Yuya disappeared, the human Yuan formation returned to normal. The next day, Jiang Hao waited for the rooster to crow, so he could go into the mine. It might take some time. So, he tended to the spirit herbs. He also needed to find people who would cooperate to sell the ores and herbs. Whoosh! Suddenly 2 figures arrived on flying swords. It was Guwen and Dingyu. Their aura wasn't very stable, but they had both reached the early stage of the Golden Core realm. It hasn't been that long. They advanced so quickly. Jiang Hao couldn't help but admire these people. Among the 5 he knew who had achieved the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm, all had advanced to the Golden Core realm in such a short time. It seemed that this place was truly filled with opportunities. However, he still hadn't advanced to a new stage. When he returned to the Sect, he could make his Cultivation realm appear as the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm. That would be believable. I wonder if Junior Brother Han will be affected by the fact that I reached the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm. Chapter 317 Chapter 317 Let's Borrow Some Spirit Stones. Chapter 317 Let's Borrow Some Spirit Stones. Friend Jiang, it's been a long time. Guwen greeted Jiang Hao with a smile. They were indeed lucky. They should have come here much earlier. When they reached the area where the previous mine used to be, they found the land completely transformed. There was no mine in sight. After some exploration, they discovered an enlightenment spring. With their accumulated experiences, they finally advanced to the Golden Core realm when they stepped into it. After refining their cultivation, they hurried to the second mine. As expected, they found Jiang Hao there. Now that they had achieved the Golden Core realm, they could continue with their previous arrangement. Both of you have advanced. That's great to see. Jiang Hao said politely. We owe it to you, friend Jiang. Dingyu glanced at the surrounding items. Shall we continue with the previous arrangement? Indeed, they owed their success to Jiang Hao. Without him, they wouldn't have returned, nor would they have encountered the Enlightenment Spring. Sure. Jiang Hao nodded. Then we'll continue to sell the ores outside and search for spirit herbs. Should we leave the management of this place to you, friend? Guwen asked. Jiang Hao had no objections. Now that they had all successfully reached the Golden Core realm, they wouldn't leave the group unexpectedly. They also didn't have to fear that someone would hog the spirit herbs if they chose to leave. It was good to have someone sell the ores. At present, Jiang Hao had only 20,000 spirit stones left. It was quite troublesome to sell the ores he had mined for so long. If he deducted 10,000 for the tea, he was left with only 10,000 spirit stones more. Ding Yu looked around but didn't find Shang. He asked, "Where is the senior?" "He left," Jiang Hao said. They nodded. They wondered if Shang had succeeded in his plan. After all, they had heard with their own ears that failure would mean being trapped here forever. "Aren't you going out to seek opportunities, friend Jiang?" Guwen asked curiously. Seeking out opportunities after reaching the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm meant a high probability of advancing to the next realm. Jiang Hao shook his head. Mining suited him best. On the other side of the corpse realm, in the primordial spirit region, Yun Qi and Lan Qian once again approached Heavenly Steel Mountain. They stood before the sixth stone tablet. "The extraordinary genius seems to be absent again," Yun Qi said in surprise. "I don't understand." Lan Qian shook her head. The genius was already here, so why wouldn't they come to Heavenly Steel Mountain? Was there something else more important than this mountain? That seemed unlikely. At this moment, the stone tablet in front of them suddenly lit up and then quickly returned to normal. "What's happening?" Yun Qi asked in confusion. "I don't know," Lan Qian shook her head. It suddenly lit up, as if calling or responding to something, but why did it disappear instantly? "Has this happened before?" Yun Qi asked. "Never." The opening of the corpse realm was different place seemed strange. Heavenly Steel Mountain had increased stone tablet even glowed for an instant. Lan Qian could cause such changes. Time passed quickly. After the incident in the blood-tide forest, many people arrived in the Foundation establishment region. They were mostly in the Golden Core realm. This was a good thing. It was easier for Jiang Hao's group to sell their ores. They could even sell many spirit herbs. They managed to earn a few spirit stones. Midway through, Zhuge Zheng requested to join them, followed by Xia Dong and Murong Qingqing. There was a change in the division of their earnings once more. Previously, the earnings were divided equally between 3 people, but now there were 6 of them. Jiang Hao suggested dividing them equally. They unanimously agreed with his suggestion. They didn't exploit those in the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm just because they had advanced to the Golden Core realm. In just 1 month, they had sold a lot of ores, and their spirit stones earnings increased from 20,000 to 30,000. Only 4 months had passed. The corpse realm would be open for a year, so earning another 20,000 spirit stones seemed possible. Jiang Hao thought about how he would spend them. The awakening of the bloodline of the spirit beast would cost him 24,000 spirit stones, the peach tree would cost around 20,000, and the red azure tea would cost him 10,000 spirit stones. That added up to 54,000. Jiang Hao sighed. He was still short of his goal by a lot. He shouldered his hoe and continued to mine. Soon, he received another summons. He ignored it. Meanwhile, Zhuge Zheng and the others sat together. Why does he keep mining every day? If there is a mine, he goes in to dig without missing a single day. Is mining that fun? Murong Qingqing couldn't understand. When they first met Jiang Hao, he suggested finding a mine. Maybe he was too poor in his sect? Xia Dong suggested. Everyone nodded. That seemed to make sense. Otherwise, why would someone be so crazy about mining? Earning thousands of spirit stones upon entering the corpse realm must have been a revelation for Jiang Hao. Lately, someone has been watching us, Zhuge Zheng said. I noticed that too. The 5 of us in the Golden Core realm may not be enough for defense. However, the array here must have been left behind by the senior. Although it's ordinary, it can still deter others. Moreover, they have backers, but we're not lacking in support either. We even have disciple Zhuge Zheng from the Mountain Sword Sea Sect. Guwen smiled. Ding Yu nodded. I've set up many traps nearby. The appearance of the Enlightenment Spring will attract attention, so we're safer here. I'm just afraid that someone above the Golden Core realm will appear here. I don't think I will be able to use my Sect's authority to threaten them, said Jiang. Guwen sighed. If Senior Shang was still here, they wouldn't need to worry about all this. He had been truly great. Outside the blood-tide forest, two figures descended from the sky. One was dressed in a white gown with a white belt around her waist. There was a white feather in her hair, which was tied up in a bun. "We're here," she said in a soft voice. She smiled faintly. "Junior Sister Yi, the location you mentioned is here in the Foundation establishment region? How can there be so many spirit stones here?" A man dressed in black robes landed beside her. "Senior Brother Mo, do you not believe me? I heard about it on my way here. If he didn't deceive me, then it's true. They say that this place has several Foundation establishment or Golden Core realm cultivators working together to sell ores. They used to sell to the Foundation establishment realm cultivators, but now they sell to the Golden Core realm cultivators as well. I also heard that the Enlightenment Spring appeared here, so there will definitely be Primordial Spirit Realm cultivators arriving soon. Can Golden Core Realm guard against them? Look at it this way, we're helping them. By the way, they say that they are selling the ores and herbs at a low price and have almost collected all the spirit stones from the surrounding people. If that's the case, they shouldn't mind us borrowing some, Emotion said with a smile. We need them urgently. Borrowing is fine. We'll return them later. We're not the type who don't return favors, she said solemnly. The two of them headed deeper into the forest. What if others in the primordial spirit realm reach them quicker than us? Asked Emotion. It doesn't matter even if they are faster. Yiluo smiled sweetly. Not everyone is as perfect in their cultivation as you, senior brother. You are at the peak of the primordial spirit realm. I just advanced recently, so my cultivation is not stable. If you hadn't come to find me, I would still be refining my cultivation. But even so, my cultivation is already beyond the late stage of the primordial spirit realm. In that case, there's nothing to worry about. No one above the primordial spirit realm will come for us, said Yiluo. Chapter 318 Chapter 318 The Formidable Opponents. Chapter 318 The Formidable Opponent. Jiang Hao had been in the mine for a few days. The harvest was quite good. It had been exactly 5 months since he entered the corpse realm. It was already June 15th. In these 5 months, he earned 30,000 spirit stones and obtained numerous ores and several spirit herbs. I wonder when I'll be able to dig up a valuable piece of ore. Jiang Hao paused and looked at his interface. The numbers are only half of what I need. I only get 4 or 5 bubbles on average each month. Jiang Hao felt that it was still okay. After all, he hadn't mined for half a month after the whole debacle. Otherwise, he would have obtained more bubbles. He managed to barely keep up with the growth of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. Moreover, he gained an additional 30,000 spirit stones. Entering the corpse realm proved to be fruitful. Next, he would have to find out if he could find someone who sold the red azure tea in this place. He had already asked Guwen and the others to help look for it. If someone had it, they would definitely sell it, especially since everything was sold at a lower price here. People could buy ores and herbs and sell them when they returned to their sect. Even if they had to sell the tea at a lower price, they would still earn 1 or 2,000 spirit stones as profit. They could earn 3 or 4,000 if the ore prices were pushed even lower. Recently, they sold a lot of ores that way. Guwen and the others used the spirit stones to buy treasures and pills at market prices. The other buyers would then keep the ores and sell them at higher prices. It was a win-win situation for everyone. There weren't many mines, and everyone was eager to buy and resell the ores. If there were too many mines and many sellers, the value of the goods would be low. If someone had the red azure tea around here, They would definitely sell it at a lower price than the outside. Jiang Hao continued to mine. He had been here for a few days and hadn't gone out at all. Caring for the spirit herbs wouldn't earn him as much as mining. As long as he kept mining, he would keep earning bubbles. His physical attributes kept improving. It was also thanks to the nameless manual that he could benefit from what he collected to the fullest. He was also getting better at concealing his abilities. One day, even Hong Yuya wouldn't be able to see through his concealment. He would then have the ability to fight back. Cock-a-doodle-doo! The rhythmic crowing of a rooster rang out. Jiang Hao put away the oars and left immediately. Although he didn't know what would happen if he was trapped here, he didn't intend to find out anytime soon. Outside, the sky was getting brighter. Murong Qingqing used a branch to draw something on the ground. "What are you doing, disciple Murong?" Guwen asked curiously. "I'm checking how dangerous this cave is," Murong Qingqing said. Guwen waited for a while. "How dangerous is it?" "It's not as dangerous as I expected. There is a lot of spiritual energy inside," Murong Qingqing said. "Does that mean we can go in and explore?" Ding Yu asked. They wanted to see what was inside after the mine was sealed. They were all in the Golden Core realm and felt that they could handle whatever was inside. Previously, they were all in the Foundation establishment realm. Hence, they were weak to face dangers. They were stronger now. With the opportunities we've gained and the spirit stones we have, what else do we want? "We shouldn't be too greedy," Xiaodong said. "Only junior brother Jiang is the most honest person here. He has made it clear that he only wants spirit stones," said Zhuge. "If you want to go, then do so." "But it will be troublesome if you can't come out of there," Ding Yu said. He immediately looked toward the direction of the forest, and his face darkened. "Somebody is coming, and they've destroyed everything I left behind," he said. The 5 of them stood up. At this moment 2 figures walked out of the forest. One was a man dressed in black, and the other was a woman in white. Their cultivation realm wasn't clear. When they appeared, Zhuge Zheng's heart sank. The others felt the same. They knew that these were formidable opponents. "Seniors, why are you here?" asked Guwen politely. "We heard that you're selling ores, so we came to take a look," Mo Tian said with a smile. The 2 visitors were Mo Tian and Yi Luo. It took them quite some time to find this place. Otherwise, they would have arrived much earlier. "We only have some cheap ores here. Seniors, if you are interested, we'll of course offer them to you," said Guwen. "We're only slightly interested in the ores. We aren't here to snatch them away from you," said Yi Luo with a friendly smile. "Actually, we were wondering if we could borrow some spirit stones from you all. If you are in difficulty, we cannot just stand by and do nothing. We'll offer you the spirit stones. How much do you need, seniors?" said Guwen. "We want to borrow as many as you have," said Yi Luo. "You must have several seniors from your sect here, right?" "Seniors, you must be joking. We come from a small sect, and our seniors are far from being a match to you two," said Guwen humbly. "Small sect." Mo Tian looked at Zhuge Zheng. "When did the Mountain Sea Sword sect become a small sect?" Then he turned to Guwen. "When did Western Astronomical Academy turn into a small sect?" Guwen's heart sank again. The others felt the same. They exchanged glances with each other. These people planned to silence them forever. It wouldn't be easy to flee. They were too close, and their life-saving treasures might not activate in time. Guwen still smiled amiably. He wanted to stall for time. Suddenly, a chicken crowed loudly. In the blink of an eye, he threw a talisman with the word "defense" written on it. Before the defense activated, he turned around and rushed toward the mine. "Get inside." They could at least stall for time if they reached the mine. Perhaps they could find a way to escape. They had no other option. The other 4 understood his intention. They threw their talismans and ran toward the mine. Just as they ran, they saw Jiang Hao coming out of the mine. Guwen wanted to stop him, but Jiang Hao was too fast. He couldn't stop him. A Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator had such an impressive movement technique. Jiang Hao was elusive like a shadow. It was difficult to see where he exactly was. This is the light and dust technique. How is this possible? Everyone was caught off guard. Jiang Hao, on the contrary, was puzzled. What's wrong with those 5? Why are they running toward the mine? Are they bold enough to explore the mine when it's closing time? Jiang Hao appeared at the entrance of the mine. He couldn't really go inside and ask them. He didn't want to take a risk without knowing what was inside. At this moment, a taunting voice came from behind him. 5 ran away, and now there's another one, but he's weaker. Looks like he doesn't have many spirit stones. Chapter 319 Chapter 319 2 More Strikes. Chapter 319 2 More Strikes. Jiang Hao turned to look behind him. He frowned when he saw 2 new faces. A man and a woman. The man was at the peak of the primordial spirit realm, with unstable fluctuations in his aura. It meant that his cultivation wasn't stable yet. He must have advanced just recently. The woman was at the late stage of the primordial spirit realm, with a stable aura. She must have been at that stage for a long time. The strength of the 2 was not something a golden core realm cultivator could face, which explained why those 5 people had fled into the mine. Jiang Hao also didn't want to become their enemy. "Seniors, do you need something from me?" asked Jiang Hao. "We want to borrow some spirit stones," Yi Luo said with a smile. "How many spirit stones do you have, young friend?" 1,500, Jiang Hao said. "That's a small amount," Yi Luo said regretfully. "We wanted to borrow around 15,000. Do you have that much? If not, we'll have to find it somewhere else." Jiang Hao frowned. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a response from the book in his storage treasure. It was the book Shuiyu had left behind. Jiang Hao was surprised. He looked at the woman in front of me but couldn't really understand how she was related to the book. "Senior, are you from the Heavenly Feather Sect?" Both Yi Luo and Emotion were stunned. "How did you know?" Yi Luo asked. "Senior, are you Yi Luo?" Jiang Hao asked again. Yi Luo frowned. She couldn't figure out how this person knew about her. Since they assumed Jiang Hao was at the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, they weren't worried about anything. "It seems that you are," Jiang Hao said. "I wonder if you remember Shuiyu, Senior." "Shuiyu?" Yi Luo was surprised. She then nodded. "I remember. Junior sister Shuiyu was as beautiful as a flower. Some felt that she was too distant. There was a person who was determined to make her his at all costs. Junior sister Shuiyu was still young. I thought that person was sincere about his affection, and I helped him. I thought he would treat her well, so I helped them get intimate. Unfortunately, junior sister Shuiyu didn't like him and ended up killing him instead. Her innocence was lost, but no one knew about it. I think senior brother Emotion was probably kept in the dark too." Yi Luo looked at Emotion. "I remember that you even captured her for a night of passion." Emotion's face darkened, but he didn't respond. Jiang Hao thought it was such an unexpected coincidence that both these people were here. "Junior, are you also interested in junior sister Shuiyu? I advise you to choose someone else. Many talents from our sect have been with her, and she's not chaste. Keep your distance." Yi Luo shook her head and sighed. "No." Jiang Hao shook his head. "I'm not really familiar with her. I was just curious." "I see," said Yi Luo. "Let's talk about the spirit stones. We want to borrow 15,000. Do you have them, Junior?" "I have them. I have a total of 30,000 spirit stones. When do you plan to return them, Senior?" Jiang Hao asked. The two were astonished. How could a Foundation establishment realm cultivator have so many spirit stones? It wasn't that they were poor, but they had a lot of things they needed to spend their spirit stones on. For example, treasures, pills, herbs, etc. Moreover, the higher the cultivation, the higher the expenses. Their normal earnings were simply not enough. We'll definitely return them. It's okay if we take a bit of time, right? Yiluo smiled sweetly. You have so many spirit stones after all. Even if we don't return them, it won't make much of a difference, will it? Enough. First, let's see how many spirit stones he actually has. If he really has that many, we have to try and find those 5 people too, Emotion said as he prepared to make his move. Please wait a moment, said Jiang Hao. I have just one last question. Is the Heavenly Feather Sect a demonic sect? Yiluo was just about to speak but suddenly felt a biting cold. Jiang Hao had disappeared from his original spot. Emotion's reflexes were quick. He immediately launched an attack behind him. His peak of primordial spirit realm aura erupted. Boom! A blade shattered his attack and the impact pushed him back. Emotion was alarmed. But before he could check where the attacker was, another massive blade intent pressed down on him. He roared and tried to use all his strength to resist. However, he found that he couldn't cast any spells. At this moment, he realized that his arm had been severed. Swoosh! A silver-white blade stabbed into his body. Immediately after, a terrifying power stirred in his body and destroyed his vitality. He gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood. How dare you! Boom! He burned himself, and an immensely powerful force erupted like a flood. However, moonlight swept past him. Amidst the moonlight there was a purple aura, and then his vision began to blur. He finally saw the person who had attacked, but he couldn't believe his eyes. The one who killed him was the late-stage Foundation establishment realm cultivator they had just met. Yiluo looked in horror at the scene before her. A single slash beheaded Emotion. The attack was so fast that it was surreal. She saw the person who had attacked as his eyes met hers. I need the spirit stones. Jiang Hao pulled the saber out from Emotion's body and looked at the woman before him. I never said I wouldn't return them, Yiluo stammered and backed away in fear. It's okay, he said. Just be more careful in your next life. Yiluo was startled. She activated her life-preserving treasure and attempted to escape. Jiang Hao gripped the half-moon blade and purple energy surged. He took a step forward. He used the third form of the heavenly blade, Meteor. Jiang Hao vanished like a shooting star from his position, and the blade of light slashed at Yiluo. In an instant, her defense collapsed, and her treasure shattered. Yiluo's life force dimmed. With a thud, her body fell to the ground. Jiang Hao landed beside her. Please don't kill me. He stabbed her twice more. Only then did she die. Jiang Hao placed the two bodies together and threw Shui Yu's book at them. The book caught fire and burned ferociously. Flames enveloped the two corpses. Only a pile of ashes remained on the ground when the flames finally burned out. Jiang Hao finally felt at ease. Shui Yu's grudge was finally over. He cleaned the area up. Fortunately, the one at the peak of the primordial spirit realm had only just advanced. Otherwise, it might have been troublesome. After taking half a day to recover, Jiang Hao was at his peak once more. It was only at this point that he picked up the two storage treasures. Both in the primordial spirit realm, they should have quite a lot of spirit stones. They were going around borrowing spirit stones from juniors, so they might have collected a lot. Jiang Hao first checked Yiluo's storage treasure. He was disappointed. Then he checked Emotion's storage treasure. His face darkened. People who managed to enter the corpse realm were geniuses. They had decent status and backgrounds, so how were they so poor? There were only 3,000 spirit stones in total from the two of them. 2,000 were from Yi Luo's storage treasure, and 1,000 spirit stones were from Mo Tian's storage treasure. Where were their spirit stones? Chapter 320 Chapter 320 Jiang Hao may be in trouble. Chapter 320 Jiang Hao may be in trouble. At the 100-flower lake, the flowers and leaves swayed gently by the pavilion. Their fragrance filled the air. The red and white dress swayed in the wind and her hair rustled. Sect Master. A white figure landed in front of the pavilion. She looked at the woman sitting on the stone chair in the pavilion with respect. Speak. We have already captured half of the people targeting the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl, and they are all imprisoned in the Lawless Tower. The new list is still being compiled, Baiji said. We still don't know their intentions regarding the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. We are interrogating them. We have traced the connections between Azure Mountain and the forces overseas. It seems to be related to the end of all things. The information was obtained from those captured. The end of all things is a strange force. They have a core group, but most of them are outsiders. It would be quite troublesome if we didn't have any other channels, but fortunately we do. However, it will still take some time. What do they want? Hong Yuya looked at Baiji. We're not sure yet. Baiji lowered her head. But judging from their core principles, it is possible that they are after the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. However, at that time, the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl had not yet appeared. So, their purpose is still uncertain. Continue the investigation, Hong Yuya calmly said. Yes. Baiji nodded. Not long ago, we received an invitation from the Bright Moon Sect. They are going to hold a Tao conference, and hope that we will participate. A Tao conference? Hong Yuya fell silent. Do they specify the levels of disciples to bring? It's probably Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, and Primordial Spirit Realm. 4 disciples from each realm, Baiji said. Up to the Primordial Spirit Realm, it showed how considerate the Immortal Sect was toward other sections. They could still manage to bring those at the higher realms, but they set their limit at that. That's up to you. Hong Yuya did not want to interfere with the matter. Is there anything else? Regarding Jiang Hao, there hasn't been any progress since he entered the corpse realm. The other suspected individuals haven't made any moves either. The people from the Heavenly Saints sect are untrustworthy, and they have appeared nearby. We have found their nearest base. As soon as we can, we will wipe them out completely. Their goal seems to be to wait until Jiang Hao leaves the sect. For now, it's unclear whether it's for the Heavenly Fragrance Tao Flower or for Yan Hua, said Baiji. Hong Yuya nodded and looked into the distance. Anything else? Baiji then left. She needed to start finalizing the list for the Bright Moon Sect. This was an opportunity to enhance the prestige of the Heavenly Note Sect and must not be missed. In the corpse realm, Jiang Hao searched through the storage treasures of the 2 people he had killed. He found some primordial spirit pills in a bottle. Each bottle was worth about 500 or 600 spirit stones. There were a total of 3 bottles in Yi Luo's storage treasure. I've never seen someone at the primordial spirit realm so poor. Someone in the late or peak stage of the primordial spirit realm shouldn't be this poor. Most likely, she had exchanged everything for pills and then found a chance to break through. When advancing, any spirit stones or treasures were indeed useless. Pills came in handy. Jiang Hao was the same. He kept certain useful things and sold everything else. What remained were things that were difficult to sell, such as the spirit herbs and treasures for refining pills. I can sell them here or offer them at a lower price to Guwan and the others. Jiang Hao found 2 more treasures in Yi Luo's storage, a good quality spirit sword, and a primordial spirit realm treasure that looked like a stone seal. It looks powerful. Jiang Hao tested it out and stifled a small hill nearby. It's a good thing I didn't give them a chance. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. He was most afraid of encountering people who could ambush him. Fortunately, as a late-stage Foundation establishment realm cultivator, they often lowered their guard around him. That was the benefit of concealing his cultivation realm. However, if he didn't conceal his cultivation realm, they wouldn't dare to approach this area in the first place. Jiang Hao didn't know what the price of a primordial spirit realm treasure would be. Golden core realm treasures were usually sold at thousands of spirit stones. It won't be too much to ask for 20,000 spirit stones for a primordial spirit realm treasure. But who can afford 20,000? Not many people can afford to pay even 10,000 spirit stones. Maybe I can sell it to Guwen and the others. Jiang Hao turned to look at the mine. He didn't know if they could come out. It was easy to get trapped inside. However, they were decisive individuals. They might turn out to be okay. They had managed to run from primordial spirit realm cultivators in a split second, after all. He found a book in the storage treasure. It was titled Sky Feather Heart Sutra. It was the cultivation technique of the Heavenly Feather Sect. Jiang Hao flipped through the book. The Sky Feather Heart Sutra technique was divided into two parts, one for regular cultivation and the other for the Sky Feather spiritual technique. The spiritual technique had a transcendent trait. When cultivated to a certain level, the spiritual technique could be used to break through a bottleneck. For example, someone with a natural talent that could only cultivate to the peak of the Foundation establishment realm could break through to the Golden Core realm after using the spiritual technique just once. It seems that the Heavenly Feather Sect is not so simple. This spiritual technique is quite extraordinary. This book had a certain value, so Jiang Hao decided to keep it. After organizing everything, he estimated the prices for his gains. A Golden Core Realm Spirit Sword will sell for about 8,000 to 9,000 Spirit Stones. A Primordial Spirit Realm Stone Seal could sell for 20,000. 3 bottles of Primordial Spirit Realm Pills might fetch me about 1,500 Spirit Stones. These other items could make up to 1,000 Spirit Stones. That would be almost 31,000 Spirit Stones in total. If I sell them for a 50% discount, it will still be about 15,000. If I add 3,000 Spirit Stones to it, it'll be around 18,000. Jiang Hao thought about it and realized that it was not a small amount. The main problem was that he had to sell them at a discount. Otherwise, he would have a hard time getting rid of them. Since he couldn't determine when the mine would reopen, Jiang Hao could only tend to his spirit herbs and collect the white bubbles. The next day, Jiang Hao saw a blue bubble appear. It was an unexpected surprise. He checked the spiritual herbs and found that they were just ordinary herbs. He waited another day, but the mine still didn't open. The rooster didn't crow at all. During this time, he felt that people were watching him, but the formation of the primordial spirit realm deterred them. On the third day, the rooster finally crowed. Jiang Hao went to the entrance of the mine to see if the 5 people would finally come out. Inside the mine, Guwen and the others fled in panic. Many monsters chased after them, and they used up all their treasures and pills. If it continued like this, they wouldn't be able to survive for long. Zhuge Zheng's sword was broken. Guwen's brush was broken too. Ding Yu's shield had shattered, and Xia Dong's magic robe faded. Only Murong Qingqing was in better condition as she was protected by everyone. "We found it!" Murong Qingqing exclaimed. "The exit is here. Hurry!" This gave the others hope. They could finally leave this dreadful place. However, Guwen still had some worries. "Could this be the same mine we entered before?" "I don't know, but it's safe," Murong Qingqing said. The 5 of them let out a sigh of relief. This was good news. Soon, they saw the light. "Do you think Jiang Hao is all right?" asked Xiaodong. They had been helpless when they faced such strong opponent. They didn't know how to feel since Jiang Hao had been outside all alone to face the enemies. Guwen frowned. He had seen the light and dust technique being used. For someone only in the late stage of Foundation establishment realm to be able to use such a technique. He knew that Jiang Hao wasn't someone ordinary. However, even if he was extraordinary, it would be almost impossible to survive when faced with two formidable enemies. They sighed sadly, thinking about Jiang Hao's fate. Why, they heard a voice from the entrance of the cave. "It seems like everyone is fine." The 5 people were stunned. That was Jiang Hao's voice. Chapter 321 Chapter 321 Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator of the Heavenly Note Sect. Chapter 321 Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator of the Heavenly Note Sect. Everyone was startled to hear Jiang Hao's voice. Rationally, a Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator couldn't survive after facing 2 seniors in Primordial Spirit Realm. The most likely possibility for their survival was that the opponents decided to spare them to exploit them further. Maybe they made a deal with Jiang Hao to make him mine in exchange for spirit stones. Once he was no longer useful, they would get rid of him. Everyone sighed wearily. Could they really not escape this miserable fate? When the 5 people came out of the mine, they saw Jiang Hao standing at the entrance. His hands were dirty. He must have been tending to the spirit herbs. Guwen looked around for the 2 seniors from before. He frowned. "Where are they? Why aren't they here?" "What are you looking for?" Jiang Hao asked. He felt relieved to see them all safe. If their group reduced in numbers, it would be hard to sell the ores and spirit herbs. The 2 seniors from before. "Where are they?" asked Guwen. "Did they leave? They might still have a chance to escape before the seniors came back for them." "They left," Jiang Hao said. "Left?" Everyone was shocked. It didn't make sense that they left just like that. "Yes, they left." Jiang Hao nodded. He looked at Zhuge Zheng's broken sword. "It seems that Disciple Zhuge's spirit sword is broken." "Yes." Zhuge Zheng looked regretfully at the broken sword. It was his last treasure. Jiang Hao conjured up a spirit sword. "Is this sword suitable for you?" Zhuge Zheng took the sword and tested it. He then nodded. "It's decent. This is a golden core realm spirit sword. It should be worth around 8 to 9 spirit stones outside. I can give it to you for a lower price around 6,500. Zhuge Zheng was surprised for a moment, but 6,500 spirit stones for a sword like this was indeed reasonable. The quality of this spirit sword was decent, and its market price would probably be around 12,000. Zhuge Zheng hesitated. Jiang Hao kindly asked, "What do you think, Disciple Zhuge? I only have around 5,700 spirit stones on me right now," Zhuge Zheng said awkwardly. Among them, he was probably the poorest. He had left early and bought pills with the spirit stones he had to advance. He had only earned a few thousand spirit stones recently. It was clearly not enough. Jiang Hao thought for a moment before nodding. "That will do. Then, friend Jiang, you can take the jade pendant to our sect in the future and exchange it for 2,000 spirit stones," said Zhuge Zheng. Jiang Hao received 5,763 spirit stones. The others found it strange that he, a late-stage Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator, was selling a golden core realm treasure. Jiang Hao looked at Guwen. Guwen knew that Jiang Hao was after his spirit stones. "My treasure is broken, but I still have a..." Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Hao conjured up a primordial spirit realm stone seal. "This is a primordial spirit realm treasure. It can be used by a golden core realm cultivator. I'm willing to sell it for 10,000, said Jiang Hao. Guwen was different from the others. He hadn't left until the last moment. He was probably the richest among them, besides Jiang Hao. He accepted the stone seal and handed Jiang Hao 10,000 spirit stones. Disciple Jiang, you are truly considerate. You knew that I needed a magic treasure. It wasn't just about how much profit. The treasure suited Guwen. When they heard that the stone seal was a primordial spirit realm treasure, they were stunned. Soon, they figured out what had likely happened to the two powerful seniors. From earlier, Jiang Hao had probably killed them. Did he have someone backing him up, or did he possess a powerful treasure himself? They regretted their decision. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have entered the mine. They could have found out further about Jiang Hao. However, that was just a passing thought. Some things were best left unknown. Do you have any magic robes? Xiaodong asked. And do you have any shields or spiritual-type treasures? Ding Yu asked. I am in need of a compass, Murong Qingqing said. Jiang Hao shook his head. He wasn't a seller of treasures. Not at the moment. They were stunned. Jiang Hao sold the primordial spirit pills and other items he had obtained from the cultivators of the Heavenly Feather Sect. He sold everything that could be sold at a low price. Anything he couldn't sell was worthless. Furthermore, these people weren't fools. They could guess where these things came from. Buying them meant they were also taking risks. So, selling them at a lower price was reasonable. In the end, Jiang Hao made a profit of 19,000 spirit stones. Adding the initial 33,000, he now had a total of 52,000 spirit stones. This was the most money Jiang Hao had ever seen in his life. Oh, by the way, Guwen suddenly said, there's news about red azure tea that you told me to ask about. Really? Jiang Hao felt that 10,000 spirit stones were about to disappear. Yes, but the person said he doesn't have red azure tea. However, he has a way to get September spring tea. I wonder if that would work? Guwen asked. September spring tea? Jiang Hao was stunned. He remembered that Hong Yuya had mentioned two types of tea leaves, red azure tea and September spring tea. The red azure tea cost around 10,000 spirit stones and the September spring tea cost around 20,000. So even with the profit he just made, it wouldn't be enough to buy it. No. Jiang Hao declined and asked him to see if he found anyone with red azure tea. After that, he headed back into the mine with the rooster. Guwen and the others looked at Jiang Hao disappearing into the cave and couldn't believe it. It seemed like they had truly escaped a disaster. Good thing I'm an honest person. Guwen laughed. If he had tried to deceive Jiang Hao. He looked at the treasure in his hand. Do you think he has someone backing him up, or does he possess something extraordinary? Ding Yu asked. Or maybe he is hiding his cultivation, Xiaodong said. The group didn't think about it much. They decided that the less they knew about it, the better. An enlightenment spring has appeared. Lan Qian was intrigued. An enlightenment spring? Does such a thing exist in the corpse realm as well? Yunqi was curious. Yes, and it appeared in the blood-tide forest. It's really strange for such a thing to appear in the Foundation establishment region, said Lan Qian. Indeed. The enlightenment spring is formed when things gather and resonate with the heavens and the earth, and it comes together as a spring. This means either there's a powerful individual in the blood-tide forest or some special existence has been trapped there, Yunqi said. In that case, the changes in the human yuan formation from before might have originated from the blood-tide forest, said Lan Qian. Blood-tide forest? Yunqi hesitated for a moment and then smiled. Shall we go and take a look? We can, but the fifth appearance of the heavenly steel mountain is likely to be in the Soul Ascension region next time. It will be too dangerous to go there, said Lan Qian. I think we should keep a low profile when going to the blood-tide forest. What do you think, senior sister? Yunqi asked. Lan Qian nodded. All right, let's suppress our cultivation of the Golden Core realm. But first, we need to go to the Golden Core region. The fifth appearance of Heavenly Steel Mountain might happen there. Once we comprehend again, we can go to the Blood-Tide Forest and find the Enlightenment Spring. However, it won't be easy in the Foundation Establishment region. There is a Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator from Heavenly Note Sect there? We can inquire about his situation and decide if we want to offer our protection. You truly are a compassionate person, Senior Sister Lan. However, the Heavenly Note Sect has killed many of our sect members, Yunqi said. Lan Qian glanced at Yunqi. Chapter 322, Chapter 322. I'll accept this. Chapter 322. I'll accept this. The appearance of the Enlightenment Spring attracted many people to the Blood-Tide Forest, from early-stage Golden Core Realm cultivators to mid- and late-stage Primordial Spirit Realm cultivators. Among them, there were quite a few in the early-stage Primordial Spirit Realm. Many had advanced after entering and obtaining opportunities within 5 or 6 months. Dongfang Ji stood in the Blood-Tide Forest and waited after acquiring most of the things he needed. At that moment, he saw a woman dressed in the attire of the Heavenly Feather Sect in the middle stage of the Primordial Spirit Realm. "Excuse me, please wait a moment," said Dongfang Ji as he landed in front of her. "I'd like to ask you some questions if you don't mind." Luli frowned and looked at the man warily. "Is something the matter?" "I want to ask about a few people from your sect," he said. "Who are they?" Luli asked. She couldn't see through the man's cultivation realm at all. "I want to know where Yi Luo and Emotion are at the moment," Dongfang Ji asked. Luli was astonished. "You don't want to tell me?" Dongfang Ji's face darkened. He released his aura of the Soul Ascension realm. Luli was terrified. "No. It's not that I don't want to tell you. It's just that they are already dead." "Dead? Can you tell me what happened?" Dongfang Ji was surprised. "Yes, they are dead," Luli said. "Senior sister Yi Luo and senior brother Emotion had a different status in the sect from others, so they carried certain items on them. If something happened, we would detect their location. However, the moment the treasure sent a warning, they were killed. They died right here in the Blood-Tide Forest, so I came to investigate." Dongfang Ji's face darkened. "It seems they were discovered. In that case, I can't spare you either. If you want to blame someone, blame it on the fact that you are from the Heavenly Feather Sect." Luli was shocked. She immediately activated her protective treasures. "You! What about me?" Dongfang Ji's aura erupted, and his power crushed her defenses. "One day, the entire Heavenly Feather Sect will die at the hands of the end of all things." Boom! The power crushed Lu Li's arm. At that critical moment, she escaped into a spatial vortex and disappeared on the spot. Dongfang Ji watched her disappear and then looked at the Blood-Tide Forest. "Although I'm a bit overestimating my abilities, I'll accept this." Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly sensed a familiar presence. He waited in place for a moment. After a short while, Mu Qi approached from afar. He was startled at first, but then regained his composure and appeared in front of Dongfang Ji. "Senior brother Dongfang, you are here too?" Dongfang Ji looked at Mu Qi and noticed signs of a breakthrough. "Junior. Brother Mu, are you here for the Enlightenment Spring too?" "Yes." Mu Qi nodded. "I'm just short of a little bit. After that, I'll wait for some time. If I'm lucky, I'll break through to the Primordial Spirit Realm in the next few years." "Your talent is truly extraordinary," Dongfang Ji smiled. "Be careful once you enter. There are formidable existences in the Blood-Tide Forest." "Formidable existences?" Mu Qi was surprised, but he didn't ask further. He needed to be cautious. "By the way, Jiang Junior brother Jiang is also in the Blood-Tide Forest. Have you seen him?" Mu Qi asked. Dongfeng shook his head. I've never met him before. But I heard that he's with that powerful cultivator and helping him mine. He should be safe. Besides, I heard from the Cliff Master that he has protective treasures, so as long as he's careful, ordinary primordial spirit realm cultivators can't do anything to him. Shuiyu was killed when she went to find Jiang Hao. Dongfeng assumed that the powerful cultivator might have done it. That person hadn't attacked anyone else, so he might not be a very aggressive person. Moreover, Jiang Hao and the group were selling ores and spirit herbs, which meant that the powerful cultivator had other goals. Muqi found it strange that Jiang Hao was mining. How could he be mining again after what happened in the mine before? He found it strange. Does junior brother Jiang have a connection with mining? Go ahead. I'll be around here. If anything happens, use secret communication to inform me, Dongfeng said. Thank you, senior brother. Muqi was glad. Having a senior at the Soul Ascension realm nearby made him feel safe. Many cultivators in the primordial spirit realm had gathered in this place, after all. In the mine, Jiang Hao continued to dig for ore. After more than half a month of mining, he sensed another summoning. This time, he could directly go there if he responded. It was the 4th time. Heavenly Steel Mountain had appeared in this place 4 times already. It was likely to make 2 more appearances, then it wouldn't appear again anymore. According to Zhuangyuzhen, Heavenly Steel Mountain would appear 6 to 8 times a year. If they missed the 6th appearance, they would probably miss the opportunity altogether. Therefore, many people wanted to find it. The main issue was that the distance between the regions like Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, Primordial Spirit, and Soul Ascension was extremely far. In many cases, it took a month just to catch up. Ignoring the summons, Jiang Hao continued to mine, and soon another blue bubble appeared. Sure enough, mining was still useful. However, not long after, the rooster crowed. He picked it up and left. He had heard from Guwen and the others that the mine was filled with spirit beasts. They had heard that these beasts were dangerous, so they had remained hidden when they were inside. They were chased by the beasts anyway before they finally found their escape. However, one thing they could be sure of was that the mine was connected to other places. Jiang Hao realized that people from the other mines would probably come to this place if they could. In any case, he had to be more cautious. Jiang Hao was much more careful than before when he went into the mine. Dingyu had helped him set up some trigger formations. If someone approached the mine, the formations would be triggered, and it would let him know that there was someone nearby. Jiang Hao had checked these formations, and they were indeed perception formations. However, he didn't know how to set them up. Jiang Hao only now realized that many people had arrived in the Foundation Establishment region recently. Many Golden Core Realm cultivators and quite a few Primordial Spirit Realm cultivators were gathered around the Enlightenment Spring. This made him feel anxious. With so many people around, there must be people from his sect and from the Divine Corpse sect arriving too. He wasn't afraid of being known for mining in the cave, but he was afraid they would realize he had many spirit stones. The others were worried about the same. This is bad. One of my senior brothers, whom I don't get along well with, has arrived. He knows I'm selling ores. He asked if I earned a lot of spirit stones, said Dingyu. What did you tell him? Guwen asked. He also seemed troubled because of the matter with the Enlightenment Spring. Some seniors might target them here. I told him I was working for Senior Shang and that I gained some insights from him because of the tasks he assigned to me. I told him that was how I advanced to the Golden Core realm, Dingyu said. Then everything is okay? Murong Qingqing asked. No, he said I should ask Senior Shang and some cultivation questions for him. He asked about the Great Thousand God Sect. Dingyu sighed. He knew nothing about the Great Thousand God Sect, so he couldn't even make up an answer. Chapter 323 Chapter 323 Should I go to Heavenly Steel Mountain? Chapter 323 Should I go to Heavenly Steel Mountain? They felt helpless when they heard about Ding Yu's problem. Their sects were okay. The people from their sects never resorted to violence even if they disliked someone. If they faced something like that, they would be trying to leave the corpse realm as soon as possible. It was different for Jiang Hao. In his sect, people would readily resort to violence. Within the sect, everyone was safe, but outside, it was the survival of the fittest. The rules were strict inside the Heavenly Note sect, but once you left the sect, no one cared. Jiang Hao felt that many people disliked the strict rules within the Heavenly Note sect, but many others probably liked it because they didn't have to worry about being killed inside the sect. When Ding Yu mentioned the Great Thousand God sect, Jiang Hao was curious. What's the question? He had come into contact with the Great Thousand God sect and knew a bit about it. He had also overheard some discussions about cultivation issues. It's about spiritual techniques, Ding Yu said truthfully. He said he has a friend who wants to cultivate the Great Thousand Mental Energy Technique, and wants to know if it's possible. Great Thousand Mental Energy Technique? Jiang Hao was pleased. He happened to know the answer to the question. Does he want to cultivate the Great Thousand Divine Avatar? The others were surprised. I didn't ask about that. Ding Yu shook his head. If he wants to cultivate the Great Thousand Divine Avatar, he must have the Grand Thousand God Sect's cultivation method. Otherwise, I advise his friend not to attempt it. If you do it wrong, you'll die, Jiang Hao said calmly. Everyone was surprised. They had no knowledge about something like that. Jiang Hao didn't mind telling them about such matters. He had asked Hong Ye about it, and she had also explained some things to him. When Jiang Hao explained it, everyone was stunned. Sometimes there were people in the world with a lower cultivation realm but held higher knowledge about it than others. I'll go find my senior later, Ding Yu said. Thank you. Jiang Hao nodded. If it weren't for Gui being here, he would have used the stone tablet to answer their questions. After all, these people were extraordinary in their cultivation and knowledge. Unfortunately, the conditions didn't allow it. Jiang Hao thought of using Shang as an excuse but didn't know if that would work. After exchanging some spirit stones, Jiang Hao continued to take care of the spirit herbs. Since many people were concentrating on the Enlightenment Spring, it was much easier to find spirit herbs here. However, they were too wealthy, and the danger of being discovered was too high. As more and more people came for the Enlightenment Spring, their situation became increasingly dangerous. The 6 of them had over 100,000 spirit stones combined. If others found out about that, cultivators in Primordial Spirit Realm and even Soul Ascension Realm would rush to kill them. They also had many treasures with them. Their situation was risky. Ding Yu went to the forest. There was a Primordial Spirit Realm cultivator in front of him. He was leaning against a tree. Senior Brother Che, Ding Yu greeted respectfully. Did you ask your senior for me? Senior Brother Che smiled. I did. I had to pay a price to ask your question, Senior, said Ding Yu. Is that so? Senior Brother Che stared at him. He didn't believe that his junior was selling ores just to serve someone named Shang. So, he made Ding Yu ask about something. He already knew that the Great Thousand Mental Energy Technique couldn't be used. He didn't know the reason for it. However, it was enough to make his junior admit that someone named Shang didn't exist, and he had earned many spirit stones because of which he had lied. Senior Shang wanted to know if your friend was aiming to cultivate the Great Thousand Divine Avatar, said Ding Yu. If he does, well, he shouldn't attempt it unless he has the Great Thousand God Sect's cultivation technique. If he tried it, he might die. That's what he said Ding Yu. Senior Brother Che was shocked. He fell silent and seemed to be thinking about something. Thank you for the information, junior brother. I'll tell my friend about it. I'll also help spread the news about the formidable senior here. It might make your life a little easier too, said senior brother Che. Thank you, senior brother Che, said Dingyu gratefully. It would definitely make their lives easier if people were keeping an eye on them. The rumors spread quickly. Everyone now knew that there was an expert in this region named Shang. They also figured out that the previous commotion was because of him, and that the appearance of the Enlightenment Spring was because of him. Shang-An's name made everyone fearful. This brought a moment of peace for Guwan and the others. In early August, Jiang Hao had been in the corpse realm for over half a year. The new summons came again. It meant that the heavenly steel mountain was about to disappear from its previous location or had already vanished. The next location had been determined. Jiang Hao ignored it. He calculated his earnings for this month. Guwan and the others had sold quite a few ores, and he had received 5,000 spirit stones as his share. He now had a total of 57,000 spirit stones. With such a huge sum of money, he considered his expenses. 24,000 for the rabbit, 20,000 for the peach tree, and 10,000 for the azure red tea. That added up to 54,000, leaving him with 3,000. Jiang Hao was speechless. The huge sum of money would disappear in an instant, but he was surprisingly happy to know that he would have 3,000 spirit stones remaining. Many people had indeed come to the blood-tide forest, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy were much stronger than before. Fortunately, no familiar faces appeared, which made Jiang Hao feel much safer. Half a year had passed, and there were not many people nearby with spirit stones. If things didn't work out, they could keep the ores and wait for another opportunity in the future. Another month passed. While Jiang Hao was tending to the spirit herbs, he felt the strong fluctuations of spiritual energy around him. It was very likely that a soul ascension realm expert had arrived. Due to the large gathering of people, and the fact that they were not far from the Enlightenment Spring, Jiang Hao could sense some things with the help of knowledge he had gained from the Nameless Manual. However, they hadn't sold many ores this month, and their earnings were only 2,000 spirit stones each. I think we should leave. Guwan looked at everyone. I don't have a problem with it. My brother is nearby. I can go find him, said Zhuge. I have a bit of a problem, but I can handle it. Dingyu smiled. I secretly wanted to earn more spirit stones, but it seems that will be difficult now. Murong Qingqing sighed. I don't have a problem with it, Xiaodong said. They looked at Jiang Hao. Don't look at me. I just want to continue mining. However, if he wanted to continue mining, he needed to find a stronger partner. He suddenly felt another summoning. Heavenly Steel Mountain had appeared for the 5th time. Jiang Hao hesitated. He could no longer continue mining here. Even if he was in the primordial spirit realm, continuing to mine here would lead to trouble. It was getting dangerous. However, if he didn't mine ores, it would lead to a loss. He needed to get more bubbles. Maybe going to Heavenly Steel Mountain was the better alternative if he wanted to continue mining. Besides, with many people rushing to the Foundation establishment region, Heavenly Steel Mountain would be considerably safer. Should I respond to the summons? Once he did, he could leave this dilemma behind. He could even show some of his cultivation and then hide and mine for ores. It did seem like a good choice. Chapter 324 Chapter 324 The Demoness is here again. Chapter 324 The Demoness is here again. Feeling the summons again, Jiang Hao began to weigh the gains and losses. Leaving from here wouldn't have much impact. He could just distribute the items and then inform the others of his departure. The only thing to be concerned about was the response he might receive. According to Gue, I might be an extraordinary genius. There was already a noticeable reaction even before I reached there. Once I go, there's a high probability of an even greater impact. Jiang Hao thought about it. If the impact was significant, it meant that he would attract attention from others. It would probably be difficult to avoid others. In the end, he thought it would be safer to stay here. He needed to continue mining. If he wanted to mine now, he needed to show others that allying with him was beneficial. Jiang Hao thought of something and asked, "Are there other mines nearby in the Golden Core region around the Blood-Tide Forest?" Everyone understood. It was true that they couldn't continue mining in the Blood-Tide Forest, since many people were gathered here because of the Enlightenment Spring. However, they could find some other place far away from the Enlightenment Spring and continue their arrangement, especially since 5 of them were at the Golden Core realm already. But the problem was, there were no other mines. "We haven't found any information about other mines, but we might be able to ask around," said Guwen. "What if we don't find any?" Zhuge Jing asked. "Then we can only consider leaving like Senior Shang and search for opportunities on our own." Jiang Hao thought about it. It was indeed the best option. Even if he continued mining, the risk would be greater. The best course of action was to leave this place and go to other locations for mining. But before leaving, he needed to make sure if anyone here had the red azure tea. However, he still didn't have any information about it. The person who had the September Spring was still around, but it seemed that he had left the Enlightenment Spring area and was planning to find Heavenly Steel Mountain. "You probably should make a decision soon," Guwen said. Jiang Hao was once again faced with a dilemma. "What's the price?" Jiang Hao asked. 21,000 spirit stones, Guwen said. Jiang Hao felt dissatisfied. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "I can afford 18,000. Ask him if he's willing to sell it at that price. If not, forget it." "All right." Guwen nodded. "I'll check the quality of the tea when the time comes. If there's an issue, then I'll tell him to forget about it." Jiang Hao thanked him. Guwen had helped him a lot, even though he saw Jiang Hao at only the Foundation Establishment realm, and he was at the Golden Core realm. Jiang Hao preferred to cooperate with people from the immortal sects than demonic sects because disciples from immortal sects were more reliable. With the matter settled, they began talking among themselves. "With so many people gathered in the Blood-Tide Forest, do you think it will attract Heavenly Steel Mountain?" asked Murong Qingqing. "Not very likely." Ding Yu shook his head. "One heard that Heavenly Steel Mountain is actually quite close to our current location. Otherwise, why would people be going there? Besides, compared to the entire Corpse realm, the Blood-Tide Forest is nothing. Also, that extraordinary disciple is nowhere to be seen. I heard something else. It is said that Heavenly Steel Mountain has been sending summons for someone. Everyone claims there is an extraordinary genius here, but they haven't gone to Heavenly Steel Mountain. I wonder why," said Guwen. Everyone speculated about where Heavenly Steel Mountain might appear next. They came here for opportunities. They had no intention of heading to Heavenly Steel Mountain. It was extremely difficult to reach Heavenly Steel Mountain at the Foundation Establishment realm, even more so when advancing to the early Golden Core realm. Unless it appeared in the Blood-Tide Forest, not many people would go seeking it. Jiang Hao listened quietly. He had no greed for Heavenly Steel Mountain. It would be safer for him not to go there. For him, the real concern was to find a place to mine. 3 days later, Guwen handed a delicate box to Jiang Hao. "I saw that the person was interested, so I lowered the price by another 500. The selling price is now 17,500 spirit stones. The quality is great. I checked it out." He took the box and opened it to take a look. Inside, he saw green tea leaves, which were significantly different from the azure red tea. There was no fragrance, but there was a flow of spiritual energy on it. Jiang Hao discovered that the spiritual energy in the tea leaves was hidden within the veins of the leaves, and it was not fixed but flowed like a living spring. The contained spiritual energy was enormous. This is good tea. Looking at the tea leaves, Jiang Hao had a feeling that he didn't even need any Heavenly Rejuvenation pills to advance to the Golden Core realm. Lust acid of this tea would be enough to advance, but it had to be brewed properly. This was a tea worth 20,000 spirit stones. He felt reluctant to have Hong Ye drink it like ordinary tea. However, since he had already bought it, he suddenly wanted to taste it. Jiang Hao decided to keep the tea for now and not inform Hong Ye just yet. Perhaps later, he could acquire the red azure tea and sell the September spring tea for 20,000 spirit stones. He gave Gu Wen 17,500 spirit stones. He was left with 39,000 spirit stones. He was suddenly poorer than before. During these few days, they had stopped selling the ores and were just observing the situation. Currently, they were asking around to find out if there were other mines around. They found out there was one in the primordial spirit region. They couldn't dare to go there. 7 more days passed, and Jiang Hao thought about what to do. The number of people is increasing. I should leave soon. Even if I stay and offer benefits to others, it will be dangerous. More people meant more danger. Leaving as soon as possible was the best choice. With his decision made, Jiang Hao stopped thinking too much about it. In the afternoon, the rooster crowed, and Jiang Hao walked out of the mine. The other 5 were also outside. They were having a difficult time. After coming out of the mine, Jiang Hao stored the ores in the warehouse. "I'm planning to leave," he said to everyone. "Where are you going?" Gu Wen wasn't surprised. The surrounding area was becoming more crowded, and powerful experts kept appearing. Currently, they were all concerned with the Enlightenment Spring. Once they were done with that, who knew what would happen? Disbanding from this group was inevitable. "I don't know." Jiang Hao shook his head. Then they discussed dividing the resources. Jiang Hao told them that he didn't need the ores, but he would appreciate a few spirit herbs to take along. The others were happy with this arrangement because it was difficult for them to tend to the spirit herbs, and the cost-benefit ratio was not high. As for the ores, they would have more opportunities to sell them later. In a few years, when they found an opportunity, they could sell some of the ore for spirit stones. They could even sell it all at once when it was time to leave. After the 5 divided the ores, they bid farewell to Jiang Hao. "Friend Jiang, I hope we meet again soon," said Gu Wen. Jiang Hao nodded. "See you around." After leaving the corpse realm, they would probably never meet again. Most of these people came from the western and northern regions. Those places were too far away, and Jiang Hao wouldn't be able to go there. With his current situation, it was safer to stay in the Heavenly Note sect. They had already agreed on it before. Once Shang left, they would be free to go their own way. Each of them would find a trusted sect to seek refuge in. Jiang Hao was different. He needed to escape alone. But before he left, he had one final task with the spirit herbs. After cutting off the spirit field, Jiang Hao used his universe in a palm technique to seal the entire field. Then he covered it with soil. "You're not mining anymore?" asked a pleasant voice from behind him. Jiang Hao was surprised. Hong Yuye. He could never forget her voice. But why was she here so soon? Chapter 325 Chapter 325 The Appearance of Heavenly Steel Mountain. Chapter 325 The Appearance of Heavenly Steel Mountain. As he turned around, Jiang Hao found Hong Yuye standing right behind him. "Have you gathered enough spirit stones for buying the tea?" she asked. She waited for his answer. "Not yet, but there's still time," Jiang Hao said. "Are you going to buy the red azure tea?" Hong Yuye asked with a faint smile on her lips. Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment. I will buy the tea that satisfies you, senior. Hong Yuye didn't say anything else. She looked into the distance. What is Heavenly Steel Mountain like? I don't know. Jiang Hao shook his head. He had never been to Heavenly Steel Mountain. In that case, let's go and see, Hong Yuye said calmly. Jiang Hao agreed. With Hong Yuye by his side, he didn't need to worry about anything. Even if Gui saw him, she wouldn't be able to recognize him. When should we set off, senior? Jiang Hao asked. Hong Yuye looked at him. Set off. Jiang Hao couldn't fathom what the woman in front of him was thinking. Her gaze carried absolute confidence. In his confusion, he suddenly felt the presence of Hong Yuye's aura. It was different from before, but at the moment, he couldn't put it into words. It seemed that she didn't prevent herself from being sensed by others during this time. As Hong Yuye's aura emerged, Jiang Hao once again felt the summoning. But this time, he could clearly sense that the summoning was not only for him but also for Hong Yuye. They stood together. If one of them responded, they would both be transported together. There might even be a protective force to keep them safe during the process. Jiang Hao didn't dare to respond. Hong Yuye also stood quietly by his side. Not long after Gu Wen and the others left, they decided to go their separate ways. They each wanted to find their own sect or leave this place and seek refuge in the Golden Core region. However, just as they were about to part ways, the sky changed. Look at the sky, Dingyu said. They all looked up at the sky and saw a swirling vortex. It seemed like a summoning. It was intense. What's going on? Although they had decent cultivation, their knowledge about these things was limited. They had never seen anything like this before. Mu Qi, who was still in the Enlightenment Spring, looked up at the sky in amazement. It was his first time here, and he had no idea if this was normal. At this moment, a powerful expert from the Divine Corpse sect stood up and looked at the sky in horror. Heavenly Steel Mountain sending such a summoning was unprecedented. He had been thinking about causing some commotion here. However, if the extraordinary genius was in this place, he couldn't afford to offend them. In an instant, all his plans were shattered. He didn't dare to do anything. Jiang Hao was also stunned. The commotion caused was simply too big. This was not how he did things usually. If it weren't for Hong Yuye, he would have left this place. At Clear Dust Lake in the Corpse Realm, Yun Qi and Lan Qian were exploring the Heavenly Steel Mountain in the Golden Core region. This time, they wanted to check out the 36 heavenly stars and understand more things. Senior sister, they say that all opportunities come from Heavenly Steel Mountain. How is it that I haven't gained anything at all? I've come up here 3 or 4 times already, Yun Qi said helplessly. If you haven't gained any opportunities, shouldn't you ask yourself what you were doing during those times? Lan Qian asked. Haha. Yun Qi looked embarrassed. I just wanted to see if I could find something from the 6th stone tablet. It's your 5th time. The Heavenly Steel Mountain might not appear anymore. Moreover, it's already mid-September, and there's not much time left. We don't have much time, Lan Qian said. Alright, this time I'll get close to 36 heavenly stars, Yun Qi said. At this moment, they arrived in front of a stone tablet. Hasn't that extraordinary genius visited this place yet? Asked Yun Qi in surprise as he saw the stone tablet emitting a faint light like before. Was the extraordinary genius uninterested in Heavenly Steel Mountain at all? Although he hasn't gained anything, every time he came up the mountain, he could feel the spiritual energy helping him. Even if he did nothing except wander around the mountain, he could feel his body and spiritual energy changing. The stone tablet in front of them suddenly emitted a bright light. The summoning seemed to increase in intensity. A vortex appeared in the sky. It was as if the mountain was welcoming the arrival of the genius. "What's happening?" asked Lan Qian in confusion. Yunqi looked excited. "Heavenly Steel Mountain is determined to win this time." However, nothing happened after a while. The person must have ignored it again. The light started to fade. Yunqi felt a bit disappointed. He had wanted to see the extraordinary genius. A beam of light shot up from Heavenly Steel Mountain suddenly. Then came the second beam, the third, and the fourth. At this moment, Yunqi and the others realized that the stone tablet in front of them also emitted a beam of light. They understood that each beam of light represented one stone tablet. 108 beams of light shot into the sky and merged with the vortex. Everyone at Heavenly Steel Mountain realized something. The mountain was about to move. How is this possible? Lan Qian couldn't believe it. This meant that the extraordinary genius wasn't coming to the mountain, but the mountain had decided to go to them. What kind of genius was worth such attention from Heavenly Steel Mountain? At the same time, those who were heading toward Heavenly Steel Mountain saw the beams of light shooting into the sky. Qingyu had wanted to climb up the mountain, but it disappeared. The vortex also disappeared. Qingyu was speechless. What just happened? Heavenly Steel Mountain shouldn't have disappeared so soon. Why did it suddenly vanish? Everyone was puzzled. Back in the blood-tide forest, people saw beams of light appearing in the vortex. One after another, the beams of light fell from the sky. Then, 108 beams of light gathered. Heavenly Steel Mountain appeared at the place where the light beams fell. A majestic mountain suddenly rose in front of the people and caught them off guard. Guwen looked at the mountain before him. His eyes were wide in astonishment. How is this possible? Heavenly Steel Mountain had suddenly appeared here. It wasn't just Guwen who was astonished. Everyone in the Enlightenment Spring was shocked. The appearance of Heavenly Steel Mountain was very unexpected. Lan Qian looked at the foot of the mountain. She knew where they were. Blood-tide forest. How can this be? Is this the Foundation Establishment region? Yunqi was also astonished. The extraordinary genius was at the Foundation Establishment region? If that were true, even as a genius, they wouldn't be anyone remarkable. Their cultivation was too low. They wondered if the genius talent was shocking. Maybe that was why the mountain favored them. Even so, this seemed unexpected and unlikely. Be careful, Lan Qian warned. Regardless of the genius cultivation realm, we must not provoke them. If anyone targets them, they will be suppressed by the mountain. I don't think it's possible for the extraordinary genius to be at the Foundation Establishment realm. Maybe they are powerful but just chose to stay in this region. Otherwise, how could they have been able to ignore the summons of Heavenly Steel Mountain? Asked Yunqi. Chapter 326, Chapter 326. Witnessing Heavenly Steel Mountain. Chapter 326. Witnessing Heavenly Steel Mountain. Jiang Hao looked at the mountain in front of him. He felt nervous. This mountain contained unimaginable power, and its dazzling aura made it feel vast and majestic. It was a vast expanse like an infinite starry sky. So, this is Heavenly Steel Mountain? Jiang Hao finally understood why Heavenly Steel Mountain was the most important place in the corpse realm. It was an inherently special existence. Before, he couldn't understand how Heavenly Steel Mountain would suppress powerful individuals, but now it seemed that it didn't need any special means. The power concealed within it was enough to suppress everything. Jiang Hao looked at the woman in the red and white gown beside him and couldn't help but wonder who was stronger, Hong Yuye or the mountain. It made no difference to Jiang Hao because either of them could crush him without exerting much effort. Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel anxious. Senior, isn't this a bit much? Hong Yuye glanced at Jiang Hao. You've been cautious for so many years, but have you never thought about doing something great? People will die because of this, Jiang Hao muttered softly. What kind of strength did he have to amaze the world with a single feat? To truly make an astonishing appearance, he would need to mine for 100 years. It would be best if it was in the Heavenly Note Sect's mine. Hong Yuye didn't look at Jiang Hao. Instead, she gazed at the mountain in front of her. This mountain is indeed special. Let's go and take a look. Jiang Hao dared not refuse and could only follow Hong Yuye up the mountain. However, he was somewhat puzzled about the purpose of Heavenly Steel Mountain's summoning. Was it really just for him to comprehend the stone tablets? Or was there something else? No matter what it was, as long as Hong Yuye was with him, he didn't need to worry. He would be safe. When they reached the path of Heavenly Steel Mountain, suddenly all the stone tablets on the mountain emitted a glow, and then the lights started connecting. The lights started from the first stone tablet and connected upward. In an instant, all 108 tablets were connected together. Immediately, the light from the first stone tablet fell in front of Jiang Hao. It seemed that with just one step, they could reach the first stone tablet without exerting much effort. Jiang Hao was shocked. This was probably because of Hong Yuye. How terrifying was Hong Yuye exactly? On the mountainside, Gu Wen and the others understood. The extraordinary genius was in the blood-tide forest. The genius hadn't visited Heavenly Steel Mountain, so the mountain had come here. How shocking is that genius? Gu Wen asked. He himself was also a genius. Only one Foundation establishment realm cultivator from the Astronomical Academy was qualified to enter Heavenly Steel Mountain. Zhuge Zheng was the same. Although they were not the most outstanding geniuses in his sect, they were still among the top. But they had never imagined that there could be someone so extraordinary that Heavenly Steel Mountain would come for them personally. I think I know who he is. Truly, there is always someone better than you. Dingyu was excited. Encountering such a genius would broaden their horizons. Everyone looked at Murong Qingqing. Don't look at me. There is nothing I can do. What if we offend such an extraordinary genius? Murong Qingqing shook her head. Shall we climb the mountain? Xia Dong asked. It's just that we don't know if we can, Gu Wen said. Now that all the stone tablets were connected, they were uncertain whether they could climb the mountain. As the light appeared, the people at Heavenly Steel Mountain also retreated. Lan Qian and Yun Qi stepped back. They watched the brilliance of the stone tablets in disbelief. 72 earthly fiends have connected, and even the 36 heavenly stars have also been connected. It's as if the mountain is doing this for the genius, said Lan Qian. What a grand scene! Yun Qi couldn't help but exclaim. We had to think of ways to get close to the 36 heavenly stars. But for the extraordinary genius, Heavenly Steel Mountain willingly opens up the path. With so many tablets, will the genius be able to comprehend them all? I don't know. Lan Qian shook her head. But an astonishing figure like the extraordinary genius should be different from others. Perhaps just looking at them once is enough for them. On the other side, Mu Qi and the others gave up the Enlightenment Spring to head for Heavenly Steel Mountain. In front of Heavenly Steel Mountain, the Enlightenment Spring was nothing. The appearance of Heavenly Steel Mountain was a rare thing, which was why some people chose the Enlightenment Spring instead. However, the mountain was right in front of them now, and they couldn't let go of such an opportunity. Mu Qi watched the brilliance of Heavenly Steel Mountain and saw that the extraordinary genius had already started climbing the mountain. He was also curious about what would happen now. Jiang Hao followed Hong Yuye and arrived at the first stone tablet. The characters "Moon in the Well" were written on the stone tablet. Wherever Jiang Hao looked, he could see countless branches of spiritual energy. It seemed that each comprehension would lead to different result. Without stopping, Hong Yuye responded to the light, and the two of them arrived at the second stone tablet. This time, Jiang Hao felt a vast aura. The characters on this stone tablet read, Water Sky. Hong Yuye stepped forward. They arrived at the third stone tablet. This time, it said, Mountain Beyond Mountain. The fourth stone tablet said, Outsider. The fifth stone tablet emitted a strange fragrance. They arrived at the sixth stone table. For Jiang Hao, the meaning of the sixth stone tablet was different. Due to the light, he couldn't see the people around him. It was as if he was isolated. Otherwise, he would have checked if Gue was here. However, this was good. He wouldn't be exposed this way. On this stone tablet was written, With a calm heart and steady mind, you can see heaven and earth. Hong Yuye didn't stop and continued upward. Jiang Hao kept looking at the stone tablet, and the words and aura on it were constantly changing. The higher up he went, the more words there were. He even found it somewhat incomprehensible, not only the changes but even the words. It seemed that it had gone beyond what was normal. These words are no longer normal words. You need to comprehend them to truly understand. To gain opportunities from the stone tablets, you have to start from the hidden words, Hong Yuye said. Jiang Hao nodded. In other words, the higher he went, the more difficult it was to comprehend things. The opportunity became even rarer. Soon, they reached the 72 earthly fiends. Jiang Hao could understand the earlier stone tablets, but he gained nothing from the ones afterward. Senior, what is our purpose here? He asked softly. Wherever the light connects, that's where we go, Hong Yuye said. Aren't we going to stop and comprehend? Jiang Hao asked again. If they didn't comprehend the tables, it would be like just taking a stroll through the mountain without any meaning. Hong Yuye suddenly stopped and looked at him. Don't you like to keep a low profile? She asked teasingly. Jiang Hao was speechless. He didn't think Hong Yuye was someone who kept a low profile. They arrived at the 36 heavenly stars. When Jiang Hao saw the first stone tablet, he found that it didn't have precise inscriptions. Only when they got closer did some characters slowly appear on it. Body technique, moving mountains and seas. Chapter 327 Chapter 327 It can produce bubbles. Chapter 327 It can produce bubbles. What is this extraordinary genius planning to do? Yunqi frowned. He's going all the way up without any pause. Is he just here for sightseeing? As the extraordinary genius ascended, the light would contract. Now, the 72 earth fiends had returned to normal. They could now comprehend it properly. There's no point in speculating. Lan Qian shook her head. Senior sister, you were also paying attention to the extraordinary genius, right? Yunqi asked. Did he pause at any stone tablet? They could only rely on the pauses of the light to determine whether he had stopped. 49th tablet, Lan Qian said. Shall we go and take a look? Yunqi asked. Lan Qian nodded. If the extraordinary genius paused at a stone tablet, it meant there was something valuable there. I thought he might pause at the 6th stone tablet, but that's too bad. Yunqi smiled. What's special about the 6th stone tablet? Lan Qian asked. It has something, Yunqi said earnestly. 6 is a number I value. It's special. Unfortunately, the extraordinary genius doesn't recognize its worth. By the way, if I comprehend something from the 49th stone tablet, can I exchange it with you for the contents of the 6th stone tablet, senior sister? Sure, Lan Qian said. You are truly kind, Yunqi said with delight. As the light receded, Gu Wen and the others also arrived at Heavenly Steel Mountain. They were also curious about what this extraordinary genius was planning to do. He was just walking up the mountain as if he was there to take a stroll. Jiang Hao should be nearby. Why isn't he coming up? Xiaodong looked around. I think he's probably mining, Dingyu said. I bet he really likes mining. I don't think he is only doing it for spirit stones at this point. It seems he really likes doing it. They didn't know what to make of that, but they didn't go looking for him. They had their own plans for coming to Heavenly Steel Mountain. Many people had already arrived at Heavenly Steel Mountain, and everyone was paying attention to the area above. They also wanted to know what the extraordinary genius would do. Heavenly Steel Mountain had appeared for him, after all. Moving mountains and seas. Jiang Hao felt curious. He hadn't cultivated any body techniques so far. He hadn't had time because body techniques required a long while to learn. He had spent his time on things like the 7 forms of Heavenly Blade, Universe in a Palm, 7-star Sealing Technique, Light and Dust Technique, etc. He had also spent much of his time making talismans. He had too many things to focus on. If he added a body technique to his list of things, it would hamper his progress. Besides, he felt that he was physically strong enough. He had added a lot to his endurance and strength. Though he couldn't compare to those who specialized in body cultivation, given enough time, he might be on the same level as them. Hong Yuye just glanced at it and continued upward. Each time the extraordinary genius encountered a stone tablet, he would see something. Martial arts, techniques, body techniques, divine abilities, forging, formations, talisman crafting, alchemy, etc. Jiang Hao was interested in divine abilities and talisman making. These inscriptions were definitely not simple, especially for the divine abilities. There was one divine ability called Immovable as a Mountain, which was clearly a defensive ability. Once he comprehended it, he would be much safer. Unfortunately, Hong Yuye only glanced at it and continued ahead. Now, only one stone tablet was left from the 36 heavenly stars. This was the final step to the summit. If the last stone tablet was the same as the previous ones, the extraordinary genius was really just here for a stroll. He felt a little regretful. He was interested in divine abilities and talisman making, but he hadn't gained anything at all from this stroll. The divine abilities were for safety, and talisman making was for spirit stones. Both were important to him. As for alchemy and formations, he probably wouldn't get anything extraordinary out of that. He had no experience and no talent in those areas. The light flickered. Jiang Hao found himself at the peak of the mountain. He looked to the left and to the right. The blood-tide forest was right below him. He looked at the middle of the mountain, where the last stone tablet stood. There were no words on it. This is a bit different. Jiang Hao frowned. This time, he hadn't sensed any special aura within the stone tablet. Even with his knowledge of the nameless manual, he couldn't detect anything. It was as if that was an ordinary stone tablet. But was it really? Jiang Hao approached the stone tablet and gently grabbed it. It couldn't be moved. That was proof enough that this was not an ordinary stone tablet. Hong Yuye glanced at it. A wooden table and some chairs appeared beside her. She sat down. "Let's have some tea." Huh! Jiang Hao was surprised. "Senior, you came up here for tea?" Jiang Hao found it hard to believe. Hong Yuye smiled. "What do you think I came here for?" Jiang Hao shook his head. He didn't know why she would bother to come here. She lacked nothing. She gave away techniques and abilities. Jiang Hao couldn't believe there was anything for her to comprehend. Finally, he went to the table and began to brew tea. It should be fine to drink tea here. Aside from the commotion when the mountain appeared, nothing else had happened. "What kind of tea is this?" Hong Yuye asked when Jiang Hao opened the bag of tea leaves. "1,000 snowflowers," Jiang Hao said. These tea leaves had cost him 200 spirit stones. It was much better than red sleeve fragrance tea. Perhaps the price for it would go up soon. Considering his current situation, he could afford tea leaves costing 250 each, but not more than that. Hong Yuya visited him 3 to 4 times a year. She consumed roughly 750 spirit stones worth of tea per year. Jiang Hao felt that he could handle that much. I don't want to drink 1,000 snow flowers today, Hong Yuya said. Then how about snow after spring? Or red sleeve fragrance? Jiang Hao asked. The former cost 50 spirit stones, and the latter cost 100 spirit stones. He still had some left. Hong Yuya looked at Jiang Hao with a faint smile. She was teasing him. What about September-spring? September-spring, Jiang Hao was stunned. Senior Jiang Hao felt regretful. He had bought it too early. Just a few months ago you only had 2,000 spirit stones. And now you can afford September-spring in just a few days, Hong Yuya smiled. Inside September-spring tea, there is a self-contained system of spiritual energy, and it has vitality, like a lingering fragrance that never dissipates. Look at the 1,000 snow flowers in your hand. Jiang Hao took out the tea leaves and checked them. He found that there was indeed an additional trace of vitality on them. Fortunately, it didn't affect the tea leaves themselves. However, he now knew that red azure tea and September-spring could affect other tea leaves when they were stored together. He had no choice but to take the September-spring tea out. 17,500 spirit stones gone in a flash. This time, he was very careful when brewing tea. He had learned a bit about it. He didn't want to waste any part of the expensive tea leaf. After a while, the fragrance of tea permeated the air, and a hint of vitality appeared in the surroundings. He poured 2 cups of tea. Hong Yuya lifted her cup and took a sip. Jiang Hao sat down and also took a sip of the tea. Instantly, spiritual energy entered his body, and his mind became clear. The cultivation techniques seemed to rotate on their own. After finishing a cup, Hong Yuya said, "Go and comprehend in front of the stone tablet. Perhaps you can gain something now." Jiang Hao didn't think too much about it. Since he was here, he wanted to gain some insight. He approached the stone tablet and noticed that there was quite a bit of dust on it. Feeling a bit conflicted, he reached out to wipe it off. But just as he wiped it twice, a purple bubble fell on the ground. Jiang Hao was speechless. Chapter 328 Chapter 328 Preaching and Expounding. Chapter 328 Preaching and Expounding. Jiang Hao was somewhat astonished as he looked at the purple bubble. He had just wiped off the dust. How was it possible that a bubble had appeared? In the past, bubbles only appeared when he handled spirit herbs or killed demonic beasts. He had never seen them appear while cleaning something. Is it just a coincidence? With doubts in his mind, he decided to wipe it again. He had some concerns. If a white bubble dropped, Hong Yuya would easily notice it. Only blue and purple bubbles would go unnoticed because they had no effect on the body. White bubbles would enhance his strength, spirit, and endurance. He could sense their effects, let alone Hong Yuya. Despite his hesitation, his hand reached out to an untouched patch of dust to wipe it off. He wiped gently. Nothing happened. He continued wiping. Twice. Thrice. 4 times. 5 times. Still nothing. It seems like it was just a coincidence. Jiang Hao felt regretful. After that, he continued wiping. This time, with a single wipe, a blue bubble dropped. Jiang Hao was taken aback, but didn't think much about it. He continued wiping the stone tablet. The tablet wasn't large. It wouldn't take long to get it entirely clean. Soon enough, a blue bubble appeared again. The more he wiped, the more enthusiastic he became. Indeed, Heavenly Steel Mountain was full of opportunities. In just a few minutes, Jiang Hao had wiped the entire stone tablet clean. He obtained 10 blue bubbles and 1 purple bubble. It was equivalent to mining for a month. He had arrived here late. Jiang Hao sighed in his heart. Now he knew that the stone tablet was inherently special. Whenever there was dust, cleaning it would produce bubbles. In the future, he wanted to try wiping it again. He could use the primordial heavenly blade he had and put it near the stone tablet. Maybe having a divine item near might give him more bubbles. Jiang Hao took out a piece of cloth and prepared to wipe it again. The previous cleaning might not have been enough, and he might get 1 or 2 more bubbles. If it weren't for Hong Yuye, he would have used daily appraisal to make sense of the stone tablet. However, she would sense it if he used it. Having Hong Yuye around made him feel safe, but it also restricted him. He was about to continue wiping when he felt someone staring at him. He turned to see Hong Yuye gazing intently at him. Her terrifying aura was present. Jiang Hao was speechless. With a sigh, he had to give up on further cleaning. But there were still 107 pieces left. If each one gave him 10 bubbles, even with just 5 points, it would be enough for him to advance to Soul Ascension Realm. However, he wasn't sure if he could get this close to the stone tablet. The only reason he had made it safely here was because of Hong Yuye. If it were just him, he could get close to the 72 earthly fiends. But it would attract a lot of attention. As for the 36 heavenly stars, he couldn't even get close to them. If I could clean them every time I come up here, he didn't dare to imagine. This idea was quickly dispelled when he suddenly remembered that the other stone tablets didn't have as much dust. Jiang Hao sat cross-legged in front of the stone tablet. The effect of the tea leaves was still present. Due to the appearance of blue bubbles, he had failed to notice it. Jiang Hao closed his eyes and his consciousness extended to the stone tablet. He didn't feel anything, but he could clearly sense his own strength. His condition was excellent, so Jiang Hao began to comprehend the Hong Meng Heart Sutra. At that moment, he forgot about everything else and fully circulated the Hong Meng Heart Sutra. He felt that his condition was better than ever before. It was even better than when he used the Clear and Pure Heart ability. Could it be the effect of the tea? Jiang Hao couldn't tell and could only continue his comprehension. After some time, he felt his state elevate once again. The surrounding transformed into a starry sky as his cultivation technique circulated. It allowed him to perceive the changes in the Hong Meng Heart Sutra more profoundly. Jiang Hao devoted all his attention to it. Meanwhile, Hong Yuye, who was still sipping tea, looked at Jiang Hao and waited calmly. After some time, a faint light appeared on the stone tablet and shone upon Jiang Hao. Immediately, an outline started to emerge from the stone tablet. It was a silhouette of a sitting figure. Then, the apparition began to change. Hong Yuye didn't pay much attention to this and continued sipping her tea. At the 49th stone tablet, Yun Qi and Lan Qian were still trying to understand the words. Lan Qian gave up after a short while because she couldn't comprehend anything. It seemed to be an issue of her cultivation realm that made it difficult for her to gain any insight. On the other hand, Yun Qi was absorbed in his comprehension. After some time, he opened his eyes. "Did you gain some insights?" Lan Qian asked. "It's a secret techniel." Hilt Yunbei frumed. "Tea feel like tea was forced out." Forced out? Lan Qian was puzzled. At that moment, the writing on the stone tablet suddenly disappeared. This sudden change puzzled Lan Qian. It was the first time she had seen the words disappear quite so suddenly. Then, an outline appeared which depicted a figure meditating cross-legged. "What is that?" Yun Qi asked. "It might be related to that extraordinary genius," Lan Qian said. Previously, everything had disappeared. They had assumed there was no change because of the genius, but now they began to see that everything had changed. Yun Qi stared at the outline. It seemed like the figure within the outline moved. The fingers changed, and an inexplicable aura appeared around them. Yunqi got lost in it with just one glance. He felt that the person was deducing something. His unmovable cultivation realm suddenly showed some fluctuations. At that moment, a few words flashed in his mind. It was the origin of all opportunities on Heavenly Steel Mountain. Lan Qian also sensed it. It wasn't just them. All the other stone tablets also underwent changes. The writing disappeared and outlines appeared. Gu Wen and the others looked at the stone tablets and felt as if they were observing each other's cultivation. However, it also seemed to blend with their own cultivation technique. Regardless, they all understood one thing. This was an opportunity. Once all the stone tablets changed, a vibrant aura started to emerge from them. This vitality centered around Jiang Hao and began to spread. Flowers bloomed around him. Hong Yuye gazed at the stone tablet as if trying to see through it. It was only when the floral fragrance wafted over that she withdrew her gaze. She sipped her tea. The surroundings became lush with vegetation, and flowers blossomed. This scene played out on the entire stone tablet. Yunqi sat cross-legged and looked at the figure outlined in front of him. He was captivated. It was too powerful. He felt that some hidden mistakes and inexplicable problems were being resolved. This opportunity was simply unimaginable. The genius was cultivating, and his power was expounding and fixing mistakes in all their cultivation. It was no wonder Heavenly Steel Mountain had opened up the 36 heavenly stars and implored him to observe it. Lan Qian's cultivation level showed signs of loosening, and she was about to break through to the early stage of the Soul Ascension realm. All of this was merely because she had watched it for a short while. Gu Wen and the others watched for a while and felt uneasy. If they hadn't already advanced, this would have perfected their cultivation. They wouldn't have had to start over. Fortunately, their ascension wouldn't be too long, and there was still room for recovery. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.